The Adventure of the Abbey Grange by Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. It was a bitterly cold and frosty morning, towards the end of the winter of '97, that I was awakened by a tugging at my shoulder. It was Holmes. The candle in his hand shone upon his eager, stooping face, and told me at a glance that something was amiss. "Come, Watson, come!" he cried. "The game is afoot. Not a word. Into your clothes and come." 10 minutes later we were both in a cab and rattling through the silent streets on our way to Charing Cross Station. The first faint winter's dawn was beginning to appear, and we could dimly see the occasional figure of an early workman as he passed us, blurred and indistinct in the opalescent London reek. Holmes nestled in silence into his heavy coat, and I was glad to do the same, for the air was most bitter, and neither of us had broken our fast. It was not until we had consumed some hot tea at the station and taken our places in the Kentish train that we were sufficiently thawed, he to speak and I to listen. Holmes drew a note from his pocket and read aloud. "Abbey Grange, Marsham, Kent, 3:30 a.m. My dear Mr. Holmes, I should be very glad of your immediate assistance in what promises to be a most remarkable case. It is something quite in your line. Except for releasing the lady, I will see that everything is kept exactly as I have found it. But I beg you not to lose an instant, as it is difficult to leave Sir Eustace there. Yours faithfully, Stanley Hopkins." Hopkins has called me in 7 times, and on each occasion his summons has been entirely justified, said Holmes. "I fancy that every one of his cases has found its way into your collection, and I must admit, Watson, that you have some power of selection, which atones for much of which I deplore in your narratives. Your fatal habit of looking at everything from the point of view of a story instead of a scientific exercise has ruined what might have been an instructive and even classical series of demonstrations. You slur over work of the utmost finesse and delicacy in order to dwell upon sensational details which may excite but cannot possibly instruct the reader." "Why do you not write them yourself?" I said with some bitterness. "I will, my dear Watson, I will. At present I am, as you know, fairly busy, but I propose to devote my declining years to the composition of a textbook, which shall focus the whole art of detection into one volume. Our present research appears to be a case of murder." "You think this Sir Eustace is dead, then?" "I should say so. Hopkins' writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. Yes, I gather there has been violence, and that the body is left for our inspection. A mere suicide would not have caused him to send for me. As to the release of the lady, it would appear that she has been locked in her room during the tragedy. We are moving in high life, Watson. Crackling paper, E.B. monogram, coat of arms, picturesque address. I think that friend Hopkins will live up to his reputation, and we shall have an interesting morning. The crime was committed before 12 last night." "How can you possibly tell?" "By an inspection of the trains and by reckoning the time. The local police had to be called in. They had to communicate with Scotland Yard. Hopkins had to go out, and he in turn had to send for me. All that makes a fair night's work. Well, here we are at Chislehurst Station, and we shall soon set our doubts at rest." A drive of a couple of miles through narrow country lanes brought us to a park gate, which was opened for us by an old lodge-keeper, whose haggard face bore the reflection of some great disaster. The avenue ran through a noble park, between lines of ancient elms, and ended in a low, widespread house, pillared in front after the fashion of Palladio. The central part was evidently of a great age, and shrouded in ivy, but the large windows showed that modern changes had been carried out, and one wing of the house appeared to be entirely new. The youthful figure and alert, eager face of Inspector Stanley Hopkins confronted us in the open doorway. "I'm very glad you have come, Mr. Holmes, and you too, Dr. Watson. But, indeed, if I had my time over again, I should not have troubled you, for since the lady has come to herself, she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?" "What, the 3 Randalls?" "Exactly, the father and 2 sons. It's their work, I have no doubt of it. They did a job at Sydenham a fortnight ago, and was seen and described. Rather cool to do another so soon and so near, but it is they beyond all doubt. It's a hanging matter this time." "Sir Eustace is dead, then?" "Yes, his head was knocked in with his own poker." "Sir Eustace Brackenstall, the driver tells me." "Exactly, one of the richest men in Kent. Lady Brackenstall is in the morning room. Poor lady, she has had a most dreadful experience. She seemed half dead when I saw her first. I think you had best see her and hear her account of the facts. Then we will examine the dining room together." Lady Brackenstall was no ordinary person. Seldom have I seen so graceful a figure, so womanly a presence, and so beautiful a face. She was a blonde, golden-haired, blue-eyed, and would no doubt have had the perfect complexion which goes with such colouring, had not her recent experience left her drawn and haggard. Her sufferings were physical as well as mental, for over one eye rose a hideous, plum-coloured swelling, which her maid, a tall, austere woman, was bathing assiduously with vinegar and water. The lady lay back, exhausted, upon a couch, but her quick, observant gaze, as we entered the room, and the alert expression of her beautiful features showed that neither her wits nor her courage had been shaken by her terrible experience. She was enveloped in a loose dressing-gown of blue and silver, but a black sequin-covered dinner-dress lay upon the couch beside her. "I have told you all that happened, Mr. Hopkins," she said wearily. "Could you not repeat it for me?" "Well, if you think it necessary, I will tell these gentlemen what occurred. Have they been in the dining-room yet?" "I thought they had better hear your ladyship's story first." "I shall be glad when you can arrange matters. It is horrible to me to think of him still lying there." She shuddered and buried her face in her hands. As she did so, the loose gown fell back from her forearms. Holmes uttered an exclamation. "You have other injuries, madam. What is this?" 2 vivid red spots stood out on one of the white, round limbs. She hastily covered it. "It is nothing. It has no connection with this hideous business tonight. If you and your friend will sit down, I will tell you all I can. I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. I have been married about a year. I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all our neighbours would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it. Perhaps the fault may be partly mine. I was brought up in the freer, less conventional atmosphere of South Australia, and this English life, with its proprieties and its primness, is not congenial to me. But the main reason lies in the one fact, which is notorious to everyone, and that is that Sir Eustace was a confirmed drunkard. To be with such a man for an hour is unpleasant. Can you imagine what it means for a sensitive and highly spirited woman to be tied to him for day and night? It is a sacrilege, a crime, a villainy to hold that such a marriage is binding. I say that these monstrous laws of yours will bring a curse upon the land. God will not let such wickedness endure." For an instant she sat up, her cheeks flushed and her eyes blazing from under the terrible mark upon her brow. Then the strong, soothing hand of the austere maid drew her head down onto the cushion, and the wild anger died away into passionate sobbing. At last she continued, "I will tell you about last night. You are aware, perhaps, that in this house all the servants sleep in the modern wing. The central block is made up of the dwelling rooms, with the kitchen behind and our bedroom above. My maid, Teresa, sleeps above my room. There is no one else, and no sound could alarm those who are in the farther wing. This must have been well known to the robbers, or they would not have acted as they did." Sir Eustace retired at about 10:30. The servants had already gone to their quarters. Only my maid was up, and she had remained in her room at the top of the house until I needed her services. I sat until after 11 in this room, absorbed in a book. Then I walked round to see that all was right before I went upstairs. It was my custom to do this myself, for, as I have explained, Sir Eustace was not always to be trusted. I went into the kitchen, the butler's pantry, the gun-room, the billiard room, the drawing-room, and finally the dining-room. As I approached the window, which was covered with thick curtains, I suddenly felt the wind blow upon my face and realized that it was open. I flung the curtain aside and found myself face to face with a broad-shouldered elderly man who had just stepped into the room. The window is a long French one, which really forms a door leading to the lawn. I held my bedroom candle lit in my hand, and, by its light, behind the first man, I saw two others, who were in the act of entering. I stepped back, but the fellow was on me in an instant. He caught me first by the wrist and then by the throat. I opened my mouth to scream, but he struck me a savage blow with his fist over the eye and felled me to the ground. I must have been unconscious for a few minutes, for when I came to myself, I found that they had torn down the bell rope and had secured me tightly to the oaken chair which stands at the head of the dining table. I was so firmly bound that I could not move, and a handkerchief round my mouth prevented me from uttering a sound. It was at this instant that my unfortunate husband entered the room. He had evidently heard some suspicious sounds, and he came prepared for such a scene as he found. He was dressed in nightshirt and trousers, with his favourite blackthorn cudgel in his hand. He rushed at the burglars, but another, it was an elderly man, stooped, picked the poker out of the grate, and struck him a horrible blow as he passed. He fell with a groan and never moved again. I fainted once more, but again it could only have been for a very few minutes, during which I was insensible. When I opened my eyes, I found that they had collected the silver from the sideboard, and they had drawn a bottle of wine which stood there. Each of them had a glass in his hand. I've already told you, have I not, that one was elderly, with a beard, and the others young, hairless lads. They might have been a father with his two sons. They talked together in whispers. Then they came over and made sure I was securely bound. Finally they withdrew, closing the window after them. It was quite a quarter of an hour before I got my mouth free. When I did so, my screams brought the maid to my assistance. The other servants were soon alarmed, and we sent for the local police, who instantly communicated with London. That is really all I can tell you, gentlemen, and I trust that it will not be necessary for me to go over so painful a story again. "Any questions, Mr. Holmes?" asked Hopkins. "I will not impose any further tax upon Lady Brackenstall's patience and time," said Holmes. "Before I go into the dining-room, I should like to hear your experience." He looked at the maid. "I saw the men before ever they came into the house," said she. "As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate yonder, but I thought nothing of it at the time. It was more than an hour after I heard my mistress scream, and down I ran, to find her, poor lamb, just as she says, and him on the floor, with his blood and brains over the room. It was enough to drive a woman out of her wits, tied there, and her very dress spotted with him. But she never wanted courage, did Miss Mary Fraser of Adelaide, and Lady Brackenstall of Abbey Grange hasn't learnt new ways. You've questioned her long enough, you gentlemen, and now she is coming to her own room, just with her old Teresa, to get the rest that she badly needs." With a motherly tenderness, the gaunt woman put her arm round her mistress and led her from the room. "She has been with her all her life," said Hopkins, "nursed her as a baby, and came with her to England when they first left Australia 18 months ago. Teresa Wright is her name, and the kind of maid you don't pick up nowadays. This way, Mr. Holmes, if you please." The keen interest had passed out of Holmes's expressive face, and I knew that with the mystery all the charm of the case had departed. There still remained an arrest to be effected, but what were these commonplace rogues that he should soil his hands with them? An abstruse and learned specialist who finds that he has been called in for a case of measles would experience something of the annoyance which I read in my friend's eyes. Yet the scene in the dining-room of the Abbey Grange was sufficiently strange to arrest his attention and to recall his waning interest. It was a very large and high chamber with carved oak ceiling, oak panelling, and a fine array of deer's heads and ancient weapons around the walls. At the farther end from the door was the high French window of which we had heard. 3 smaller windows on the right-hand side filled the apartment with cold winter sunshine. On the left was a large, deep fireplace with a massive, overhanging oak mantelpiece. Beside the fireplace was a heavy oaken chair with arms and crossbars at the bottom. In and out through the open woodwork was woven a crimson cord, which was secured at each side to the crosspiece below. In releasing the lady, the cord had been slipped off her, but the knots with which it had been secured still remained. These details only struck our attention afterwards, for our thoughts were entirely absorbed by the terrible object which lay upon the tiger-skin hearthrug in front of the fire. It was the body of a tall, well-made man, about 40 years of age. He lay upon his back, his face upturned, and his white teeth grinning through his short black beard. His 2 clenched hands were raised above his head, and a heavy blackthorn stick lay across them. His dark, handsome, aquiline features were convulsed into a spasm of vindictive hatred, which had set his dead face in a terribly fiendish expression. He had evidently been in his bed when the alarm had broken out, for he wore a foppish embroidered nightshirt, and his bare feet projected from his trousers. His head was horribly injured, and the whole room bore witness to the savage ferocity of the blow which had struck him down. Beside him lay the heavy poker, bent into a curve by the concussion. Holmes examined both it and the indescribable wreck which it had wrought. "He must be a powerful man, this elder Randall," he remarked. "Yes," said Hopkins, "I have some record of the fellow, and he is a rough customer. You should have no difficulty in getting him." "Not the slightest. We've been on the lookout for him, and there was some idea that he had got away to America. Now that we know that the gang are here, I don't see how they can escape. We have the news at every seaport already, and the reward will be offered before evening. What beats me is how they could have done so mad a thing, knowing that the lady could describe them and that we would not fail to recognize the description." "Exactly. One would have expected that they would silence Lady Brackenstall as well." They may not have realized, I suggested, that she had recovered from her faint. That is likely enough. If she seemed to be senseless, they would not take her life. What about this poor fellow, Hopkins? I seem to have heard some queer stories about him. He was a good-hearted man when he was sober, but a perfect fiend when he was drunk, or rather when he was half-drunk, for he seldom really went the whole way. The devil seemed to be in him at such times, and he was capable of anything. From what I hear, in spite of all his wealth and his title, he very nearly came our way once or twice. There was a scandal about his drenching a dog with petroleum and setting it on fire, her ladyship's dog, to make the matter worse, and that was only hushed up with difficulty. Then he threw a decanter at the maid, Teresa Wright. There was trouble about that. On the whole, and between ourselves, it will be a brighter house without him. What are you looking at now? Holmes was down on his knees, examining with great attention the knots upon the red cord with which the lady had been secured. Then he carefully scrutinized the broken and frayed end where it had snapped off when the burglar had dragged it down. "When this was pulled down, the bell in the kitchen must have rung loudly," he remarked. "No one could hear it. The kitchen stands right at the back of the house." "How did the burglar know no one would hear it? How dared he pull at the bell rope in that reckless fashion?" "Exactly, Mr. Holmes, exactly. You've put the very question which I've asked myself again and again. There can be no doubt that this fellow must have known the house and its habits. He must have perfectly understood that the servants would all be in bed at that comparatively early hour, and that no one could possibly hear a bell ring in the kitchen. Therefore he must have been in close league with one of the servants. Surely that is evident. But there are 8 servants, and all of good character." "Other things being equal," said Holmes, "one would suspect the one at whose head the master threw a decanter, and yet that would involve treachery towards the mistress, to whom this woman seems devoted. Well, the point is a minor one, and when you have Randall you will probably find no difficulty in securing his accomplice. The lady's story certainly seems to be corroborated, if it needed corroboration, by every detail which we see before us." He walked to the French window and threw it open. "There are no signs here, but the ground is iron hard, and one would not expect them. I see that these candles in the mantelpiece have been lighted." Yes, it was by their light, and that of the lady's bedroom candle, that the burglars saw their way about. "And what did they take?" "Well, they did not take much, only a half-dozen articles of plate off the sideboard. Lady Brackenstall thinks that they were themselves so disturbed by the death of Sir Eustace that they did not ransack the house as they would otherwise have done." "No doubt that is true, and yet they drank some wine, I understand." "To steady their nerves." "Exactly. These 3 glasses upon the sideboard have been untouched, I suppose?" "Yes, and the bottle stands as they left it." "Let us look at it. Hallo! What is this?" The 3 glasses were grouped together, all of them tinged with wine, and one of them containing some dregs of beeswing. The bottle stood near them, 2/3 full, and beside it lay a long, deeply stained cork. Its appearance and the dust upon the bottle showed that it was no common vintage which the murderers had enjoyed. A change had come over Holmes's manner. He had lost his listless expression, and again I saw an alert light of interest in his keen, deep-set eyes. He raised the cork and examined it minutely. "How did they draw it?" he asked. Hopkins pointed to a half-open drawer. In it lay some table linen and a large corkscrew. "Did Lady Brackenstall say that screw was used?" "No, you remember that she was senseless at the moment when the bottle was opened." "Quite so. As a matter of fact, that screw was not used. This bottle was opened by a pocket screw, probably contained in a knife, and not more than 1.5 inches long. If you will examine the top of the cork, you will observe that the screw was driven in 3 times before the cork was extracted. It has never been transfixed. This long screw would have transfixed it and drawn it up with a single pull. When you catch this fellow, you will find that he has one of these multiplex knives in his possession." "Excellent," said Hopkins. "But these glasses do puzzle me, I confess. Lady Brackenstall actually saw the 3 men drinking, did she not?" "Yes, she was clear about that." "Then there is an end of it. What more is to be said? And yet you must admit that the 3 glasses are very remarkable, Hopkins." "What? You see nothing remarkable?" "Well, well, let it pass. Perhaps when a man has special knowledge and special powers like my own, it rather encourages him to seek a complex explanation when a simpler one is at hand. Of course, it must be a mere chance about the glasses. Well, good morning, Hopkins. I don't see that I can be of any use to you, and you appear to have your case very clear. You will let me know when Randall is arrested, and any further developments which may occur. I trust that I shall soon have to congratulate you upon a successful conclusion. Come, Watson, I fancy that we may employ ourselves more profitably at home." During our return journey, I could see by Holmes's face that he was much puzzled by something which he had observed. Every now and then, by an effort, he would throw off the impression and talk as if the matter were clear. But then his doubts would settle down upon him again, and his knitted brows and abstracted eyes would show that his thoughts had gone back once more to the great dining-room of the Abbey Grange, in which this midnight tragedy had been enacted. At last, by a sudden impulse, just as our train was crawling out of a suburban station, he sprang on to the platform and pulled me out after him. "Excuse me, my dear fellow," said he, as we watched the rear carriages of our train disappearing round a curve. "I am sorry to make you the victim of what may seem a mere whim, but on my life, Watson, I simply can't leave that case in this condition. Every instinct that I possess cries out against it. It's wrong, it's all wrong. I'll swear that it's wrong. And yet the lady's story was complete. The maid's corroboration was sufficient. The detail was fairly exact. What have I to put up against that? 3 wine-glasses. That is all. But if I had not taken things for granted, if I had examined everything with the care which I should have shown, had we approached the case de novo, and had no cut-and-dried story to warp my mind, should I not then have found something more definite to go upon? Of course I should. Sit down on this bench, Watson, until a train for Chislehurst arrives, and allow me to lay the evidence before you, imploring you in the first instance to dismiss from your mind the idea that anything which the maid or her mistress may have said must necessarily be true. The lady's charming personality must not be permitted to warp our judgment. Surely there are details in her story which, if we looked at it in cold blood, would excite our suspicion. These burglars made a considerable haul at Sydenham a fortnight ago. Some account of them and of their appearance was in the papers, and would naturally occur to anyone who wished to invent a story in which imaginary robbers should play a part. As a matter of fact, burglars who have done a good stroke of business are, as a rule, only too glad to enjoy the proceeds in peace and quiet without embarking on another perilous undertaking. Again, it is unusual for burglars to operate at so early an hour. It is unusual for burglars to strike a lady to prevent her screaming, since one would imagine that was the sure way to make her scream. It is unusual for them to commit murder when their numbers are sufficient to overpower one man. It is unusual for them to be content with a limited plunder when there was much more within their reach. And finally, I should say that it was very unusual for such men to leave a bottle half empty. How do all these unusuals strike you, Watson? Their cumulative effect is certainly considerable, and yet each of them is quite possible in itself. The most unusual thing of all, as it seems to me, is that the lady should be tied to the chair. Well, I am not so clear about that, Watson, for it is evident that they must either kill her or else secure her in such a way that she could not give immediate notice of their escape. But at any rate I have shown, have I not, that there is a certain element of improbability about the lady's story? And now, on top of this, comes the incident of the wine-glasses. What about the wine-glasses? Can you see them in your mind's eye? I see them clearly. We are told that 3 men drank from them. Does that strike you as likely? Why not? There was wine in each glass. Exactly, but there was beeswing only in one glass. You must have noticed that fact. What does that suggest to your mind? The last glass filled would be the most likely to contain beeswing. Not at all. The bottle was full of it, and it is inconceivable that the first 2 glasses were clear and the third heavily charged with it. There are 2 possible explanations, and only 2. One is that after the second glass was filled, the bottle was violently agitated, and so the third glass received the beeswing. That does not appear probable. No, I am sure that I am right. What then do you suppose? That only 2 glasses were used, and that the dregs of both were poured into a third glass, so as to give the false impression that 3 people had been here. In that way all the beeswing would be in the last glass, would it not? Yes, I am convinced that this is so. But if I have hit upon the true explanation of this one small phenomenon, then in an instant the case rises from the commonplace to the exceedingly remarkable, for it can only mean that Lady Brackenstall and her maid have deliberately lied to us, that not one word of their story is to be believed, that they have some very strong reason for covering the real criminal, and that we must construct our case for ourselves without any help from them. That is the mission which now lies before us, and here, Watson, is the Sydenham train. The household of the Abbey Grange were much surprised at our return, but Sherlock Holmes, finding that Stanley Hopkins had gone off to report to headquarters, took possession of the dining-room, locked the door upon the inside, and devoted himself for 2 hours to one of those minute and laborious investigations which form the solid basis on which his brilliant edifices of deduction were reared. Seated in a corner like an interested student who observes the demonstration of his professor, I followed every step of that remarkable research. The window, the curtains, the carpet, the chair, the rope, each in turn was minutely examined and duly pondered. The body of the unfortunate baronet had been removed, and all else remained as we had seen it in the morning. Finally, to my astonishment, Holmes climbed up onto the massive mantelpiece. Far above his head hung the few inches of red cord which were still attached to the wire. For a long time he gazed upward at it, and then, in an attempt to get nearer to it, he rested his knee upon a wooden bracket on the wall. This brought his hand within a few inches of the broken end of the rope, but it was not this so much as the bracket itself which seemed to engage his attention. Finally he sprang down with an ejaculation of satisfaction. "It's all right, Watson," said he. "We have got our case, one of the most remarkable in our collection. But, dear me, how slow-witted I have been, and how nearly I have committed the blunder of my lifetime. Now I think that, with a few missing links, my chain is almost complete. You have got your men?" "Man, Watson, man. Only one, but a very formidable person, strong as a lion. Witness the blow that bent that poker. 6'3" in height, active as a squirrel, dexterous with his fingers, finally remarkably quick-witted, for this whole ingenious story is of his concoction. Yes, Watson, we have come upon the handiwork of a very remarkable individual, and yet in that bell rope he has given us a clue which should not have left us a doubt." "Where was the clue?" "Well, if you were to pull down a bell rope, Watson, where would you expect it to break? Surely at the spot where it is attached to the wire. Why should it break 3 inches from the top, as this one has done?" "Because it is frayed there?" "Exactly. This end, which we can examine, is frayed. He was cunning enough to do that with his knife. But the other end is not frayed. You could not observe that from here, but if you were on the mantelpiece you would see that it is cut clean off without any mark of fraying whatever. You can reconstruct what occurred. The man needed the rope. He would not tear it down for fear of giving the alarm by ringing the bell. What did he do? He sprang up on the mantelpiece, could not quite reach it, put his knee on the bracket, you will see the impression in the dust, and so got his knife to bear upon the cord. I could not reach the place by at least 3 inches, from which I infer that he is at least 3 inches a bigger man than I. Look at that mark upon the seat of the oaken chair. What is it? Blood. Undoubtedly it is blood. This alone puts the lady's story out of court. If she was seated on the chair when the crime was done, how comes that mark? No, she was placed in the chair after the death of her husband. I'll wager that the black dress shows a corresponding mark to this. We have not yet met our Waterloo, Watson, but this is our Marengo, for it begins in defeat and ends in victory. I should like now to have a few words with the nurse, Teresa. We must be wary for a while, if we are to get the information which we want. She was an interesting person, this stern Australian nurse, taciturn, suspicious, ungracious. It took some time before Holmes's pleasant manner and frank acceptance of all that she said thawed her into a corresponding amiability. She did not attempt to conceal her hatred for her late employer. "Yes, sir, it is true that he threw the decanter at me. I heard him call my mistress a name, and I told him that he would not dare to speak so if her brother had been there. Then it was that he threw it at me. He might have thrown a dozen if he had but left my bonny bird alone. He was for ever ill-treating her, and she too proud to complain. She will not even tell me all that he has done to her. She never told me of those marks on her arm that you saw this morning, but I know very well that they came from a stab with a hatpin. The sly devil! God forgive me that I should speak of him now that he is dead. But a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. He was all honey when first we met him, only 18 months ago, and we both feel as if it were 18 years. She had only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She had never been from home before. He won her with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. What month did we meet him? Well, I tell you, it was just after we arrived. We arrived in June, and it was July. They were married in January of last year. Yes, she is down in the morning room again, and I have no doubt she will see you. But you must not ask too much of her, for she has gone through all that flesh and blood will stand. Lady Brackenstall was reclining on the same couch, but looked brighter than before. The maid had entered with us, and began once more to foment the bruise upon her mistress's brow. "I hope," said the lady, "that you have not come to cross-examine me again." "No," Holmes answered, in his gentlest voice. "I will not cause you any unnecessary trouble, Lady Brackenstall, and my whole desire is to make things easy for you, for I am convinced that you are a much-tried woman. If you treat me as a friend and trust me, you may find that I will justify your trust." "What do you want me to do?" "To tell me the truth." "Mr. Holmes!" "No, no, Lady Brackenstall, it is no use. You may have heard of any little reputation which I possess. I will stake it all on the fact that your story is an absolute fabrication." Mistress and maid were both staring at Holmes with pale faces and frightened eyes. "You are an impudent fellow!" cried Teresa. "Do you mean to say that my mistress has told a lie?" Holmes rose from his chair. "Have you nothing to tell me?" "I have told you everything." "Think once more, Lady Brackenstall. Would it not be better to be frank?" For an instant there was a hesitation in her beautiful face. Then some new strong thought caused it to set like a mask. "I have told you all I know." Holmes took his hat and shrugged his shoulders. "I am sorry," he said, and without another word we left the room and the house. There was a pond in the park, and to this my friend led the way. It was frozen over, but a single hole was left for the convenience of a solitary swan. Holmes gazed at it and then passed on to the lodge gate. There he scribbled a short note for Stanley Hopkins and left it with the lodge-keeper. "It may be a hit, or it may be a miss, but we are bound to do something for friend Hopkins, just to justify this second visit," said he. "I will not quite take him into my confidence yet. I think our next scene of operations must be the shipping office of the Adelaide-Southampton line, which stands at the end of Pall Mall, if I remember right. There is a second line of steamers which connect South Australia with England, but we would draw the larger cover first." Holmes's card sent in to the manager ensured instant attention, and he was not long in acquiring all the information he needed. In June of '95, only one of their line had reached the home port. It was the Rock of Gibraltar, their largest and best boat. A reference to the passenger list showed that Miss Fraser of Adelaide, with her maid, had made the voyage in her. The boat was now somewhere south of the Suez Canal, on her way to Australia. Her officers were the same as in '95, with one exception. The first officer, Mr. Jack Crocker, had been made a captain and was to take charge of their new ship, the Base Rock, sailing in 2 days' time from Southampton. He lived in Sydenham, but he was likely to be in that morning for instructions if we cared to wait for him. No, Mr. Holmes had no desire to see him, but he would be glad to know more about his record and character. His record was magnificent. There was not an officer in the fleet to touch him. As to his character, he was reliable on duty, but a wild, desperate fellow off the deck of his ship, hot-headed, excitable, but loyal, honest, and kind-hearted. That was the pith of the information with which Holmes left the office of the Adelaide-Southampton Company. Thence he drove to Scotland Yard, but instead of entering, he sat in his cab with his brows drawn down, lost in profound thought. Finally, he drove round to the Charing Cross Telegraph Office, sent off a message, and then at last we made for Baker Street once more. "No, I couldn't do it, Watson," said he as we re-entered our room. "Once that warrant was made out, nothing on earth would save him. Once or twice in my career I feel that I have done more real harm by my discovery of the criminal than ever he had done by his crime. I have learned caution now, and I had rather play tricks with the law of England than with my own conscience. Let us know a little more before we act. Before evening we had a visit from Inspector Stanley Hopkins. Things were not going very well with him. I believe that you are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. I really do sometimes think that you have powers that are not human. Now, how on earth could you know that the stolen silver was at the bottom of that pond? I didn't know it. But you told me to examine it. You got it, then? Yes, I got it. I am very glad if I've helped you. But you haven't helped me. You have made the affair far more difficult. What sort of burglars are they who steal silver and then throw it into the nearest pond? It was certainly rather eccentric behaviour. I was merely going on the idea that if the silver had been taken by persons who did not want it, who merely took it for a blind, as it were, then they would naturally be anxious to get rid of it. But why should such an idea cross your mind? Well, I thought it was possible. When they came out through the French window, there was the pond with one tempting little hole in the ice, right in front of their noses. Could there be a better hiding place? Ah, a hiding place. That is better, cried Stanley Hopkins. Yes, I see it all now. It was early. There were folk upon the roads. They were afraid of being seen with the silver, so they sank it in the pond, intending to return for it when the coast was clear. Excellent, Mr. Holmes. That is better than your idea of a blind. Quite so. You have got an admirable theory. I have no doubt that my own ideas were quite wild, but you must admit that they have ended in discovering the silver. Yes, sir, yes. It was all your doing. But I've had a bad setback. A setback? Yes, Mr. Holmes. The Randall gang were arrested in New York this morning. Dear me, Hopkins, that is certainly rather against your theory that they committed a murder in Kent last night. It is fatal, Mr. Holmes, absolutely fatal. Still, there are other groups of three besides the Randalls, or it may be some new gang of which the police have never heard. Quite so. It is perfectly possible. What, are you off? Yes, Mr. Holmes, there is no rest for me until I have got to the bottom of this business. I suppose you have no hint to give me. I have given you one. Which? Well, I suggested a blind. But why, Mr. Holmes, why? Ah, that's the question, of course. But I commend the idea to your mind. You might possibly find that there was something in it. You won't stop for dinner? Well, good-bye, and let us know how you get on. Dinner was over, and the table cleared before Holmes alluded to the matter again. He had lit his pipe and held his slippered feet to the cheerful blaze of the fire. Suddenly he looked at his watch. I expect developments, Watson. When? Now, within a few minutes. I dare say you thought I acted rather badly to Stanley Hopkins just now. I trust your judgment. A very sensible reply, Watson. You must look at it this way. What I know is unofficial. What he knows is official. I have the right to private judgment, but he has none. He must disclose all, or he is a traitor to his service. In a doubtful case I would not put him in so painful a position, and so I reserve my information until my mind is clear upon the matter. But when will that be? The time has come. You will now be present at the last scene of a remarkable little drama. There was a sound upon the stairs, and our door was opened to admit as fine a specimen of manhood as ever passed through it. He was a very tall young man, golden-moustached, blue-eyed, with a skin which had been burned by tropical suns, and a springy step which showed that the huge frame was as active as it was strong. He closed the door behind him, and then stood with clenched fists and heaving breast, choking down some overmastering emotion. "Sit down, Captain Crocker. You got my telegram?" Our visitor sank into an armchair and looked from one to the other of us with questioning eyes. "I got your telegram, and I came at the hour you said. I heard that you had been down to the office. There was no getting away from you. Let's hear the worst. What are you going to do with me? Arrest me? Speak out, man! You can't sit there and play with me like a cat with a mouse." "Give him a cigar," said Holmes. "Bite on that, Captain Crocker, and don't let your nerves run away with you. I should not sit here smoking with you if I thought that you were a common criminal. You may be sure of that. Be frank with me, and we may do some good. Play tricks with me, and I'll crush you. What do you wish me to do?" "To give me a true account of all that happened at the Abbey Grange last night. A true account, mind you, with nothing added and nothing taken off. I know so much already that if you go 1 inch off the straight, I'll blow this police whistle from my window, and the affair goes out of my hands for ever." The sailor thought for a little. Then he struck his leg with his great sunburned hand. "I'll chance it," he cried. "I believe you are a man of your word, and a white man, and I'll tell you the whole story. But one thing I will say first. So far as I am concerned, I regret nothing and I fear nothing, and I would do it all again and be proud of the job. Damn the beast! If he had as many lives as a cat, he would owe them all to me. But it's the lady Mary Fraser, for never will I call her by that accursed name. When I think of getting her into trouble, I who would give my life just to bring one smile to her dear face, it's that turns my soul into water. And yet, what less could I do? I'll tell you my story, gentlemen, and then I'll ask you, as man to man, what less could I do? I must go back a bit. You seem to know everything, so I expect that you know that I met her when she was a passenger and I was the first officer of the Rock of Gibraltar. From the first day I met her, she was the only woman to me. Every day of that voyage I loved her more, and many a time since have I kneeled down in the darkness of the night watch and kissed the deck of that ship because I knew her dear feet had trod it. She was never engaged to me. She treated me as fairly as ever a woman treated a man. I have no complaint to make. It was all love on my side, and all good comradeship and friendship on hers. When we parted, she was a free woman, but I could never again be a free man. Next time I came back from sea, I heard of her marriage. Well, why shouldn't she marry whom she liked? Title and money, who could carry them better than she? She was born for all that is beautiful and dainty. I didn't grieve over her marriage. I was not such a selfish hound as that. I just rejoiced that good luck had come her way, and that she had not thrown herself away on a penniless sailor. That's how I loved Mary Fraser. Well, I never thought to see her again, but last voyage I was promoted, and the new boat was not yet launched, so I had to wait for a couple of months with my people at Sydenham. One day out in a country lane I met Teresa Wright, her old maid. She told me all about her, about him, about everything. I tell you, gentlemen, it nearly drove me mad. This drunken hound, that he should dare to raise his hand to her, whose boots he was not worthy to lick. I met Teresa again. Then I met Mary herself, and met her again. Then she would meet me no more. But the other day I had a notice that I was to start on my voyage within a week, and I determined that I would see her once before I left. Teresa was always my friend, for she loved Mary and hated this villain almost as much as I did. From her I learned the ways of the house. Mary used to sit up reading in her own little room downstairs. I crept round there last night and scratched at the window. At first she would not open to me, but in her heart I know that now she loves me, and she could not leave me in the frosty night. She whispered to me to come round to the big front window, and I found it open before me, so as to let me into the dining room. Again I heard from her own lips things that made my blood boil, and again I cursed this brute who mishandled the woman I loved. Well, gentlemen, I was standing with her just inside the window, in all innocence, as God is my judge, when he rushed like a madman into the room, called her the vilest name that a man could use to a woman, and welted her across the face with a stick he had in his hand. I had sprung for the poker, and it was a fair fight between us. See here on my arm where his first blow fell. Then it was my turn, and I went through him as if he had been a rotten pumpkin. Do you think I was sorry? Not I. It was his life or mine, but far more than that, it was his life or hers, for how could I leave her in the power of this madman? That was how I killed him. Was I wrong? Well, then, what would either of you gentlemen have done if you had been in my position? She had screamed when he struck her, and that brought old Teresa down from the room above. There was a bottle of wine on the sideboard, and I opened it and poured a little between Mary's lips, for she was half dead with shock. Then I took a drop myself. Teresa was as cool as ice, and it was her plot as much as mine. We must make it appear that burglars had done the thing. Teresa kept on repeating our story to her mistress, while I swarmed up and cut the rope of the bell. Then I lashed her in her chair and frayed out the end of the rope to make it look natural, else they would wonder how in the world a burglar could have got up there to cut it. Then I gathered up a few plates and pots of silver to carry out the idea of the robbery, and there I left them with orders to give the alarm when I had a quarter of an hour's start. I dropped the silver into the pond and made off for Sydenham, feeling that for once in my life I had done a real good night's work. And that's the truth and the whole truth, Mr. Holmes, if it costs me my neck. Holmes smoked for some time in silence. Then he crossed the room and shook our visitor by the hand. "That's what I think," said he. "I know that every word is true, for you have hardly said a word which I did not know. No one but an acrobat or a sailor could have got up to that bell rope from the bracket, and no one but a sailor could have made the knots with which the cord was fastened to the chair. Only once had this lady been brought into contact with sailors, and that was on her voyage, and it was someone of her own class of life, since she was trying hard to shield him, and so showing that she loved him. You see how easy it was for me to lay my hands upon you when once I had started upon the right trail. I thought the police could never have seen through our dodge, and the police haven't, nor will they, to the best of my belief. Now look here, Captain Crocker, this is a very serious matter, though I am willing to admit that you acted under the most extreme provocation to which any man could be subjected. I am not sure that in defence of your own life your action will not be pronounced legitimate. However, that is for a British jury to decide. Meanwhile, I have so much sympathy for you that, if you choose to disappear in the next 24 hours, I will promise you that no one will hinder you." "And then it will all come out?" "Certainly it will come out." The sailor flushed with anger. "What sort of proposal is that to make a man? I know enough of law to understand that Mary would be held as accomplice. Do you think I would ever leave her alone to face the music while I slunk away? No, sir, let them do their worst upon me, but for heaven's sake, Mr. Holmes, find some way of keeping my poor Mary out of the courts." Holmes for a second time held out his hand to the sailor. "I was only testing you, and you ring true every time. It is a great responsibility that I take upon myself, but I have given Hopkins an excellent hint, and if he can't avail himself of it, I can do no more. See here, Captain Crocker, We'll do this in due form of law. You are the prisoner. Watson, you are a British jury, and I never met a man who was more eminently fitted to represent one. Evidence. Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty? Not guilty, my lord, said I. Vox populi, vox Dei. You are acquitted, Captain Crocker. So long as the law does not find some other victim, you are safe from me. Come back to this lady in a year, and may her future and yours justify us in the judgment which we have pronounced this night. End of The Adventure of the Abbey Grange by Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. The Adventure of Black Peter by Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. I have never known my friend to be in better form, both mental and physical, than in the year 95. His increasing fame had brought with it an immense practice, and I should be guilty of an indiscretion if I were even to hint at the identity of some of the illustrious clients who crossed our humble threshold in Baker Street. Holmes, however, like all great artists, lived for his art's sake, and, save in the case of the Duke of Holderness, I have seldom known him claim any large reward for his inestimable services. So unworldly was he, or so capricious, that he frequently refused his help to the powerful and wealthy, where the problem made no appeal to his sympathies, while he would devote weeks of most intense application to the affairs of some humble client whose case presented those strange and dramatic qualities which appealed to his imagination and challenged his ingenuity. In this memorable year 95, a curious and incongruous succession of cases had engaged his attention, ranging from his famous investigation of the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, an inquiry which was carried out by him at the express desire of His Holiness the Pope, down to his arrest of Wilson, the notorious canary trainer, which removed a plague spot from the East End of London. Close on the heels of these two famous cases came the tragedy of Woodman's Lee, and the very obscure circumstances which surrounded the death of Captain Peter Carey. No record of the doings of Mr. Sherlock Holmes would be complete which did not include some account of this very unusual affair. During the first week of July, my friend had been absent so often and so long from our lodgings that I knew he had something on hand. The fact that several rough-looking men called during that time and inquired for Captain Basil made me understand that Holmes was working somewhere under one of the numerous disguises and names with which he concealed his own formidable identity. He had at least 5 small refuges in different parts of London in which he was able to change his personality. He said nothing of his business to me, and it was not my habit to force a confidence. The first positive sign which gave me of the direction which his investigation was taking was an extraordinary one. He had gone out before breakfast, and I had sat down to mine when he strode into the room, his hat upon his head, and a huge barbed-headed spear tucked like an umbrella under his arm. "Good gracious, Holmes," I cried, "you don't mean to say that you have been walking about London with that thing?" "I drove to the butcher's and back." "The butcher's?" "And I returned with an excellent appetite. There can be no question, my dear Watson, of the value of exercise before breakfast. but I am prepared to bet that you will not guess the form that my exercise has taken. I will not attempt it." He chuckled as he poured out the coffee. "If you could have looked into Allardyce's back shop, you would have seen a dead pig swung from a hook in the ceiling, and a gentleman in his shirt sleeves furiously stabbing at it with this weapon. I was that energetic person, and I satisfied myself that by no exertion of my strength can I transfix the pig with a single blow. Perhaps you would care to try?" "Not for worlds. But why were you doing this?" "Because it seemed to me to have an indirect bearing upon the mystery of Woodman's Lee." "Ah, Hopkins, I got your wire last night, and I have been expecting you. Come and join us." Our visitor was an exceedingly alert man, 30 years of age, dressed in a quiet tweed suit, but retaining the erect bearing of one who was accustomed to official uniform. I recognized him at once as Stanley Hopkins, a young police inspector, for whose future Holmes had high hopes, while he in turn professed the admiration and respect of a pupil for the scientific methods of the famous amateur. Hopkins' brow was clouded, and he sat down with an air of deep dejection. "No, thank you, sir. I breakfasted before I came round. I spent the night in town, for I came up yesterday to report." "And what had you to report?" "Failure, sir, absolute failure." "You have made no progress?" "None." "Dear me, I must have a look at the matter." "I wish to heavens that you would, Mr. Holmes. It's my first big chance, and I'm at my wits' end. For goodness' sake, come down and lend me a hand." Well, it just happens that I've already read all the available evidence, including the report of the inquest, with some care. By the way, what do you make of that tobacco pouch found on the scene of the crime? Is there no clue there?" Hopkins looked surprised. "It was the man's own pouch, sir. His initials were inside it. And it was of sealskin, and he was an old sealer." "But he had no pipe." "No, sir, we could find no pipe. Indeed, he smoked very little, and yet he might have kept some tobacco for his friends." "No doubt. I only mention it because, if I had been handling the case, I should have been inclined to make that the starting point of my investigation. However, my friend, Dr. Watson, knows nothing of this matter, and I should be none the worse for hearing the sequence of events once more. Just give us some short sketches of the essentials." Stanley Hopkins drew a slip of paper from his pocket. "I have a few dates here which will give you the career of the dead man, Captain Peter Carey. He was born in '45, 50 years of age. He was a most daring and successful seal and whale fisher. In 1883 he commanded the steam sealer Sea Unicorn of Dundee. He had then had several successful voyages in succession, and in the following year, 1884, he retired. After that he travelled for some years, and finally he bought a small place called Woodman's Lee, near Forest Row in Sussex. There he has lived for 6 years, and there he died just a week ago today. There were some most singular points about the man. In ordinary life he was a strict Puritan, a silent, gloomy fellow. His household consisted of his wife, his daughter, aged 20, and 2 female servants. These last were continually changing, for it was never a very cheery situation, and sometimes it became past all bearing. The man was an intermittent drunkard, and when he had the fit on him, he was a perfect fiend. He had been known to drive his wife and daughter out of doors in the middle of the night and flog them through the park until the whole village outside the gates was aroused by their screams. He was summoned once for a savage assault upon the old vicar, who had called upon him to remonstrate with him upon his conduct. In short, Mr. Holmes, you would go far before you found a more dangerous man than Peter Carey, and I have heard that he bore the same character when he commanded his ship. He was known in the trade as Black Peter, and the name was given him not only on account of his swarthy features and the colour of his huge beard, but for the humours which were the terror of all around him. I need not say that he was loathed and avoided by every one of his neighbours, and that I have not heard one single word of sorrow about his terrible end. You must have read in the account of the inquest about the man's cabin, Mr. Holmes, but perhaps your friend here has not heard of it. He had built himself a wooden outhouse. He always called it the cabin, a few hundred yards from his house, and it was here that he slept every night. It was a little single-roomed hut, 16 feet by 10. He kept the key in his pocket, made his own bed, cleaned it himself, and allowed no other foot to cross the threshold. There are small windows on each side, which were covered by curtains and never opened. One of these windows was turned towards the high road, and when the light burned in it at night, the folk used to point it out to each other and wonder what Black Peter was doing in there. That's the window, Mr. Holmes, which gave us one of the few bits of positive evidence that came out at the inquest. You remember that a stonemason named Slater, walking from Forest Row about 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 days before the murder, stopped as he passed the grounds and looked at the square of light still shining among the trees. He swears that the shadow of a man's head turned sideways was clearly visible on the blind, and that this shadow was certainly not that of Peter Carey, whom he knew well. It was that of a bearded man, but the beard was short and bristled forward in a way very different from that of the captain. So he says, but he had been 2 hours in the public house, and it is some distance from the road to the window. Besides, this refers to the Monday, and the crime was done upon the Wednesday. On the Tuesday, Peter Carey was in one of his blackest moods, flushed with drink, and as savage as a dangerous wild beast. He roamed about the house, and the women ran for it when they heard him coming. Late in the evening he went down to his own hut. About 2 o'clock the following morning, his daughter, who slept with the window open, heard a most fearful yell from that direction, but it was no unusual thing for him to bawl and shout when he was in drink, so no notice was taken. On rising at 7, one of the maids noticed that the door of the hut was open, but so great was the terror which the man caused that it was midday before anyone would venture down to see what had become of him. Peeping into the open door, they saw a sight which sent them flying, with white faces, into the village. Within an hour I was on the spot and had taken over the case. Well, I have fairly steady nerves, as you know, Mr. Holmes, but I give you my word that I got a shake when I put my head into that little house. It was droning like a harmonium with the flies and bluebottles, and the floor and walls were like a slaughter-house. He had called it a cabin, and a cabin it was, sure enough, for you would have thought that you were in a ship. There was a bunk at one end, a sea-chest, maps and charts, a picture of the sea unicorn, a line of logbooks on a shelf, all exactly as one would expect to find it in a captain's room, and there, in the middle of it, was the man himself, his face twisted like a lost soul in torment, and his great brindled beard stuck upward in his agony. Right through his broad breast a steel harpoon had been driven, and it had sunk deep into the wood of the wall behind him. He was pinned like a beetle on a card. Of course, he was quite dead, and had been so from the instant that he had uttered that last yell of agony. I know your methods, sir, and I applied them. Before I permitted anything to be moved, I examined most carefully the ground outside and also the floor of the room. There were no footmarks, meaning that you saw none. I assure you, sir, that there were none. My good Hopkins, I have investigated many crimes, but I have never yet seen one which was committed by a flying creature. As long as the criminal remains upon 2 legs, so long must there be some indentation, some abrasion, some trifling displacement which can be detected by the scientific searcher. It is incredible that this blood-bespattered room contained no trace which could have aided us. I understand, however, from the inquest that there were some objects which you failed to overlook." The young inspector winced at my companion's ironical comments. "I was a fool not to call you in at the time, Mr. Holmes. However, that's past praying for now. Yes, there were several objects in the room which called for special attention. One was the harpoon with which the deed was committed. It had been snatched down from a rack on the wall. 2 others remained there, and there was a vacant place for the third. On the stock was engraved SSC Unicorn, Dundee. This seemed to establish that the crime had been done in a moment of fury, and that the murderer had seized the first weapon which came in his way. The fact that the crime was committed at 2 in the morning, and yet Peter Carey was fully dressed, suggested that he had an appointment with the murderer, which is borne out by the fact that a bottle of rum and 2 dirty glasses stood upon the table." "Yes," said Holmes, "I think both inferences are permissible. Was there any other spirit but rum in the room?" "Yes, there was a tantalus containing brandy and whisky on the sea-chest. It is of no importance to us, however, since the decanters were full and it had therefore not been used." "For all that, its presence has some significance," said Holmes. "However, let us hear some more about the objects which do seem to you to bear upon the case." "There was this tobacco pouch upon the table." "What part of the table?" "It lay in the middle. It was of coarse sealskin, the straight-haired skin, with a leather thong to bind it. Inside was P.C. on the flap. There was half an ounce of strong ship's tobacco in it." "Excellent. What more?" Stanley Hopkins drew from his pocket a drab-covered notebook. The outside was rough and worn, the leaves discoloured. On the first page were written the initials J.H.N. and the date 1883. Holmes laid it on the table and examined it in his minute way, while Hopkins and I gazed over each shoulder. On the second page were the printed letters C.P.R., and then came several sheets of numbers. Another heading was Argentine, another Costa Rica, and another San Paulo, each with pages of signs and figures after it. "What do you make of these?" asked Holmes. "They appear to be lists of stock exchange securities. I thought that J.H.N. were the initials of a broker, and that C.P.R. may have been his client." "Try Canadian Pacific Railway," said Holmes. Stanley Hopkins swore between his teeth and struck his thigh with his clenched hand. "What a fool I have been!" he cried. "Of course it is as you say. Then J.H.N. are the only initials we have to solve. I have already examined the old Stock Exchange lists, and I can find no one in 1883, either in the house or among the outside brokers, whose initials correspond with these. Yet I feel that the clue is the most important one that I hold. You will admit, Mr. Holmes, that there is a possibility that these initials are those of the second person who was present. In other words, of the murderer. I would also urge that the introduction into the case of a document relating to large masses of valuable securities gives us for the first time some indication of a motive for the crime." Sherlock Holmes's face showed that he was thoroughly taken aback by this new development. "I must admit both your points," said he. "I confess that this notebook, which did not appear at the inquest, modifies any views which I may have formed. I had come to a theory of the crime in which I can find no place for this. Have you endeavoured to trace any of the securities here mentioned?" "Inquiries are now being made at the offices, but I fear that the complete register of the stockholders of these South American concerns is in South America, and that some weeks must elapse before we can trace the shares." Holmes had been examining the cover of the notebook with his magnifying lens. "Surely there is some discoloration here," said he. "Yes, sir, it is a blood stain. I told you that I picked the book off the floor." "Was the blood stain above or below?" "On the side next the boards." "Which proves, of course, that the book was dropped after the crime was committed." "Exactly, Mr. Holmes. I appreciated that point, and I conjectured that it was dropped by the murderer in his hurried flight. It lay near the door. I suppose that none of these securities have been found among the property of the dead man?" "No, sir." "Have you any reason to suspect robbery?" "No, sir. Nothing seemed to have been touched." "Dear me, it is certainly a very interesting case. Then there was a knife, was there not?" "A sheath knife, still in its sheath. It lay at the feet of the dead man. Mrs. Carey has identified it as being her husband's property." Holmes was lost in thought for some time. "Well," said he at last, "I suppose I shall have to come out and have a look at it." Stanley Hopkins gave a cry of joy. "Thank you, sir. That will indeed be a weight off my mind." Holmes shook his finger at the inspector. "It would have been an easier task a week ago," said he, "but even now my visit may not be entirely fruitless. Watson, if you can spare the time, I should be very glad of your company. If you will call a four-wheeler, Hopkins, we shall be ready to start for Forest Row in a quarter of an hour." Alighting at the small wayside station, we drove for some miles through the remains of widespread woods, which were once part of that great forest which for so long held the Saxon invaders at bay. The impenetrable Weald, for 60 years the bulwark of Britain. Vast sections of it have been cleared, for this is the seat of the first ironworks of the country, and the trees have been felled to smelt the ore. Now the richer fields of the north have absorbed the trade, and nothing save these ravaged groves and great scars in the earth show the work of the past. Here, in a clearing upon the green slope of a hill, stood a long, low stone house, approached by a curving drive running through the fields. Nearer the road, and surrounded on three sides by bushes, was a small outhouse, one window and the door facing in our direction. It was the scene of the murder. Stanley Hopkins led us first to the house, where he introduced us to a haggard, grey-haired woman, the widow of the murdered man, whose gaunt and deep-lined face, with the furtive look of terror in the depths of her red-rimmed eyes, told of the years of hardship and ill usage which she had endured. With her was her daughter, a pale, fair-haired girl, whose eyes blazed defiantly at us as she told us that she was glad that her father was dead, and that she blessed the hand which had struck him down. It was a terrible household that Black Peter Carey had made for himself, and it was with a sense of relief that we found ourselves in the sunlight again and making our way along a path which had been worn across the fields by the feet of the dead man. The outhouse was the simplest of dwellings, wooden-walled, shingle-roof, one window beside the door and one on the farther side. Stanley Hopkins drew the key from his pocket and had stooped to the lock, when he paused with a look of attention and surprise upon his face. "Someone has been tampering with it," he said. There could be no doubt of the fact. The woodwork was cut, and the scratches showed white through the paint, as if they had been that instant done. Holmes had been examining the window. "Someone has tried to force this also. Whoever it was failed to make his way in. He must have been a very poor burglar." "This is a most extraordinary thing," said the inspector. "I could swear that these marks were not here yesterday evening." "Some curious person from the village, perhaps," I suggested. "Very unlikely. Few of them would dare to set foot in the grounds, far less try to force their way into the cabin. What do you think of it, Mr. Holmes?" "I think that fortune is very kind to us." "You mean that the person will come again?" "It is very probable. He came expecting to find the door open. He tried to get in with the blade of a very small penknife. He could not manage it. What would he do? Come again next night with a more useful tool. So I should say. It would be our fault if we were not there to receive him. Meanwhile, let me see the inside of the cabin. The traces of the tragedy had been removed, but the furniture within the little room still stood as it had been on the night of the crime. For 2 hours, with most intense concentration, Holmes examined every object in turn, but his face showed that his quest was not a successful one. Once only he paused in his patient investigation. "Have you taken anything off this shelf, Hopkins?" "No, I have moved nothing." "Something has been taken. There is less dust in this corner of the shelf than elsewhere. It may have been a book lying on its side. It may have been a box. Well, well, I can do nothing more. Let us walk in these beautiful woods, Watson, and give a few hours to the birds and the flowers. We shall meet you here later, Hopkins, and see if we can come to closer quarters with the gentleman who has paid this visit in the night." It was past 11 o'clock when we formed our little ambuscade. Hopkins was for leaving the door of the hut open, but Holmes was of the opinion that this would rouse the suspicions of the stranger. The lock was a perfectly simple one, and only a strong blade was needed to push it back. Holmes also suggested that we should wait, not inside the hut, but outside it, among the bushes which grew round the farther window. In this way we should be able to watch our man if he struck a light, and see what his object was in this stealthy nocturnal visit. It was a long and melancholy vigil, and yet brought with it something of the thrill which the hunter feels when he lies beside the water-pool and waits for the coming of the thirsty beast of prey. What savage creature was it which might steal upon us out of the darkness? Was it a fierce tiger of crime, which could only be taken fighting hard with flashing fang and claw, or would it prove to be some skulking jackal, dangerous only to the weak and unguarded? In absolute silence we crouched amongst the bushes, waiting for whatever might come. At first the steps of a few belated villagers, or the sound of voices from the village, lightened our vigil, but one by one these interruptions died away, and an absolute stillness fell upon us, save for the chimes of the distant church, which told us of the progress of the night, and for the rustle and whisper of a fine rain falling amid the foliage which roofed us in. 2:30 had chimed, and it was the darkest hour which precedes the dawn, as we all started as a low but sharp click came from the direction of the gate. Someone had entered the drive. Again there was a long silence, and I had begun to fear that it was a false alarm, when a stealthy step was heard upon the other side of the hut, and a moment later a metallic scraping and clinking. The man was trying to force the lock. This time his skill was greater or his tool was better, for there was a sudden snap and a creak of the hinges. Then a match was struck, and next instant the steady light from a candle filled the interior of the hut. Through the gauze curtain our eyes were all riveted upon the scene within. The nocturnal visitor was a young man, frail and thin, with a black moustache, which intensified the deadly pallor of his face. He could not have been much above 20 years of age. I have never seen any human being who appeared to be in such a pitiable fright, for his teeth were visibly chattering, and he was shaking in every limb. He was dressed like a gentleman, in Norfolk jacket and knickerbockers, with a cloth cap upon his head. We watched him staring round with frightened eyes. Then he laid the candle end upon the table and disappeared from our view into one of the corners. He returned with a large book, one of the log books which formed a line upon the shelves. Leaning on the table, he rapidly turned over the leaves of this volume until he came to the entry which he sought. Then, with an angry gesture of his clenched hand, he closed the book, replaced it in the corner, and put out the light. He had hardly turned to leave the hut when Hopkins' hand was on the fellow's collar, and I heard his loud gasp of terror as he understood that he was taken. The candle was relit, and there was our wretched captive, shivering and cowering in the grasp of the detective. He sank down upon the sea-chest and looked helplessly from one of us to the other. "Now, my fine fellow," said Stanley Hopkins, "who are you, and what do you want here?" The man pulled himself together and faced us with an effort at self-composure. "You are detectives, I suppose," said he. "You imagine I am connected with the death of Captain Peter Carey. I assure you that I am innocent." "We'll see about that," said Hopkins. "First of all, what is your name?" "It is John Hopely Neligan." I saw Holmes and Hopkins exchange a quick glance. "What are you doing here?" "Can I speak confidentially?" "No, certainly not." "Why should I tell you? If you have no answer, it may go badly with you at the trial." The young man winced. "Well, I will tell you," he said. "Why should I not? And yet I hate to think of this old scandal gaining a new lease of life. Did you ever hear of Dawson and Neligan?" I could see from Hopkins' face that he never had, but Holmes was keenly interested. "You mean the West Country bankers," said he. "They failed for $1 million, ruined half the county families of Cornwall, and Neligan disappeared." "Exactly. Neligan was my father." At last we were getting something positive, and yet it seemed a long gap between an absconding banker and Captain Peter Carey, pinned against the wall with one of his own harpoons. We all listened intently to the young man's words. It was my father who was really concerned. Dawson had retired. I was only 10 years of age at the time, but I was old enough to feel the shame and horror of it all. It has always been said that my father stole all the securities and fled. It is not true. It was his belief that if he were given time in which to realize them, all would be well and every creditor paid in full. He started in his little yacht for Norway just before the warrant was issued for his arrest. I can remember that last night when he bade farewell to my mother. He left us a list of the securities he was taking, and he swore that he would come back with his honour cleared, and that none who had trusted him would suffer. Well, no word was ever heard from him again. Both the yacht and he vanished utterly. We believed, my mother and I, that he and it, with the securities that he had taken with him, were at the bottom of the sea. We had a faithful friend, however, who is a businessman, and it was he who discovered some time ago that some of the securities which my father had with him had reappeared on the London market. You can imagine our amazement. I spent months in trying to trace them, and at last, after many doubtings and difficulties, I discovered that the original seller had been Captain Peter Carey, the owner of this hut. Naturally, I had made some inquiries about the man. I found that he had been in command of a whaler which was due to return from the Arctic seas at the very time when my father was crossing to Norway. The autumn of that year was a stormy one, and there was a long succession of southerly gales. My father's yacht may well have been blown to the north, and there met by Captain Peter Carey's ship. If that was so, what had become of my father? In any case, if I could prove from Peter Carey's evidence how these securities came on the market, it would be a proof that my father had not sold them and that he had no view to personal profit when he took them. I came down to Sussex with the intention of seeing the captain, but it was at this moment that his terrible death occurred. I read at the inquest a description of his cabin, in which it stated that the old logbooks of his vessel were preserved in it. It struck me that if I could see what occurred in the month of August 1883 on board the Sea Unicorn, I might settle the mystery of my father's fate. I tried last night to get at these logbooks, but was unable to open the door. Tonight I tried again and succeeded, but I find that the pages which deal with that month have been torn from the book. It was at that moment I found myself a prisoner in your hands." "Is that all?" asked Hopkins. Yes, that is all." His eyes shifted as he said it. "You have nothing else to tell us?" He hesitated. "No, there is nothing." "You have not been here before last night?" "No." "Then how do you account for that?" cried Hopkins as he held up the damning notebook, with the initials of our prisoner on the first leaf and the blood stain on the cover. The wretched man collapsed. He sank his face in his hands and trembled all over. "Where did you get it?" he groaned. "I did not know. I thought I had lost it at the hotel." "That's enough," said Hopkins sternly. "Whatever else you have to say, you must say in court. You will walk down with me now to the police station." "Well, Mr. Holmes, I am very much obliged to you and to your friend for coming down to help me. As it turns out, your presence was unnecessary, and I would have brought the case to this successful issue without you, but none the less I am grateful. Rooms have been reserved for you at the Brambletie Hotel, so we can all walk down to the village together." "Well, Watson, what do you think of it?" asked Holmes as we travelled back next morning. "I can see that you are not satisfied." "Oh, yes, my dear Watson, I am perfectly satisfied. At the same time, Stanley Hopkins' methods do not commend themselves to me. I am disappointed in Stanley Hopkins. I had hoped for better things from him. One should always look for a possible alternative and provide against it. It is the first rule of criminal investigation." "What, then, is the alternative?" "The line of investigation which I have myself been pursuing. It may give us nothing. I cannot tell, but at least I shall follow it to the end." Several letters were waiting for Holmes at Baker Street. He snatched one of them up, opened it, and burst out into a triumphant chuckle of laughter. "Excellent, Watson! The alternative develops. Have you telegraph forms? Just write a couple of messages for me. Sumner, shipping agent, Ratcliffe Highway. Send 3 men on to arrive 10 tomorrow morning. Basil. That's my name in those parts. The other is Inspector Stanley Hopkins, 46 Lord Street, Brixton. Come breakfast tomorrow at 9:30. Important. Wire if unable to come. Sherlock Holmes." There, Watson, this infernal case has haunted me for 10 days. I hereby banish it completely from my presence. Tomorrow I trust we shall hear the last of it for ever. Sharp at the hour named, Inspector Stanley Hopkins appeared, and we sat down together to the excellent breakfast which Mrs. Hudson had prepared. The young detective was in high spirits at his success. "You really think that your solution must be correct?" asked Holmes. "I could not imagine a more complete case." "It did not seem to me conclusive." "You astonish me, Mr. Holmes. What more could one ask for?" "Does your explanation cover every point?" "Undoubtedly. I find that young Nelligan arrived at the Brambletie Hotel on the very day of the crime. He came on the pretence of playing golf. His room was on the ground floor, and he could get out when he liked. That very night he went down to Woodman's Lee, saw Peter Carey at the hut, quarrelled with him and killed him with the harpoon. Then, horrified by what he had done, he fled out of the hut, dropping the notebook, which he had brought with him in order to question Peter Carey about these different securities. You may have observed that some of them were marked with ticks, and others, the great majority, were not. Those which are ticked have been traced to the London market, but the others, presumably, were still in the possession of Carey, and young Nelligan, according to his own account, was anxious to recover them in order to do the right thing by his father's creditors. After his flight he did not dare to approach the hut again for some time, but at last he forced himself to do so in order to obtain the information which he needed. Surely that is all simple and obvious." Holmes smiled and shook his head. "It seems to me to have only one drawback, Hopkins, and that it is intrinsically impossible. Have you tried to drive a harpoon through a body?" "No." "Tut, tut, my dear sir, you must really pay attention to these details. My friend Watson could tell you that I spent a whole morning in that exercise. It is no easy matter and requires a strong and practised arm. But this blow was delivered with such violence that the head of the weapon sank deep into the wall. Do you imagine that this anemic youth was capable of so frightful an assault? Is he the man who hobnobbed in rum and water with Black Peter in the dead of the night? Was it his profile that was seen on the blind 2 nights before? No, no, Hopkins, it is another and more formidable person for whom we must seek." The detective's face had grown longer and longer during Holmes's speech. His hopes and his ambitions were all crumbling about him. But he could not abandon his position without a struggle. "You can't deny that Nelligan was present that night, Mr. Holmes. The book will prove that. I fancy that I have evidence enough to satisfy a jury, even if you are able to pick a hole in it. Besides, Mr. Holmes, I have laid my hand upon my man. As to this terrible person of yours, where is he?" "I rather fancy that he is on the stair," said Holmes serenely. "I think, Watson, that you would do well to put that revolver where you can reach it." He rose and laid a written paper upon a side table. "Now we are ready," said he. There had been some talking in gruff voices outside, and now Mrs. Hudson opened the door to say that there were 3 men inquiring for Captain Basil. "Show them in one by one," said Holmes. The first who entered was a little Ribston pippin of a man, with ruddy cheeks and fluffy white side whiskers. Holmes had drawn a letter from his pocket. "What name?" he asked. "James Lancaster." "I am sorry, Lancaster, but the berth is full. Here is half a sovereign for your trouble. Just step into this room and wait there for a few minutes." The second man was a long, dried-up creature with lank hair and sallow cheeks. His name was Hugh Pattins. He also received his dismissal, his half-sovereign, and the order to wait. The third applicant was a man of remarkable appearance. A fierce bulldog face was framed in a tangle of hair and beard, and 2 bold, dark eyes gleamed behind a cover of thick, tufted, overhung eyebrows. He saluted and stood sailor fashion, turning his cap round in his hands. "Your name?" asked Holmes. "Patrick Cairns." "Harpooner?" "Yes, sir, 26 voyages." "Dundee, I suppose?" "Yes, sir." "And ready to start with an exploring ship?" "Yes, sir." "What wages?" £8 a month." "Could you start at once?" "As soon as I get my kit." "Have you your papers?" "Yes, sir." He took a sheaf of worn and greasy forms from his pocket. Holmes glanced over them and returned them. "You are just the man I want," said he. "Here's the agreement on the side table. If you sign it, the whole matter will be settled." The seaman lurched across the room and took up the pen. "Shall I sign here?" he asked, stooping over the table. Holmes leaned over his shoulder and passed both hands over his neck. "This will do," said he. I heard a click of steel and a bellow like an enraged bull. The next instant Holmes and the seaman were rolling on the ground together. He was a man of such gigantic strength that, even with the handcuffs which Holmes had so deftly fastened upon his wrists, he would have very quickly overpowered my friend had Hopkins and I not rushed to his rescue. Only when I pressed the cold muzzle of the revolver to his temple did he at last understand that resistance was vain. We lashed his ankles with cord and rose breathless from the struggle. "I must really apologize, Hopkins," said Sherlock Holmes. I fear that the scrambled eggs are cold. However, you will enjoy the rest of your breakfast all the better, will you not, for the thought that you have brought your case to a triumphant conclusion." Stanley Hopkins was speechless with amazement. "I don't know what to say, Mr. Holmes," he blurted out at last, with a very red face. "It seems to me that I've been making a fool of myself from the beginning. I understand now, what I should never have forgotten, that I am the pupil and you are the master. Even now I see what you have done, but I don't know how you did it or what it signifies." "Well, well," said Holmes good-humouredly, "we all learn by experience, and your lesson this time is that you should never lose sight of the alternative. You were so absorbed in young Nelligan that you could not spare a thought to Patrick Cairns, the true murderer of Peter Carey." The hoarse voice of the seaman broke in on our conversation. "See here, mister," said he, "I make no complaint of being manhandled in this fashion, but I would have you call things in their right names. You say I murdered Peter Carey. I say I killed Peter Carey, and there's all the difference. Maybe you don't believe what I say. Maybe you think I'm just slinging you a yarn." "Not at all," said Holmes. "Let us hear what you have to say." "It's soon told, and by the Lord every word of it is truth. I knew Black Peter, and when he pulled out his knife, I whipped a harpoon through him sharp, for I knew that it was him or me. That's how he died. You call it murder. Anyhow, I'd as soon as die with a rope round my neck as with Black Peter's knife in my heart." "How came you there?" asked Holmes. "I'll tell it you from the beginning. Just sit me up a little so as I can speak easy. It was in '83 that it happened, August of that year. Peter Carey was master of the Sea Unicorn and I was spare harpooner. We were coming out of the ice pack on our way home, with headwinds and a weak southerly gale, when we picked up a little craft that had been blown north. There was one man on her, a landsman. The crew had thought she would founder, and had made for the Norwegian coast in the dinghy. I guess they were all drowned. Well, we took him on board, this man, and he and the skipper had some long talks in the cabin. All the baggage we took off with him was one tin box. So far as I know, the man's name was never mentioned, and on the second night he disappeared, as if he had never been. It was given out that he had either thrown himself overboard or fallen overboard in the heavy weather that we were having. Only one man knew what had happened to him, and that was me, for with my own eyes I saw the skipper tie up his heels and put him over the rail in the middle watch of a dark night, 2 days before we sighted the Shetland lights. Well, I kept my knowledge to myself and waited to see what would come of it. When we got back to Scotland it was easily hushed up, and nobody asked any questions. A stranger died by accident, and it was nobody's business to inquire. Shortly after, Peter Carey gave up the sea, and it was long years before I could find where he was. I guessed that he had done the deed for the sake of what was in that tin box, and he could afford now to pay me well for keeping my mouth shut. I found out where he was through a sailor-man that had met him in London, and down I went to squeeze him. The first night he was reasonable enough, and was ready to give me what would make me free of the sea for life. We were to fix it all 2 nights later. When I came, I found him 3 parts drunk and in a vile temper. We sat down and we drank and we yarned about old times, but the more he drank, the less I liked the look on his face. I spotted that harpoon upon the wall, and I thought I might need it before I was through. Then at last he broke out at me, spitting and cursing, with murder in his eyes and a great clasp knife in his hand. He had not time to get it from the sheath before I had the harpoon through him. Heavens, what a yell he gave! And his face gets between me and my sleep. I stood there with his blood splashing round me, and I waited for a bit, but all was quiet, so I took heart once more. I looked round, and there was the tin box on the shelf. I had as much right to it as Peter Carey, anyhow, so I took it with me and left the hut. Like a fool, I left my butty pouch upon the table. Now I'll tell you the queerest part of the whole story. I hardly got outside the hut when I heard someone coming, and I hid among the bushes. A man came slinking along and went into the hut, gave a cry as if he had seen a ghost, and legged it as hard as he could run until he was out of sight. Who he was or what he wanted is more than I can tell. For my part, I walked 10 miles, got a train to Tunbridge Wells, and so reached London, and no one the wiser. Well, when I came to examine the box, I found that there was no money in it, and nothing but papers that I would not dare to sell. I had lost my hold on Black Peter, and was stranded in London without a shilling. There was only my trade left. I saw these advertisements about harpooners and high wages, so I went to the shipping agents, and they sent me here. That's all I know, and I say again that if I kill Black Peter, the Lord should give me thanks, for I saved them the price of a hempen rope." "A very clear statement," said Holmes, rising and lighting his pipe. "I think, Hopkins, that you should lose no time in conveying your prisoner to a place of safety. This room is not well adapted for a cell, and Mr. Patrick Cairns occupies too large a proportion of our carpet." "Mr. Holmes," said Hopkins, "I do not know how to express my gratitude. Even now, I do not understand how you attained this result." "Simply by having the good fortune to get the right clue from the beginning. It is very possible, if I had known about this notebook, it might have led away my thoughts, as it did yours. But all I heard pointed in the one direction: the amazing strength, the skill in the use of the harpoon, the rum and water, the sealskin tobacco pouch with the coarse tobacco. All these pointed to a seaman, and one who had been a whaler. I was convinced that the initials P.C. upon the pouch were a coincidence, and not those of Peter Carey, since he seldom smoked, and no pipe was found in his cabin. You remember that I asked whether whisky and brandy were in the cabin. You said they were. How many landsmen are there who would drink rum when they could get these other spirits? Yes, I was certain it was a seaman." "And how did you find him?" "My dear sir, the problem had become a very simple one. If it were a seaman, it could only be a seaman who had been with him on the Sea Unicorn. So far as I could learn, he had sailed in no other ship. I spent 3 days in wiring to Dundee, and at the end of that time I had ascertained the names of the crew of the Sea Unicorn in 1883. When I found Patrick Cairns among the harpooners, my research was nearing its end. I argued that the man was probably in London, and that he would desire to leave the country for a time. I therefore spent some days in the East End, devised an Arctic expedition, put forth tempting terms for harpooners who would serve under Captain Basil, and behold the result." "Wonderful!" cried Hopkins. "Wonderful!" "You must obtain the release of young Nelligan as soon as possible," said Holmes. "I confess that I think you owe him some apology. The tin box must be returned to him, but of course the securities which Peter Carey has sold are lost for ever. There's the cab, Hopkins, and you can remove your man. If you want me for the trial, my address and that of Watson will be somewhere in Norway. I'll send particulars later." End of The Adventure of Black Peter by Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
The Bet by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Kibbey. 1. It was a dark autumn night. The old banker was pacing from corner to corner of his study, recalling to his mind the party he gave in the autumn 15 years before. There were many clever people at the party, and much interesting conversation. They talked, among other things, of capital punishment. The guests, among them not a few scholars and journalists, for the most part disapproved of capital punishment. They found it obsolete as a means of punishment, unfitted to a Christian state, and immoral. Some of them thought that capital punishment should be replaced universally by life imprisonment. "I don't agree with you," said the host. "I myself have experienced neither capital punishment nor life imprisonment, but if one may judge a priori, then in my opinion capital punishment is more moral and more humane than imprisonment. Execution kills instantly, life imprisonment kills by degrees. Who is the more humane executioner, one who kills you in a few seconds, or one who draws the life out of you incessantly, for years?" "They're both equally immoral," remarked one of the guests, "because their purpose is the same, to take away life. The state is not God. It has no right to take away that which it cannot give back, if it should so desire." Among the company was a lawyer, a young man of about 25. On being asked his opinion, he said, "Capital punishment and life imprisonment are equally immoral, but if I were offered the choice between them, I would certainly choose the second. It's better to live somehow than not to live at all." There ensued a lively discussion. The banker, who was then younger and more nervous, suddenly lost his temper, banged his fist on the table, and turning to the young lawyer, cried out, "It's a lie! I bet you 2 millions you wouldn't stick in a cell even for 5 years." "If you mean it seriously," replied the lawyer, "then I bet I'll stay not 5, but 15. 15! "Done!" cried the banker. "Gentlemen, I stake 2 millions." "Agreed. You stake 2 millions, I my freedom," said the lawyer. So this wild, ridiculous bet came to pass. The banker, who at that time had too many millions to count, spoiled and capricious, was beside himself with rapture. During supper he said to the lawyer jokingly, "Come to your senses, young roan, before it's too late. 2 millions are nothing to me, but you stand to lose 3 or 4 of the best years of your life. I say 3 or 4, because you'll never stick it out any longer. Don't forget either, you unhappy man, that voluntary is much heavier than enforced imprisonment. The idea that you have the right to free yourself at any moment will poison the whole of your life in the cell. I pity you." And now the banker, pacing from corner to corner, recalled all this and asked himself, "Why did I make this bet? What's the good? The lawyer loses 15 years of his life, and I throw away 2 millions. Will it convince people that capital punishment is worse or better than imprisonment for life? No, no, all stuff and rubbish. On my part it was the caprice of a well-fed man, on the lawyer's pure greed of gold." He recollected further what happened after the evening party. It was decided that the lawyer must undergo his imprisonment under the strictest observation, in a garden wing of the banker's house. It was agreed that during the period he would be deprived of the right to cross the threshold, to see living people, to hear human voices, and to receive letters and newspapers. He was permitted to have a musical instrument, to read books, to write letters, to drink wine and smoke tobacco. By the agreement he could communicate, but only in silence, with the outside world, through a little window specially constructed for this purpose. Everything necessary, books, music, wine, he could receive in any quantity by sending a note through the window. The agreement provided for all the minutest details, which made the confinement strictly solitary, and it obliged the lawyer to remain exactly 15 years from 12 o'clock of November 14th, 1870, to 12 o'clock of November 14th, 1885. The least attempt on his part to violate the conditions, to escape if only for 2 minutes before the time, freed the banker from the obligation to pay him the 2 millions. During the first year of imprisonment, the lawyer, as far as it was possible to judge from his short notes, suffered terribly from loneliness and boredom. From his wing day and night came the sound of the piano. He rejected wine and tobacco. "Wine," he wrote, "excites desires, and desires are the chief foes of a prisoner. Besides, nothing is more boring than to drink good wine alone, and tobacco spoils the air in his room." During the first year the lawyer was sent books of a light character, novels with a complicated love interest, stories of crime and fantasy, comedies, and so on. In the second year the piano was heard no longer, and the lawyer asked only for classics. In the 5th year music was heard again, and the prisoner asked for wine. Those who watched him said that during the whole of that year he was only eating, drinking, and lying on his bed. He yawned often and talked angrily to himself. Books he did not read. Sometimes at night he would sit down to write. He would write for a long time and tear it all up in the morning. More than once he was heard to weep. In the second half of the 6th year, the prisoner began zealously to study languages, philosophy, and history. He fell on these subjects so hungrily that the banker hardly had time to get books enough for him. In the space of 4 years about 600 volumes were bought at his request. It was while that passion lasted that the banker received the following letter from the prisoner. My dear jailer, I am writing these lines in 6 languages. Show them to experts. Let them read them. If they do not find one single mistake, I beg you to give orders to have a gun fired off in the garden. By the noise I shall know that my efforts have not been in vain. The geniuses of all ages and countries speak in different languages, but in them all burns the same flame. Oh, if you knew my heavenly happiness now that I can understand them. The prisoner's desire was fulfilled. 2 shots were fired in the garden by the banker's order. Later on, after the 10th year, the lawyer sat immovable before his table and read only the New Testament. The banker found it strange that a man who in 4 years had mastered 600 erudite volumes should have spent nearly a year in reading one book, easy to understand and by no means thick. The New Testament was then replaced by the history of religions and theology. During the last 2 years of his confinement, the prisoner read an extraordinary amount, quite haphazard. Now he would apply himself to the natural sciences, then he would read Byron or Shakespeare. Notes used to come from him in which he asked to be sent at the same time a book on chemistry, a textbook on medicine, a novel, and some treatise on philosophy or theology. He read as though he were swimming in the sea among broken pieces of wreckage, and in his desire to save his life was eagerly grasping one piece after another. 2. The banker recalled all this, and thought, Tomorrow at 12 o'clock he receives his freedom. Under the agreement, I shall have to pay him 2 millions. If I pay, it's all over with me. I am ruined forever. 15 years before he had too many millions to count, but now he was afraid to ask himself which he had more of, money or debts. Gambling on the stock exchange, risky speculation, and the recklessness of which he could not rid himself even in old age, had gradually brought his business to decay, and the fearless, self-confident, proud man of business had become an ordinary banker, trembling at every rise and fall in the market. That cursed bet, murmured the old man, clutching his head in despair. Why didn't the man die? He's only 40 years old. He will take away my last farthing, marry, enjoy life, and I will look on like an envious beggar and hear the same words from him every day. I'm obliged to you for the happiness of my life. Let me help you. No, it's too much. The only escape from bankruptcy and disgrace is that the man should die. The clock had just struck 3. The banker was listening. In the house everyone was asleep, and one could hear only the frozen trees whining outside the windows. Trying to make no sound, he took out of his safe the key of the door which had not been opened for 15 years, put on his overcoat, and went out of the house. The garden was dark and cold. It was raining. A damp, penetrating wind howled in the garden and gave the trees no rest. Though he strained his eyes, the banker could see neither the ground, nor the white statues, nor the garden wing, nor the trees. Approaching the garden wing, he called the watchman twice. There was no answer. Evidently the watchman had taken shelter from the bad weather, and was now asleep somewhere in the kitchen or the greenhouse. If I have the courage to fulfill my intention, thought the old man, the suspicion will fall on the watchman first of all. In the darkness he groped for the steps and the door, and entered the hall of the garden wing, then poked his way into a narrow passage and struck a match. Not a soul was there. Someone's bed with no bedcloths on it stood there, and an iron stove loomed dark in the corner. The seals on the door that led into the prisoner's room were unbroken. When the match went out, the old man, trembling from agitation, peeped into the little window. In the prisoner's room a candle was burning dimly. The prisoner himself sat by the table. Only his back, the hair on his head, and his hands were visible. Open books were strewn about on the table, the 2 chairs, and on the carpet near the table. 5 minutes passed, and the prisoner never once stirred. 15 years' confinement had taught him to sit motionless. The banker tapped on the window with his finger, but the prisoner made no movement in reply. Then the banker cautiously tore the seals from the door and put the key into the lock. The rusty lock gave a hoarse groan, and the door creaked. The banker expected instantly to hear a cry of surprise and the sound of steps. 3 minutes passed, and it was as quiet inside as it had been before. He made up his mind to enter. Before the table sat a man, unlike an ordinary human being. It was a skeleton, with tight-drawn skin, with long curly hair like a woman's, and a shaggy beard. The color of his face was yellow, of an earthly shade. The cheeks were sunken, the back long and narrow, and the hand upon which he leaned his hairy head was so lean and skinny that it was painful to look upon. His hair was already silvering with gray, and no one who glanced at the senile emaciation of the face would have believed that he was only 40 years old. On the table, before his bended head, lay a sheet of paper on which something was written in a tiny hand. Poor devil, thought the banker. He's asleep and probably seen millions in his dreams. I have only to take and throw this half-dead thing on the bed, smother him a moment with the pillow, and the most careful examination will find no trace of unnatural death. But first let us read what he has written here. The banker took the sheet from the table and read, "Tomorrow at 12 o'clock midnight I shall obtain my freedom and the right to mix with people. But before I leave this room and see the sun, I think it necessary to say a few words to you. On my own clear conscience and before God who sees me, I declare to you that I despise freedom, life, health, and all that your books call the blessings of the world. For 15 years I have diligently studied earthly life. True, I saw neither the earth nor the people, but in your books I drank fragrant wine, sang songs, hunted deer and wild boar in the forests, loved women, and beautiful women, like clouds ethereal, created by the magic of your poet's genius, visited me by night and whispered to me wonderful tales, which made my head drunken. In your books I climbed the summits of Elbruz and Mont Blanc, and saw from there how the sun rose in the morning, and in the evening suffused the sky, the ocean, and the mountain ridges with the purple gold. I saw from there how above me lightnings glimmered cleaving the clouds. I saw green forests, fields, rivers, lakes, cities. I heard sirens singing, and the playing of the pipes of Pan. I touched the wings of beautiful devils who came flying to me to speak of God. In your books I cast myself into bottomless abysses, worked miracles, burned cities to the ground, preached new religions, conquered whole countries. Your books gave me wisdom. All that unwearying human thought created in the centuries is compressed to a little lump in my skull. I know that I am cleverer than you all. And I despise your books, despise all worldly blessings and wisdom. Everything is void, frail, visionary, and delusive as a mirage. Though you be proud and wise and beautiful, yet will death wipe you from the face of the earth like the mice underground, and your posterity, your history, and the immortality of your men of genius will be as frozen slag, burnt down together with the terrestrial globe. You are mad and gone the wrong way. You take falsehood for truth and ugliness for beauty. You would marvel if suddenly apple and orange trees should bear frogs and lizards instead of fruit, and if roses should begin to breathe the odor of a sweating horse. So do I marvel at you, who have bartered heaven for earth. I do not want to understand you. That I may show you indeed my contempt for that by which you live, I waive the 2 millions of which I once dreamed as of paradise, and which I now despise. That I shall deprive myself of my right to them, I shall come out from here 5 minutes before the stipulated term, and thus shall violate the agreement." When he had read, the banker put the sheet on the table, kissed the head of the strange man, and began to weep. He went out of the wing. Never at any other time, not even after his terrible losses on the exchange, had he felt such contempt for himself as now. Coming home, he lay down on his bed, but agitation and tears kept him a long time from sleeping. The next morning, the poor watchman came running to him, and told him that they had seen the man who lived in the wing climb through the window into the garden. He had gone to the gate and disappeared. The banker instantly went with the servants to the wing and established the escape of his prisoner. To avoid unnecessary rumors, he took the paper with the renunciation from the table and, on his return, locked it in his safe. End of The Bet by Anton Chekhov.
Bill Nye on the cow industry. A cowboy college needed to educate young men to this profession. From Bill Nye's Cordwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Dale Grothmann. A cowboy college needed to educate young men to this profession. By Bill Nye. No one can go through the wide territory of Montana today without being strongly impressed with the wonderful growth of the great cattle growing and grazing industry of that territory. And yet, Montana is but the northern extremity of the great grazing belt which lies at the foot of the Rocky Mountains, extending from the British possessions on the north to the Mexican border on the south, extending eastward, too, as far as the arable lands of Dakota, Nebraska, and Kansas. Montana, at this season of the year, is the paradise of the sleek, high-headed 2-year-old Texan steer, with his tail over the dashboard, as well as the stock yearling born on the range, beneath the glorious mountain sky, and under the auspices of Roundup No. 21. I do not say this to advertise the stock-growing business, because it is already advertised too much anyway. So many millionaires have been made with free grass and the early rising automatic branding iron that every man in the United States who has a cow that can stand the journey seems to be about to take her west and embark in business as a cattle king. But let me warn the amateur cowman that in the great grazing regions it takes a good many acres of thin grass to maintain an adult steer in affluence for 12 months, and the great pastures at the base of the mountains are being pretty well tested. Moreover, I believe that these great conventions of cattlemen with free grass and easily acquired fortunes are naturally advertised, will tend to overstock their ranges at last, and founder the goose that now lays the golden egg. This, of course, is none of my business, but if I don't now and then refer to matters that do not concern me, I would be regarded as reticent. My intention, however, in approaching the great cow industry, which, by the way, is anything but an industry, being in fact more like a seductive manner whereby a promissory note acquires 2% per month without even stopping to spit on its hands, has to refer incidentally to the proposition of an English friend of mine. This friend, seeing at once the great magnitude of the cow industry and the necessity for more and more cowboys, has suggested the idea of establishing a cowboys' college or training school for self-made young men who desire to become accomplished. The average Englishman will most always think of something that nobody else would naturally think of. Now, our cattleman would have gone on for years with his great steer emporium without thinking of establishing an institution where a poor boy might go and learn to rope a 4-year-old in such a way as to throw him on his stomach with a sickening thud. The young maverick savant could take a kindergarten course in the study of cow brands. Here a wide field opens up to the scholar. The adult steer in the great realm of beef is now a walking Chinese washbill, a Hindu poem in the original junk shop alphabet, a 4-legged Greek inscription punctuated with jim-jams, a stenographer's notes on a riot, a bird's-eye view of a premature explosion in a hardware store. The cowboy, who can at once grapple with the great problem of where to put the steer with the B-bar-B on the left shoulder, key circle G on the left side, heart D heart on the right hip, left ear crop, waddle to waddle, and 7 hands round with dash B dash on the right shoulder, vented waddle on dewlap vented, and PDQ, COD, and NG vented on the right side, keeping track of the transfers, range, and post office of last owner, has certainly got a future, which lies mostly ahead of him. But now that the idea has been turned loose, I shall look forward to the time when wealthy men who have been in the habit of dying and leaving their money to other institutions will meet with a change of heart and begin to endow the Cowboys' College and the maverick hotbed of bronco sciences. We live in an age of rapid advancement in all branches of learning, and people who do not rise early in the morning will not retain their position in the procession. I look forward with confidence to the day when no cowboy will undertake to ride the range without a diploma. Educated labor is what we need. Cowboys who can tell you in scientific terms why it is always the biggest steer that eats pigeonweed in the spring, and why he should swell up and bust on a rising Chicago market. I hope that the day is not far distant when in the holster of a cowboy we will find the Iliad instead of the Killiad, the abridged dictionary instead of Mr. Remington's great work on homicide, As it is now on the ranges, you might ride till your Mexican saddle aches before you could find a cowboy who carries a dictionary with him. For that reason, the language used on the general roundup is at times grammatically incorrect, and many of our leading cowboys spell caviard with a K. A college on riding, roping, branding, cutting out, corralling, loading and unloading, and handling cattle generally would be a great boon to our young men, who are at present groping in dark and pitiable ignorance of the habits of the untutored cow. Let the young man first learn how to sit up 3 nights in succession through the bad March snowstorm and hold a herd of restless cattle. Let him then ride through the hot sun and alkali dust a week or two, subsisting on a chunk of disagreeable side pork just large enough to bait a trap. Then let his horse fall on him and injure his constitution and preamble. All these things would give the cow student an idea of how to ride the range. The amateur who has never tried to ride a skittish and sulky range has still a great deal to learn. Perhaps I have said too much on this subject, but when I get thoroughly awakened on this great porterhouse steak problem, I am apt to carry the matter too far. The end of A Cowboy College Needed for the Education of Men to this Profession by Bill Nye.
Detected by the Camera by Lucy Maud Montgomery, 1874 to 1942. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Detected by the Camera by Lucy Maud Montgomery. One summer I was attacked by the craze for amateur photography. It became chronic afterwards, and I and my camera have never since been parted. We have had some odd adventures together, and one of the most novel of our experiences was that in which we played the part of chief witness against Ned Brooke. I may say that my name is Amy Clark, and that I believe I am considered the best amateur photographer in our part of the country. That is all I need to tell you about myself. Mr. Carroll had asked me to photograph his place for him when the apple orchards were in bloom. He has a picturesque old-fashioned country house behind a lawn of the most delightful old trees and flanked on each side by the orchards. So I went one June afternoon with all my accoutrements, prepared to take the Carroll establishment in my best style. Mr. Carroll was away but was expected home soon, so we waited for him, as all the family wished to be photographed under the big maple at the front door. I prowled around among the shrubbery at the lower end of the lawn, and, after a great deal of squinting from various angles, I at last fixed upon the spot from which I thought the best view of the house might be obtained. Then Gertie and Lillian Carroll and I got into the hammocks and swung at our leisure, enjoying the cool breeze sweeping through the maples. Ned Brooke was hanging around as usual, watching us furtively. Ned was one of the hopeful members of a family that lived in a tumble-down shanty just across the road from the Carrolls. They were wretchedly poor, and old Brooke, as he was called, and Ned were employed a good deal by Mr. Carroll, more out of charity than anything else, I fancy. The Brookes had a rather shady reputation. They were notoriously lazy, and it was suspected that their line of distinction between their own and their neighbours' goods was not very clearly drawn. Many people censured Mr. Carroll for encouraging them at all, but he was too kind-hearted to let them suffer actual want, and, as a consequence, one or other of them was always dodging about his place. Ned was a lank, towel-headed youth of about 14, with shifty, twinkling eyes that could never look you straight in the face. His appearance was anything but prepossessing, and I always felt, when I looked at him, that if anyone wanted to do a piece of shady work by proxy, Ned Brooke would be the very lad for the business. Mr. Carroll came at last, and we all went down to meet him at the gate. Ned Brooke also came shuffling along to take the horse, and Mr. Carroll tossed the reins to him, and at the same time handed a pocket-book to his wife. "Just as well to be careful where you put that," he said laughingly. "There's a sum in it not to be picked up on every gooseberry bush. Gilman Harris paid me this morning for that bit of woodland I sold him last fall, $500. I promised that you and the girls should have it to get a new piano, so there it is for you." "Thank you," said Mrs. Carroll delightedly. "However, you'd better put it back in your pocket till we go in. Amy is in a hurry." Mr. Carroll took back the pocket-book and dropped it carelessly into the inside pocket of the light overcoat that he wore. I happened to glance at Ned Brooke just then, and I could not help noticing the sudden, crafty, eager expression that flashed over his face. He eyed the pocket-book in Mr. Carroll's hands furtively, after which he went off with the horse in a great hurry. The girls were exclaiming and thanking their father, and nobody noticed Ned Brooke's behaviour but myself, and it soon passed out of my mind. "Come to take the place, are you, Amy?" said Mr. Carroll. "Well, everything is ready, I think. I suppose we'd better proceed. Where shall we stand? You'd better group us as you think best." Whereupon I proceeded to arrange them in due order under the maple. Mrs. Carroll sat in a chair, while her husband stood behind her. Gertie stood on the steps, with a basket of flowers in her hand, and Lillian was at one side. The two little boys, Teddy and Jack, climbed up into the maple, and little Dora, the dimpled 6-year-old, stood gravely in the foreground, with an enormous grey cat hugged in her chubby arms. It was a pretty group in a pretty setting, and I thrilled with professional pride as I stepped back for a final, knowing squint at it all. Then I went to my camera, slipped in the plate, gave them due warning, and took off the cap. I took 2 plates to make sure, and then the thing was over, but as I had another plate left I thought I might as well take a view of the house by itself. So I carried my camera to a new place and had just got everything ready to lift the cap when Mr. Carroll came down and said, "If you girls want to see something pretty, come to the back field with me. That will wait till you come back, won't it, Amy?" So we all betook ourselves to the back field, a short distance away, where Mr. Carroll proudly displayed 2 of the prettiest little Jersey cows I had ever seen. We returned to the house by way of the back lane, and as we came in sight of the main road, my brother Cecil drove up and said that if I were ready, I'd better go home with him and save myself a hot, dusty walk. The Carrolls all went down to the fence to speak to Cecil, but I dashed hurriedly down through the orchard, leapt over the fence into the lawn, and ran to the somewhat remote corner where I'd left my camera. I was in a desperate hurry, for I knew Cecil's horse did not like to be kept waiting, so I never even glanced at the house, but snatched off the cap, counted 2, and replaced it. Then I took out my plate, put it in the holder, and gathered up my traps. I suppose I was about 5 minutes at it all, and I had my back to the house the whole time. And when I laid all my things ready and emerged from my retreat, there was nobody to be seen about the place. As I hurried up through the lawn, I noticed Ned Brooke walking at a smart pace down the lane, but the fact did not make any particular impression on me at the time, and was not recalled until afterwards. Cecil was waiting for me, so I got in the buggy and we drove off. On arriving home, I shut myself up in my darkroom and proceeded to develop the first 2 negatives of the Carroll housestead. They were both excellent, the first one being a trifle the better, so I decided to finish from it. I intended also to develop the third, but just as I finished the others, a half-dozen city cousins swooped down upon us, and I had to put away my paraphernalia, emerged from my dark retreat, and fly around to entertain them. The next day Cecil came in and said, "Did you hear, Amy, that Mr. Carroll has lost a pocket-book with $500 in it?" "No!" I exclaimed. "How? When? Where?" "Don't overwhelm a fellow. I can answer only one question. Last night. As to the how, they don't know, and as to the where, well, if they knew that, there might be some hope of finding it. The girls are in a bad way. The money was to get them their long before piano, it seems, and now it's gone." "But how did it happen, Cecil?" "Well, Mr. Carroll says that Mrs. Carroll handed the pocket-book back to him at the gate yesterday, and he dropped it in the inside pocket of his overcoat." "I saw him do it," I cried. "Yes, and then, before he went to be photographed, he hung his coat up in the hall. It hung there until the evening, and nobody seems to have thought about the money, each supposing that someone else had put it carefully away. After tea, Mr. Carroll put on the coat and went to see somebody over at Netherby. He says the thought of the pocket-book never crossed his mind. He had forgotten all about putting it in that coat pocket. He came home across the fields about 11 o'clock and found that the cows had broken into the clover hay, and he had a great chase before he got them out. When he went in, just as he entered the door, the remembrance of the money flashed over him. He felt in his pocket, but there was no pocket-book there. He asked his wife if she had taken it out. She had not, and nobody else had. There was a hole in the pocket, but Mr. Carroll says it was too small for the pocket-book to have worked through. However, it must have done so unless someone took it out of his pocket at Netherby, and that is not possible, because he never had his coat off, and it was in an inside pocket. It's not likely that they will ever see it again. Someone may pick it up, of course, but the chances are slim. Mr. Carroll doesn't know his exact path across the fields, and if he lost it while he was after the cows, it's a bluer show still. They've been searching all day, of course. The girls are awfully disappointed." A sudden recollection came to me of Ned Brooke's face, as I had seen it the day before at the gate, coupled with the remembrance of seeing him walking down the lane at a quick pace, so unlike his usual shambling gait, while I ran through the lawn. "How do they know it was lost?" I said. "Perhaps it was stolen before Mr. Carroll went to Netherby." "They think not," said Cecil. "Who would have stolen it?" "Ned Brooke. I saw him hanging around, and you never saw such a look as came over his face when he heard Mr. Carroll say there was $500 in that pocket-book. Well, I did suggest to them that Ned might know something about it, for I remembered having seen him go down the lane while I was waiting for you. But they won't hear of such a thing. The Brookes are kind of protégés of theirs, you know, and they won't believe anything bad of them. If Ned did take it, however, there's not a shadow of evidence against him." "No, I suppose not," I answered thoughtfully. "But the more I think it over, the more I'm convinced that he took it. You know, we all went to the back field to look at the jerseys, and all that time the coat was hanging there in the hall, and not a soul in the house. And it was just after we came back that I saw Ned scuttling down the lane so fast." I mentioned my suspicions to the Carrolls a few days afterwards, when I went down with the photographs, and found that they had discovered no trace of the lost pocket-book. But they seemed positively angry when I hinted that Ned Brooke might know more about its whereabouts than anyone else. They declared that they would as soon think of suspecting one of themselves as Ned, and altogether they seemed so offended at my suggestion that I held my peace and didn't irritate them by any more suppositions. Afterwards, in the excitement of our cousin's visit, the matter passed out of my mind completely. They stayed 2 weeks, and I was so busy the whole time that I never got a chance to develop that third plate, and, in fact, I had forgotten all about it. One morning soon after they went away, I remembered the plate and decided to go and develop it. Cecil went with me, and we shut ourselves up in our den, lit our ruby lantern, and began operations. I did not expect much of the plate, because it had been exposed and handled carelessly, and I thought that it might prove to be underexposed or light-struck. So I left Cecil to develop it while I prepared the fixing bath. Cecil was whistling away when suddenly he gave a tremendous whew of astonishment and sprang to his feet. "Amy, Amy, look here!" he cried. I rushed to his side and looked at the plate as he held it up in the rosy light. It was a splendid one, and the Carroll house came out clear, with the front door and the steps in full view. And there, just in the act of stepping from the threshold, was the figure of a boy with an old straw hat on his head, and, in his hand, the pocket-book. He was standing with his head turned towards the corner of the house, as if listening, with one hand holding his ragged coat open and the other poised in mid-air with the pocket-book, as if he were just going to put it in his inside pocket. The whole scene was as clear as noonday, and nobody with eyes in his head could have failed to recognize Ned Brooke. "Goodness!" I gasped. "In with it, quick!" And we doused the thing in the fixing bath, and then sat down breathlessly and looked at each other. "I say, Amy," said Cecil, "what a sell this will be on the Carrolls. Ned Brooke couldn't do such a thing. Oh, no. The poor injured boy, at whom everyone has such an unlawful pick. I wonder if this will convince them." "Do you think they can get it all back?" I asked. "It's not likely he would have dared to use any of it yet." "I don't know. We'll have a try, anyhow. How long before this plate will be dry enough to carry down to the Carrolls as circumstantial evidence?" 3 hours or thereabouts," I answered, "but perhaps sooner. I'll take 2 prints off when it's ready. I wonder what the Carrolls will say. It's a piece of pure luck that the plate should have turned out so well after the slapdash way in which it was taken and used. I say, Amy, isn't this quite an adventure?" At last the plate was dry, and I printed 2 proofs. We wrapped them up carefully and marched down to Mr. Carroll's. You never saw people so overcome with astonishment as the Carrolls were when Cecil, with the air of a statesman unfolding the evidence of some dreadful conspiracy against the peace and welfare of the nation, produced the plate and the proofs, and held them out before them. Mr. Carroll and Cecil took the proofs and went over to the Brooke shanty. They found only Ned and his mother at home. At first Ned, when taxed with his guilt, denied it, but when Mr. Carroll confronted him with the proofs, he broke down in a spasm of terror and confessed all. His mother produced the pocket-book and the money. They had not dared to spend a single cent of it, and Mr. Carroll went home in triumph. Perhaps Ned Brooke ought not to have been let off so easily as he was, but his mother cried and pleaded, and Mr. Carroll was too kind-hearted to resist. So he did not punish them at all, save by utterly discarding the whole family and their concerns. The place got too hot for them after the story came out, and in less than a month all moved away, much to the benefit of Mapleton. End of Detected by the Camera by Lucy Maud Montgomery.
A Fatal Thirst by Bill Nye. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. A Fatal Thirst by Bill Nye. From the London Lancet we learned that many years ago a case was recorded by Dr. Otto of Copenhagen, in which 495 needles passed through the skin of a hysterical girl who had probably swallowed them during a hysterical paroxysm, but they all emerged from the regions below the diaphragm and were collected in groups, which gave rise to inflammatory swellings of some size. One of these contained 100 needles. Quite recently, Dr. Bigger described before the Society of Surgery in Dublin a case in which more than 300 needles were removed from the body of a woman. It was very remarkable in how few cases the needles were the cause of death, and how slight an interference with function their presence and movement caused. It would seem from the cases on record that needles in the system rather assist the digestion and promote longevity. For instance, we will suppose that the hysterical girl above alluded to, with 495 needles in her stomach, should absorb the midsummer cucumber. Think how interesting those needles would make it for the great colic promoter. We can imagine the cheerful smile of the cucumber as it enters the stomach, and, bowing cheerfully to the follicles standing around, hangs its hat upon the walls of the stomach, stands its umbrella in the corner, and proceeds to get in its work. All at once the cucumber looks surprised and grieved about something. It stops in its heaven-born colic generation, and pulls a rusty needle out of its person. Maddened by the pain, it once more attacks the digestive apparatus, and once more accumulates a choice job lot of needles. Again and again it enters into the unequal contest, each time losing ground and gaining ground, till the poor cucumber, with assorted hardware sticking out in all directions, like the hair on a cat's tail, at last curls up like a caterpillar and yields up the victory. Still, this needle business will be expensive to husbands if wives once acquire the habit and allow it to obtain the mastery over them. If a wife once permits this demoned appetite for cambric needles to get control of the house, it will soon secure a majority of the Senate, and then there will be trouble. The woman who once begins to tamper with cambric needles is not safe. She may think that she has power to control her appetite, but it is only a step to the maddening thirst for the darning needle, and perhaps the button hook and carpet stretcher. It is safer and better to crush the first desire for needles than to undertake, when it is too late, reformation from the abject slavery to this hellish thirst. We once knew a sweet young creature with dewy eye and breath like Timothy hay. Her merry laugh rippled out from the summer air like the joyful music of a bald-headed bobolix. Everybody loved her, and she loved everybody too. But in a thoughtless moment she swallowed a cambric needle. This did not satisfy her. The cruel thraldom had begun. Whenever she felt depressed and gloomy, there was nothing that would kill her ennui and melancholy but the fatal needle cushion. From this she became more reckless, till there was hardly an hour that she was not under the influence of needles. If she couldn't get needles to assuage her mad thirst, she would take hairpins or door keys. She gradually pined away to a mere skeleton. She could no longer sit on one foot and be happy. Life for her was filled with opaque gloom and sadness. At last she took an overdose of sheep shears and monkey wrenches one day, and on the following morning her soul had lit out for the land of eternal summer. We should learn from this to shun the maddening needle cushion as we would a viper, and never tell a lie. The end of A Fatal Thirst by Bill Nye.
Indenture from Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship by Johann Goethe, translated by Thomas Carlyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is from Book 7, Chapter 9. On returning to Lothario's castle, Wilhelm found that changes had occurred. Jarno met him with the tidings that, Lothario's uncle being dead, the Baron had himself set out to take possession of the heritage. "You come in time," said he, "to help the Abbey and me. Lothario has commissioned us to purchase some extensive properties of land in this quarter. He has long contemplated the bargain, and we now got cash and credit just in season. The only point which made us hesitate was that a distant trading house had also views upon the same estates. At length we have determined to make common cause with it, as otherwise we might outbid each other without need or reason. The trader seems to be a prudent man. At present we are making estimates and calculations, and must also settle economically how the lands are to be shared, so that each of us may have a fine estate. The papers were submitted to our friend. The fields, meadows, houses were inspected, and though Jarno and the Abbey seemed to understand the matter fully, Wilhelm could not help desiring that Teresa had been with them. In these labors several days were spent, and Wilhelm had scarcely time to tell his friends of his adventures and his dubious fatherhood. This incident, to him so interesting, they treated with indifference and levity. He had noticed that they frequently, in confidential conversation, while at table or in walks, would suddenly stop short, and give their words another application, whereby showing at least that they had on the anvil many things which were concealed from him. He bethought him of what Lydia had said, and he put the greater faith in it, as one entire division of the castle had always been inaccessible to him. The way to certain galleries, particularly to the ancient tower, with which externally he was so well acquainted, he had often sought, and hitherto in vain. One evening Jarno said to him, "We can now consider you as ours with such security that it were unjust if we did not introduce you deeper into our mysteries. It is right that a man, when he first enters upon life, should think highly of himself, should determine to attain many eminent distinctions, should endeavor to make all things possible. But when his education has proceeded to a certain pitch, it is advantageous for him that he learn to lose himself among a mass of men, that he learn to live for the sake of others, and to forget himself in an activity prescribed by duty. It is then that he first becomes acquainted with himself, for it is conduct alone that compares us with others. You shall soon see what a curious little world is at your very hand, and how well you are known in it. Tomorrow morning, before sunrise, be dressed and ready." Jarno came at the appointed time. He led our friend through certain known and unknown chambers of the castle, then through several galleries, till at last they reached a large old door, strongly framed with iron. Jarno knocked. The door went up a little, so as to admit one person. Jarno shoved in our friend, but did not follow him. Wilhelm found himself in an obscure and narrow stand. All was dark around him, and when he tried to go a step forward, he found himself hemmed in. A voice, not altogether strange to him, cried, "Enter!" And he now discovered that the sides of the place where he was were merely hung with tapestry, through which a feeble light glimmered into him. "Enter!" cried the voice again. He raised the tapestry and entered. The hall in which he now stood appeared to have at one time been a chapel. Instead of the altar, he observed a large table raised some steps above the floor, and covered with a green cloth hanging over it. On top of this a drawn curtain seemed as if it hid a picture. On the sides were spaces beautifully worked, and covered in with fine wire netting, like the shelves of a library. Only here, instead of books, a multitude of rolls had been inserted. Nobody was in the hall. The rising sun shone through the window right on Wilhelm, and kindly saluted him as he came in. "Be seated," cried a voice, which seemed to issue from the altar. Wilhelm placed himself in a small armchair which stood against the tapestry where he had entered. There was no seat but this in the room. Wilhelm had to be content with it. Though the morning radiance dazzled him, the chair stood fast, and he could only keep his hand before his eyes. But now the curtain which hung above the altar went asunder with a gentle rustling, and showed within a picture frame a dark empty aperture. A man stepped forward at it, in a common dress, saluted the astonished looker on, and said to him, "Do you not recognize me? Among the many things which you would like to know, do you feel no curiosity to learn where your grandfather's collection of pictures and statues are at present? Have you forgot the painting which you once so much delighted in? Where, think you, is the sick king's son now languishing?" Wilhelm without difficulty recognized the stranger, whom in that important night he had conversed with at the inn. "Perhaps," continued his interrogator, "we should now be less at variance in regard to destiny and character." Wilhelm was about to answer when the curtain quickly flew together. "Strange," said Wilhelm to himself. "Can chance occurrences have a connection? Is what we call destiny but chance? Where is my grandfather's collection? And why am I reminded of it in these solemn moments?" He had not leisure to pursue his thoughts. The curtain once more parted, and a person stood before him, whom he instantly perceived to be the country clergyman that had attended him and his companions on that pleasure sail of theirs. He had a resemblance to the Abbey, though he seemed to be a different person. With a cheerful countenance, in a tone of dignity, he said, "To guard from error is not the instructor's duty, but to lead the erring pupil; nay, to let him quaff his error in deep, satiating draughts. This is the instructor's wisdom. He who only tastes his error will long dwell with it, will take delight in it as in a singular felicity, while he who drains it to the dregs will, if he be not crazy, find it out." The curtain closed again, and Wilhelm had a little time to think. "What error can he mean," said he within himself, "but the error which has clung to me through my whole life, that I sought for cultivation where it was not to be found, that I fancied I could form a talent in me, while without the smallest gifts for it." The curtain dashed asunder faster than before. An officer advanced, and said in passing, "Learn to know the men who may be trusted." The curtain closed, and Wilhelm did not long consider, till he found this officer to be the one who had embraced him in the Count's park, and had caused his taking Jarno for a crimp. How that stranger had come hither, who he was, were riddles to our friend. "If so many men," cried he, "took interest in thee, know thy way of life, and how it should be carried on, why did they not conduct thee with greater strictness, with greater seriousness? Why did they favor thy silly sports, instead of drawing thee away from them?" "Dispute not with us," cried a voice. "Thou art saved, thou art on the way to the goal. None of thy follies wilt thou repeat, none wilt thou wish to repeat. No luckier destiny can be allotted to a man." The curtain went asunder, and in full armor stood the old King of Denmark in the space. "I am thy father's spirit," said the figure, "and I depart in comfort, since my wishes for thee are accomplished in a higher sense than I myself contemplated. Steep regions cannot be surmounted save by winding paths. On the plain, straight roads conduct from place to place. Farewell, and think of me when thou enjoyest what I have provided for thee." Wilhelm was exceedingly amazed and struck. He thought it was his father's voice, and yet in truth it was not. The present and the past alike confounded and perplexed him. He had not meditated long when the Abbey came to view, and placed himself behind the green table. "Come hither," cried he to his marvelling friend. He went and mounted up the steps. On the green cloth lay a little roll. "Here is your indenture," said the Abbey. "Take it to heart. It is of weighty import." Wilhelm lifted, opened it, and read: Indenture. Art is long, life short, judgment difficult, opportunity transient. To act is easy, to think hard. To act according to our thoughts is troublesome. Every beginning is cheerful. The threshold is the place of expectation. The boy stands astonished. His impressions guide him. He learns sportfully. Seriousness comes on him by surprise. Imitation is born with us. What should be imitated is not easy to discover. The excellent is rarely found, more rarely valued. The height charms us, the steps to it do not. With the summit in our eye, we love to walk along the plain. It is but a part of art that can be taught. The artist needs it all. Who knows it half, speaks much, and is always wrong. Who knows it wholly, inclines to act, and speaks seldom or late. The former have no secrets and no force. The instruction they can give is like baked bread, savory and satisfying for a single day. But flour cannot be sown, and seed corn ought not to be ground. Words are good, but they are not the best. The best is not to be explained by words. The spirit in which we act is the highest matter. Action can be understood and again represented by the spirit alone. No one knows what he is doing while he acts aright, but of what is wrong we are always conscious. Whoever works with symbols only is a pedant, a hypocrite, or a bungler. There are many such, and they like to be together. Their babbling detains the scholar, their obstinate mediocrity vexes even the best. The instruction which the true artist gives us opens the mind, for, where words fail him, deeds speak. The true scholar learns from the known to unfold the unknown, and approaches more and more to being a master. "Enough!" cried the Abbé, "the rest in due time. Now look round you among these cases." Wilhelm went and read the titles of the rolls. With astonishment he found Lothario's Apprenticeship, Jarno's Apprenticeship, and his own apprenticeship placed there, with many others whose names he did not know. "May I hope to cast a look into these rolls? In this chamber there is now nothing hid from thee. May I put a question?" "Without scruple, and you may expect a positive reply, if it concerns a matter which is nearest your heart, and ought to be so." "Good, then. Ye marvellous sages, whose sight has pierced so many secrets, can you tell me whether Felix is in truth my son?" "Hail to you for this question!" cried the Abbé, clapping hands for joy. "Felix is your son. By the holiest that lies hid among us, I swear to you, Felix is your son. Nor, in our opinion, was the mother that is gone unworthy of you. Receive the lovely child from our hands, turn round, and venture to be happy." Wilhelm heard a noise behind him. He turned round, and saw a child's face peeping archly through the tapestry at the end of the room. It was Felix. The boy playfully hid himself so soon as he was noticed. "Come forward!" cried the Abbé. He came running. His father rushed towards him, took him in his arms, and pressed him to his heart. "Yes, I feel it!" cried he. "Thou art mine. What a gift of heaven have I to thank my friends for!" Whence or how comest thou, my child, at this important moment? Ask not, said the abbé. Hail to thee, young man! Thy apprenticeship is done. Nature has pronounced thee free. End of Indenture, from Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship and Travels, by Johann Goethe, translated by Thomas Carlyle.
My Friend the Murderer, by Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. My Friend the Murderer, by Arthur Conan Doyle. Number 481 is no better, Doctor, said the head warder, in a slightly reproachful accent, looking in round the corner of my door. Confound 481, I responded from behind the pages of the Australian Sketcher. And 61 says his tubes are paining him. Couldn't you do anything for him? He is a walking drug shop, said I. He has the whole British pharmacopoeia inside him. I believe his tubes are as sound as yours are. Then there's 7 and 108. They are chronic, continued the warder, glancing down a blue slip of paper. And 28 knocked off work yesterday, said lifting things gave him a stitch in the side. I want you to have a look at him, if you don't mind, Doctor. There's 81, too, him that killed John Adamson in the Corinthian brig. He's been carrying on awful in the night, shrieking and yelling, he has, and no stopping him either. All right, I'll have a look at him afterward, I said, tossing my paper carelessly aside, and pouring myself out a cup of coffee. Nothing else to report, I suppose, warder? The official protruded his head a little further into the room. Beg pardon, Doctor, he said, in a confidential tone, but I notice as 82 has a bit of a cold, and it would be a good excuse for you to visit him and have a chat, maybe. The cup of coffee was arrested halfway to my lips as I stared in amazement at the man's serious face. An excuse? I said. An excuse? What the deuce are you talking about, Macpherson? You see me trudging about all day at my practice, when I'm not looking after the prisoners, and coming back every night as tired as a dog, and you talk about finding an excuse for doing more work? You'd like it, Doctor, said Warder Macpherson, insinuating one of his shoulders into the room. That man's story's worth listening to if you could get him to tell it, though he's not what you'd call free in his speech. Maybe you don't know who 82 is. No, I don't, and I don't care either, I answered, in the conviction that some local ruffian was about to be foisted upon me as a celebrity. He's Maloney, said the warder, him that turned Queen's evidence after the murders at Bluemansdyke. You don't say so, I ejaculated, laying down my cup in astonishment. I had heard of this ghastly series of murders, and read an account of them in a London magazine long before setting foot in the colony. I remembered that the atrocities committed had thrown the Burke and Hare crimes completely into the shade, and that one of the most villainous of the gang had saved his own skin by betraying his companions. Are you sure? I asked. Oh, yes, it's him right enough. Just you draw him out a bit, and he'll astonish you. He's a man to know, is Maloney. That's to say, in moderation. And the head grinned, bobbed, and disappeared, leaving me to finish my breakfast and ruminate over what I had heard. The surgeonship of an Australian prison is not an enviable position. It may be endurable in Melbourne or Sydney, but the little town of Perth has few attractions to recommend it, and those few had been long exhausted. The climate was detestable, and the society far from congenial. Sheep and cattle were the staple support of the community, and their prices, breeding, and diseases the principal topic of conversation. Now as I, being an outsider, possessed neither the one nor the other, and was utterly callous to the new dip and the rot and other kindred topics, I found myself in a state of mental isolation, and was ready to hail anything which might relieve the monotony of my existence. Maloney, the murderer, had at least some distinctiveness and individuality in his character, and might act as a tonic to a mind sick of the commonplaces of existence. I determined that I should follow the warder's advice and take the excuse for making his acquaintance. When, therefore, I went upon my usual matutinal round, I turned the lock of the door which bore the convict's number upon it, and walked into the cell. The man was lying in a heap upon his rough bed as I entered, but, uncoiling his long limbs, he started up and stared at me with an insolent look of defiance on his face, which augured badly for our interview. He had a pale, set face, and sandy hair, and a steely blue eye, with something feline in its expression. His frame was tall and muscular, though there was a curious bend in his shoulders, which almost amounted to a deformity. An ordinary observer meeting him in the street might have put him down as a well-developed man, fairly handsome, and of studious habits. Even in the hideous uniform of the rottenest convict establishment he imparted a certain refinement to his carriage which marked him out among the inferior ruffians around him. "I'm not on the sick list," he said gruffly. There was something in the hard, rasping voice which dispelled all softer illusions, and made me realize that I was face to face with the man of the Lynne Valley and Bluemansdyke, the bloodiest bushranger that ever stuck up a farm or cut the throats of its occupants. "I know you're not," I answered. "Warder Macpherson told me you had a cold, though, and I thought I'd look in and see you." "Blast Warder Macpherson, and blast you too," yelled the convict in a paroxysm of rage. "Oh, that's right," he added in a quieter voice. "Hurry away. Report me to the governor. Do. Get me another 6 months or so. That's your game." "I'm not going to report you," I said. 8 square feet of ground," he went on, disregarding my protest, and evidently working himself into a fury again. 8 square feet, and I can't have that without being talked to and stared at, and, oh, blast the whole crew of you." And he raised his 2 clenched hands above his head and shook them in passionate invective. "You've got a curious idea of hospitality," I remarked, determined not to lose my temper, and saying almost the first thing that came to my tongue. To my surprise, the words had an extraordinary effect upon him. He seemed completely staggered at my assuming the proposition for which he had been so fiercely contending, namely, that the room in which he stood was his own. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I didn't mean to be rude. Won't you take a seat?" And he motioned towards the rough trestle which formed the headpiece of his couch. I sat down, rather astonished at the sudden change. I don't know that I liked Maloney better under this new aspect. The murderer had, it is true, disappeared for the nonce, but there was something in the smooth tones and obsequious manner which powerfully suggested the witness of the Queen, who had stood up and sworn away the lives of his companions in crime. "How's your chest?" I asked, putting on my professional air. "Come, drop it, doctor, drop it," he answered, showing a row of white teeth as he resumed his seat upon the side of the bed. "It wasn't anxiety after my precious health that brought you along here. That story won't wash at all. You came to have a look at Wolf Tone Maloney, forger, murderer, Sydney Slider, ranger, and government peach. That's about my figure, ain't it? There it is, plain and straight. There's nothing mean about me." He paused as if he expected me to say something, but as I remained silent, he repeated once or twice, "There's nothing mean about me." "And why shouldn't I?" he suddenly yelled, his eyes gleaming and his whole satanic nature reasserting itself. "We were bound to swing, one and all, and they were none the worse if I saved myself by turning against them. Every man for himself, say I, and the devil take the luckiest. You haven't a plug of tobacco, Doctor, have you?" He tore at the piece of Barrett's which I handed him as ravenously as a wild beast. It seemed to have the effect of soothing his nerves, for he settled himself down in the bed and reassumed his former deprecating manner. "You wouldn't like it yourself, you know, Doctor," he said. "It's enough to make any man a little queer in his temper. I'm in for 6 months this time for assault, and very sorry I shall be to go out again, I can tell you. My mind's at ease in here, but when I'm outside, what with the government and what with Tattooed Tom of Hawkesbury, there's no chance of a quiet life." "Who is he?" I asked. "He's the brother of John Grimthorpe, the same that was condemned on my evidence, and an infernal scamp he was too, spawn of the devil, both of them. This tattooed one is a murderous ruffian, and he swore to have my blood after that trial. It's 7 year ago, and he's following me yet. I know he is, though he lies low and keeps dark. He came up to me in Ballarat in 75. You can see on the back of my hand here where the bullet clipped me. He tried again in 76 at Port Phillip, but I got the drop on him and wounded him badly. He knifed me in 79, though in a bar in Adelaide, and that made our account about level. He's loafing round again now, and he'll let daylight into me, unless by some extraordinary chance someone does as much for him." And Maloney gave a very ugly smile. "I don't complain of him so much," he continued. "Looking at it in this way, no doubt it is a sort of family matter that can hardly be neglected. It's the government that fetches me. When I think of what I've done for this country, and then of what this country has done for me, it makes me fairly wild. Clean drives me off my head. There's no gratitude nor common decency left, Doctor." He brooded over his wrongs for a few minutes, and then proceeded to lay them before me in detail. "Here's 9 men," he said. "They've been murdering and killing for a matter of 3 years, and maybe a life a week wouldn't more than average the work that they've done. The government catches them and the government tries them, but they can't convict. And why? Because the witnesses have all had their throats cut, and the whole job's been very neatly done. What happens then? Up comes a citizen called Wolf Tone Maloney. He says, 'The country needs me, and here I am.' And with that he gives his evidence, convicts the lot, and enables the beaks to hang them. That's what I did. There's nothing mean about me. And now what does the country do in return? Dogs me, sir, spies on me, watches me night and day, turns against the very man that works so very hard for it. There's something mean about that, anyway. I didn't expect them to knight me, nor to make me colonial secretary, but, damn it, I did expect that they would let me alone." "Well," I remonstrated, "if you choose to break laws and assault people, you can't expect to be looked over on account of former services." "I don't refer to my present imprisonment, sir," said Maloney, with dignity. "It's the life I've been leading since that cursed trial that takes the soul out of me. Just you sit there on that trestle, and I'll tell you all about it, and then look me in the face and tell me that I've been treated fair by the police." I shall endeavour to transcribe the experience of the convict in his own words, as far as I can remember them, preserving his curious perversions of right and wrong. I can answer for the truth of his facts, whatever may be said for his deductions from them. Months afterward, Inspector H.W. Han, formerly governor of the jail at Dunedin, showed me entries in his ledger which corroborated every statement. Maloney reeled the story off in a dull, monotonous voice, with his head sunk upon his breast and his hands between his knees. The glitter of his serpent-like eyes was the only sign of the emotions which were stirred up by the recollection of the events which he narrated. "You've read of Blumansdyke," he began, with some pride in his tone. "We made it hot while it lasted, but they ran us to earth at last, and a trap called Braxton, with a damned Yankee, took the lot of us. That was in New Zealand, of course, and they took us down to Dunedin, and there they were convicted and hanged. One and all they put up their hands in the dock, and cursed me till your blood would have run cold to hear them, which was scurvy treatment, seeing that we had all been pals together, but they were a blackguard lot, and thought only of themselves. I think it is as well that they were hung. They took me back to Dunedin jail and clapped me into the old cell. The only difference they made was that I had no work to do and was well fed. I stood this for a week or two, until one day the governor was making his rounds, and I put the matter to him. 'How's this?' I said. 'My conditions were a free pardon, and you're keeping me here against the law.' He gave a sort of smile. 'Should you like very much to get out?' he asked. 'So much,' said I, 'that unless you open that door, I have an action against you for illegal detention.' He seemed a bit astonished by my resolution. 'You're very anxious to meet your death,' he said. 'What do you mean?' I asked. 'Come here, and you'll know what I mean,' he answered, and he led me down the passage to a window that overlooked the door of the prison. 'Look at that,' said he. I looked out, and there were a dozen or so rough-looking fellows standing outside the street, some of them smoking, some playing cards on the pavement. When they saw me, they gave a yell and crowded round the door, shaking their fists and hooting. 'They wait for you, watch and watch about,' said the governor. 'They're the executive of the Vigilance Committee. However, since you are determined to go, I can't stop you.' 'Do you call this a civilized land?' I cried, 'and let a man be murdered in cold blood in open daylight?' When I said this, the governor and the warder and every fool in the place grinned, as if a man's life was a rare good joke. 'You've got the law on your side,' says the governor, 'so we won't detain you any longer. Show him out, warder.' He'd have done it too, the black-hearted villain, if I hadn't begged and prayed and offered to pay for my board and lodging, which is more than any prisoner ever did before me. He let me stay on those conditions, and for 3 months I was caged up there with every larrikin in the township clamouring at the other side of the wall. That was pretty treatment for a man who had served his country. At last, one morning, up came the governor again. 'Well, Maloney,' he said, 'how long are you going to honour us with your society?' I could have put a knife into his cursed body, and would too, if we had been alone in the bush, but I had to smile and smooth him and flatter, for I feared that he might have me sent out. 'You're an infernal rascal,' he said. Those were his very words, to a man that had helped him all he knew how. 'I don't want any rough justice here, though, and I think I see my way to getting you out of Dunedin.' 'I'll never forget you, governor,' said I, 'and by God, I never will.' 'I don't want your thanks nor your gratitude,' he answered. 'It is not for your sake that I do it, but simply to keep order in the town. There's a steamer starts from the West Quay to Melbourne tomorrow, and we'll get you aboard it. She is advertised at 5 in the morning, so have yourself in readiness.' I packed up a few things I had, and was smuggled out by a back door just before daybreak. I hurried down, took my ticket under the name of Isaac Smith, and got safely aboard the Melbourne boat. I remember hearing her screw grinding into the water as the warps were cast loose, and looking back at the lights of Dunedin as I leaned on the bulwarks, with the pleasant thought that I was leaving them behind me for ever. It seemed to me that a new world was before me, and that all my troubles were being cast off. I went down below and had some coffee, and came up again feeling better than I had done since the morning that I woke to find that cursed Irishman that took me standing over me with a six-shooter. The day had dawned by that time, and we were steaming along by the coast, well out of sight of Dunedin. I loafed about for a couple of hours, and when the sun got well up, some of the other passengers came on deck and joined me. One of them, a little perky sort of fellow, took a good long look at me, and then came over and began talking. "Mining, I suppose," says he. "Yes," I says. "Made your pile?" he asks. "Pretty fair," says I. "I was at it myself," he says. "I worked at the Nelson fields for 3 months, and spent all I made in buying a salted claim, which busted up the second day. I went at it again, though, and struck it rich, but when the gold wagon was going down to the settlements, it was stuck up by those cursed rangers, and not a red cent left." "That was a bad job," I says. "Broke me, ruined me clean. Never mind, I've seen them all hanged for it. That makes it easier to bear. There's only one left, the villain that gave the evidence. I'd die happy if I could come across him. There are 2 things I have to do if I meet him." "What's that?" says I, carelessly. "I've got to ask him where the money lies. They never had time to make away with it, and it's cached somewhere in the mountains. And then I've got to stretch his neck for him and send his soul down to join the men that he betrayed." It seemed to me that I knew something about that cachet, and I felt like laughing, but he was watching me, and it struck me that he had a nasty, vindictive kind of mind. "I'm going up on the bridge," I said, for he was not a man whose acquaintance I cared much about making. He wouldn't hear of my leaving him, though. "We're both miners," he says, "and we're pals for the voyage. Come down to the bar. I'm not too poor to shout." I couldn't refuse him well, and we went down together, and that was the beginning of the trouble. What harm was I doing anyone on the ship? All I asked for was a quiet life, leaving others alone and getting left alone myself. No man could ask fairer than that, and now just you listen to what came of it. We were passing the front of the ladies' cabin on our way to the saloon, when out comes a servant lass, a freckled currency she-devil, with a baby in her arms. We were brushing past her when she gave a scream like a railway whistle and nearly dropped the kid. My nerves gave a sort of jump when I heard that scream, but I turned and begged her pardon, letting on that I thought I might have trod on her foot. I knew the game was up, though, when I saw her white face and her leaning against the door and pointing. "It's him!" she cried. "It's him! I saw him in the courthouse. Oh, don't let him hurt the baby!" "Who is it?" asked the steward and half-dozen others in a breath. "It's him, Maloney, the murderer. Oh, take him away, take him away!" I don't rightly remember what happened just at that moment. The furniture and me seemed to get kind of mixed, and there was cursing and smashing, and someone shouting for his gold, and a general stamping round. When I got steadied a bit, I found somebody's hand in my mouth. From what I gathered afterwards, I concluded that it belonged to that same little man with the vicious way of talking. He got some of it out again, but that was because the others were choking me. A poor chap can get no fair play in this world when once he is down. Still, I think he will remember me till the day of his death. Longer, I hope. They dragged me out to the poop and held a damned court-martial on me, mind you, me, that had thrown over my pals in order to serve them. What were they to do with me? Some said this, some said that, but it ended by the captain deciding to send me ashore. The ship stopped. They lowered a boat, and I was hoisted in, the whole gang of them hooting at me from over the bulwarks. I saw a man I spoke of tying up his hand, though, and I felt that things might be worse. I changed my opinion before we got to the land. I had reckoned on the shore being deserted, and that I might make my way inland, but the ship had stopped too near the heads, and a dozen beachcombers and such like had come down to the water's edge and were staring at us, wondering what the boat was after. When we got to the edge of the surf, the coxswain hailed them, and after singing out who I was, he and his men threw me into the water. You may well look surprised, neck and crop into 10 feet of water, with sharks as thick as green parrots in the bush, and I heard them laughing as I floundered to the shore. I soon saw it was a worse job than ever. As I came scrambling out through the weeds, I was collared by a big chap with a velveteen coat, and half a dozen others got round me and held me fast. Most of them looked simple fellows enough, and I was not afraid of them, but there was one in a cabbage-tree hat that had a very nasty expression on his face, and the big man seemed to be chummy with him. They dragged me up the beach, and then they let go their hold of me and stood round in a circle. "Well, mate," says the man with the hat, "we've been looking out for you for some time in these parts." "And very good of you too," I answers. "None of your jaw," says he. "Come, boys, what shall it be, hanging, drowning, or shooting? Look sharp." This looked a bit too like business. "No, you don't," I said. "I've got government protection, and it'll be murder." "That's what they call it," answered the one in the velveteen coat, as cheery as a piping crow. "And you're going to murder me for being a ranger?" "Ranger be damned," said the man. "We're going to hang you for peaching against your pals, and that's an end of the palaver." They slung a rope round my neck and dragged me up to the edge of the bush. There were some big she-oaks and blue gums, and they pitched on one of these for the wicked deed. They ran a rope over a branch, tied my hands, and told me to say my prayers. It seemed as if it was all up, but Providence interfered to save me. It sounds nice enough sitting here and telling about it, sir, but it was sick work to stand with nothing but the beach in front of you and the long white line of surf, with the steamer in the distance and a set of bloody-minded villains round you thirsting for your life. I never thought I'd owe anything good to the police, but they saved me that time. A troop of them were riding from Hawk's Point station to Dunedin, and hearing that something was up, they came down through the bush and interrupted the proceedings. I've heard some bands in my time, Doctor, but I never heard music like the jingle of those trap spurs and harness as they galloped out onto the open. They tried to hang me even then, but the police were too quick for them, and the man with the hat got one over the head with the flat of a sword. I was clapped onto a horse, and before evening I found myself in my old quarters in the city jail. The governor wasn't to be done, though. He was determined to get rid of me, and I was equally anxious to see the last of him. He waited a week or so until the excitement had begun to die away, and then he smuggled me aboard a 3-masted schooner bound for Sydney with tallow and hides. We got far away to sea without a hitch, and things began to look a bit more rosy. I made sure that I had seen the last of the prison, anyway. The crew had a sort of an idea who I was, and if there had been any rough weather, they'd have hove me overboard, like enough, for they were a rough, ignorant lot, and had a notion that I brought bad luck to the ship. We had a good passage, however, and I was landed safe and sound upon Sydney Quay. Now just you listen to what happened next. You'd have thought that they would have been sick of ill-using me and following me by this time, wouldn't you now? Well, just you listen. It seems that a cursed steamer started from Dunedin to Sydney on the very day we left, and got in before us, bringing news that I was coming. Blessed if they hadn't called a meeting, a regular mass meeting, at the docks to discuss about it, and I marched right into it when I landed. They didn't take long about arresting me, and I listened to all the speeches and resolutions. If I had been a prince, there couldn't have been more excitement. The end of all was that they agreed that it wasn't right that New Zealand should be allowed to foist her criminals upon her neighbours, and that I was to be sent back again by the next boat. So they posted me off again as if I was a damn parcel, and after another 800-mile journey I found myself back for the 3rd time, moving in the place that I started from. By this time I had begun to think that I was going to spend the rest of my existence travelling about from one port to another. Every man's hand seemed turned against me, and there was no peace or quiet in any direction. I was about sick of it by the time I'd come back, and if I could have taken to the bush I'd have done it, and chanced it with my old pals. They were too quick for me, though, and kept me under lock and key, but I managed, in spite of them, to negotiate that cachet I told you of, and sewed the gold up in my belt. I spent another month in jail, and then they slipped me aboard a barque that was bound for England. This time the crew never knew who I was, but the captain had a pretty good idea, though he didn't let on to me that he had any suspicions. I guessed from the first that the man was a villain. We had a fair passage, except a gale or two off the Cape, and I began to feel like a free man when I saw the blue loom of the old country, and the saucy little pilot boat from Falmouth dance towards us over the waves. We ran down the channel, and before we reached Gravesend I had agreed with the pilot that he should take me ashore with him when he left. It was at this time that the captain showed me that I was right in thinking him a meddling, disagreeable man. I got my things packed, such as they were, and left him talking earnestly to the pilot, while I went below for my breakfast. When I came up again we were fairly into the mouth of the river, and the boat in which I was to have gone ashore had left us. The skipper said the pilot had forgotten me, but that was too thin, and I began to fear that all my old troubles were going to commence once again. It was not long before my suspicions were confirmed. A boat darted out from the side of the river, and a tall cove with a long black beard came aboard. I heard him ask the mate whether they didn't need a mud pilot to take them up in the reaches, but it seemed to me that he was a man who would know a deal more about handcuffs than he did about steering, so I kept away from him. He came across the deck, however, and made some remark to me, taking a good look at me the while. I don't like inquisitive people at any time, but an inquisitive stranger with glue about the roots of his beard is the worst of all to stand, especially under the circumstances. I began to feel that it was time for me to go. I soon got a chance, and made good use of it. A big collier came athwart the bows of our steamer, and we had to slacken down to dead slow. There was a barge astern, and I slipped down by a rope and was into the barge before anyone missed me. Of course I had to leave my luggage behind me, but I had the belt with the nuggets round my waist, and the chance of shaking the police off my track was worth more than a couple of boxes. It was clear to me now that the pilot had been a traitor, as well as the captain, and had set the detectives after me. I often wish I could drop across those two men again. I hung about the barge all day as she drifted down the stream. There was one man in her, but she was a big, ugly craft, and his hands were too full for much looking about. Toward evening, when it got a bit dusky, I struck out for the shore, and found myself in a sort of marsh place, a good many miles to the east of London. I was soaking wet and half dead with hunger, but I trudged into the town, got a new rig out at a slop shop, and after having some supper, engaged a bed at the quietest lodgings I could find. I woke pretty early, a habit you pick up in the bush, and lucky for me that I did so. The very first thing I saw when I took a look through the chink in the shutter was one of those infernal policemen standing right opposite and staring up at the windows. He hadn't epaulets nor a sword, like our traps, but for all that there was a sort of family likeness and the same busybody expression. Whether they followed me all the time, or whether the woman that let me the bed didn't like the looks of me, is more than I have ever been able to find out. He came across as I was watching him and noted down the address of the house in a book. I was afraid that he was going to ring the bell, but I suppose his orders were simply to keep an eye on me, for after another good look at the windows he moved on down the street. I saw that my only chance was to act at once. I threw on my clothes, opened the window softly, and, after making sure there was nobody about, dropped out onto the ground and made off as hard as I could run. I travelled a matter of 2 or 3 miles when my wind gave out, and as I saw a big building with people going in and out, I went in too and found that it was a railway station. A train was just going off for Dover to meet the French boat, so I took a ticket and jumped into a third-class carriage. There were a couple of other chaps in the carriage, innocent-looking young beggars, both of them. They began speaking about this and that, while I sat quiet in the corner and listened. Then they started on England and foreign countries and such like. "Look ye now, doctor, this is a fact." One of them begins jawing about the justice of England's laws. "It's all fair and above board," says he. "There ain't any secret police nor spying, like they have abroad, and a lot more of the same sort of wash." Rather rough on me, wasn't it, listening to the damn young fool, with the police following me about like my shadow? I got to Paris right enough, and there I changed some of my gold, and for a few days I imagined I'd shaken them off, and began to think of settling down for a bit of rest. I needed it by that time, for I was looking more like a ghost than a man. You've never had the police after you, I suppose? Well, you needn't look offended. I didn't mean any harm. If ever you had, you'd know that it wastes a man away like a sheep with the rot. I went to the opera one night and took a box, for I was very flush. I was coming out between the acts when I met a fellow lounging along in the passage. The light fell on his face, and I saw that it was the mud pilot that had boarded us in the Thames. His beard was gone, but I recognized the man at a glance, for I have a good memory for faces. I tell you, Doctor, I felt desperate for a moment. I could have knifed him if he had been alone, but he knew me well enough never to give me the chance. It was more than I could stand any longer, so I went right up to him and drew him aside, where we'd be free from all the loungers and theatre-goers. "How long are you going to keep it up?" I asked him. He seemed a bit flustered for a moment, but then he saw there was no use beating about the bush, so he answered straight. "Until you go back to Australia," he said. "Don't you know," I said, "that I served the government and got a free pardon?" He grinned all over his ugly face when I said this. "We know all about you, Maloney," he answered. "If you want a quiet life, just you go back where you came from. If you stay here, you're a marked man, and when you are found tripping, it will be a lifer for you at the least. Free trade's a fine thing, but the market's too full of men like you for us to need to import any." It seemed to me that there was something in what he said, though he had a nasty way of putting it. For some days back I had been feeling a sort of homesick. The ways of the people weren't my ways. They stared at me in the street, and if I dropped into a bar, they'd stop talking and edge away a bit, as if I was a wild beast. I'd sooner have had a pint of old stringy bark, too, than a bucketful of their rot-gut liquors. There was too much damn propriety. What was the use of having money if you couldn't dress as you liked, nor bust in properly? There was no sympathy for a man if he shot about a little when he was half over. I've seen a man dropped at Nelson many a time with less row than they'd make over a broken window-pane. The thing was slow, and I was sick of it. "You want me to go back?" I said. "I've my order to stick fast to you until you do," he answered. "Well," I said, "I don't care if I do. All I bargain is that you keep your mouth shut and don't let on who I am, so that I may have a fair start when I get there." He agreed to this, and we went over to Southampton the very next day, where he saw me safely off once more. I took a passage round to Adelaide, where no one was likely to know me, and there I settled, right under the nose of the police. I'd been there ever since, leading a quiet life, but for little difficulties like this one I'm in for now, and for that devil Tattooed Tom of Hawkesbury. I don't know what made me tell you all this, Doctor, unless it is that being lonely makes a man inclined to jaw when he gets a chance. Just you take warning from me, though. Never put yourself out to serve your country, for your country will do precious little for you. Just let them look after their own affairs, and if they find difficulty in hanging a set of scoundrels, never mind chipping in, but let them alone to do as best they can. Maybe they'll remember how they treated me after I'm dead, and be sorry for neglecting me. I was rude to you when you came in, and swore a trifle promiscuous, but don't you mind me, it's only my way. You'll allow, though, that I have cause to be a bit touchy now and again when I think of all that's passed. You're not going, are you? Well, if you must, you must. But I hope you will look me up at odd times when you are going your rounds. Oh, I say, you've left the balance of that cake of tobacco behind you, haven't you? No, it's in your pocket. That's all right. Thank ye, Doctor. You're a good sort, and as quick at a hint as any man I've met. A couple of months after narrating his experiences, Wolfe-Tone Maloney finished his term and was released. For a long time I neither saw him nor heard of him, and he had almost slipped from my memory until I was reminded, in a somewhat tragic manner, of his existence. I had been attending a patient some distance off in the country, and was riding back, guiding my tired horse among the boulders which strewed the pathway, and endeavouring to see my way through the gathering darkness, when I came suddenly upon a little wayside inn. As I walked my horse up toward the door, intending to make sure of my bearings before proceeding further, I heard the sound of a violent altercation within the little bar. There seemed to be a chorus of expostulation or remonstrance, above which two powerful voices rang out loud and angry. As I listened, there was a momentary hush. Two pistol shots sounded almost simultaneously, and with a crash the door burst open, and a pair of dark figures staggered out into the moonlight. They struggled for a moment in a deadly wrestle, and then went down together among the loose stones. I had sprung off my horse, and, with the help of half a dozen rough fellows from the bar, dragged them away from one another. A glance was sufficient to convince me that one of them was dying fast. He was a thick-set, burly fellow, with a determined cast of countenance. The blood was welling from a deep stab in his throat, and it was evident that an important artery had been divided. I turned away from him in despair, and walked over to where his antagonist was lying. He was shot through the lungs, but managed to raise himself up on his hand as I approached, and peered anxiously up into my face. To my surprise, I saw before me the haggard features and flaxen hair of my prison acquaintance, Maloney. "Ah, Doctor," he said, recognizing me. "How is he? Will he die?" He asked the question so earnestly that I imagined he had softened at the last moment, and feared to leave the world with another homicide upon his conscience. Truth, however, compelled me to shake my head mournfully, and to intimate that the wound would prove a mortal one. Maloney gave a wild cry of triumph, which brought the blood welling out from between his lips. "Here, boys," he gasped to the little group around him. "There's money in my inside pocket. Damn the expense. Drinks round. There's nothing mean about me. I'd drink with you, but I'm going. Give the doc my share, for he's as good." Here his head fell back with a thud, his eyes glazed, and the soul of Wolfe-Tone Maloney, forger, convict, ranger, murderer, and government peach, drifted away into the great unknown. I cannot conclude without borrowing the account of the fatal quarrel which appeared in the column of the West Australian Sentinel. The curious will find it in the issue of October the 4th, 1881. Fatal affray. W.T. Maloney, a well-known citizen of New Montrose and proprietor of the Yellow Boy gambling saloon, has met with his death under rather painful circumstances. Mr. Maloney was a man who had led a checkered existence, and whose past history is replete with interest. Some of our readers may recall the Lynne Valley murders, in which he figured as the principal criminal. It is conjectured that during the 7 months that he owned a bar in that region, from 20 to 30 travellers were hocussed and made away with. He succeeded, however, in evading the vigilance of the officers of the law, and allied himself with the bushrangers of Blumansdyke, whose heroic capture and subsequent execution are matters of history. Maloney extricated himself from the fate which awaited him by turning Queen's evidence. He afterward visited Europe, but returned to West Australia, where he has long played a prominent part in local matters. On Friday evening he encountered an old enemy, Thomas Grimthorpe, commonly known as Tattooed Tom of Hawkesbury. Shots were exchanged, and both were badly wounded, only surviving a few minutes. Mr. Maloney had the reputation of being not only the most wholesale murderer that ever lived, but also of having a finish and attention to detail in matters of evidence which has been unapproached by any European criminal. Sic transit gloria mundi. End of My Friend the Murderer by Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
Excerpt from Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship and Travels, Volume 3, from Chapter 16, The New Melusina, by Johann Goethe, 1749 to 1832. Translated by Thomas Carlyle in 1842. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beginning on page 222. My journey proceeded without accident. But if I had hitherto paid little heed to the mysteries of my adventure, expecting a natural solution of the whole, there now occurred something which threw me into astonishment, into anxiety, nay, into fear. Being wont, in my impatience for change of place, to hurry forward day and night, it was often my hap to be travelling in the dark, and when the lamps by any chance went out, to be left in utter obscurity. Once, in the dead of such a night, I had fallen asleep, and on awakening I observed the glimmer of a light on the covering of my carriage. I examined this more strictly, and found that it was issuing from the box, in which there seemed to be a chink, as if it had been clapped by the warm and dry weather of summer, which was now come on. My thoughts of jewels again came into my head. I supposed there must be some carbuncle lying in the box, and this point I forthwith set about investigating. I postured myself as well as might be, so that my eye was in immediate contact with the chink. And how great was my surprise, when a fair apartment, well lighted and furnished with much taste and even costliness, met my inspection, just as if I had been looking down through the opening of a dome into a royal saloon. A fire was burning in the grate, and before it stood an armchair. I held my breath, and continued to observe. And now there entered from the other side of the apartment a lady with a book in her hand, whom I at once recognized for my wife, though her figure was contracted into the extreme of diminution. She sat down in the chair by the fire to read. She trimmed the coals with the most dainty pair of tongs, and in the course of her movements I could clearly perceive that this fairest little creature was also in the family way. But now I was obliged to shift my constrained posture a little, and the next moment, when I bent down to look in again, and convince myself that it was no dream, the light had vanished, and my eye rested on empty darkness. How amazed, nay, terrified I was, you may easily conceive. I started 1,000 thoughts on this discovery, and in truth could think nothing. In the midst of this I fell asleep, and on awakening I fancied that it must have been a mere dream. Yet I felt myself in some degree estranged from my fair one, and though I watched over the box but so much the more carefully, I knew not whether the event of her reappearance in human size was a thing which I should wish or dread. After some time she did in fact reappear, One evening, in a white robe, she came gliding in, and as it was just then growing dusky in my room, she seemed to me taller when I had seen her last, and I remembered having heard that all beings of the mermaid and gnome species increased in stature very perceptibly by the fall of night. She flew as usual to my arms, but I could not with right gladness press her to my obstructed breast. My dearest, said she, I now feel by thy reception of me what, alas, I already knew too well. Thou hast seen me in the interim. Thou art acquainted with the state in which at certain times I find myself. Thy happiness and mine is interrupted. Nay, it stands on the brink of being annihilated altogether. I must leave thee, and I know not whether I shall ever see thee again. Her presence, the grace with which she spoke, directly banished from my memory almost every trace of that vision, which indeed had already hovered before me as little more than a dream. I addressed her with kind vivacity, convinced her of my passion, assured her that I was innocent, that my discovery was accidental. In short, I so managed it that she appeared composed, and endeavored to compose me. Try thyself strictly, said she, whether this discovery has not hurt thy love, whether thou canst forget that I live in two forms beside thee, whether the diminution of my being will not also contract thy affection. I looked at her. She was fairer than ever, and I thought within myself, is it so great a misfortune, after all, to have a wife who from time to time becomes a dwarf, so that one can carry her about with him in a casket? Was it not much worse if she became a giantess, and put her husband in the box? My gaiety of heart had returned. I would not for the whole world have let her go. Best heart, said I, let us be and continue ever as we have been. Could either of us wish to be better? Enjoy thy conveniency, and I promise thee to guard the box with so much the more faithfulness. Why should the prettiest sight I have ever seen in my life make a bad impression on me? How happy would lovers be, could they but procure such miniature pictures! And after all, it was but a picture, a little sleight of hand deception. Thou art trying and teasing me, but thou shalt see how I will stand it. The matter is more serious than thou thinkest, said the fair one. However, I am truly glad to see thee take it so lightly, for much good may still be awaiting us both. I will trust in thee, and for my own part do my utmost. Only promise me that thou wilt never mention this discovery by way of reproach. Another prayer likewise I most earnestly make to thee. Be more than ever on thy guard against wine and anger. I promised what she required. I could have gone on promising to all lengths, but she herself turned aside the conversation, and henceforth all proceeded in its former routine. We had no inducement to alter our place of residence. The town was large, the society various, and the fine season gave rise to many an excursion and garden festival. In all such amusements the presence of my wife was welcome, nay, eagerly desired by women as well as men. A kind insinuating manner, joined with a certain dignity of bearing, secured to her on all hands praise and estimation. Besides, she could play beautifully on the lute, accompanying it with her voice, and no social night could be perfect unless crowned by the graces of this talent. I will be free to confess that I have never got much good for music. On the contrary, it has always rather had a disagreeable effect on me. My fair one soon noticed this, and accordingly, when by ourselves, she never tried to entertain me by such means. In return, however, she appeared to indemnify herself while in society, where indeed she always found a crowd of admirers. And now, why should I deny it? Our late dialogue, in spite of my best intentions, had by no means sufficed to abolish the matter within me. On the contrary, my temper of mind had by degrees got into the strangest tune, almost without my being conscious of it. One night in a large company this hidden grudge broke loose, and by its consequences produced to myself the greatest damage. When I look back on it now, I in fact loved my beauty far less, after that unlucky discovery. I was also growing jealous of her, a whim that had never struck me before. This night at table I found myself placed very much to my mind beside my two neighbors, a couple of ladies who for some time had appeared to me very charming. Amid jesting and soft small talk, I was not sparing of my wine. While on the other side, a pair of musical dilettanti had got hold of my wife, and at last contrived to lead the company into singing separately, and by way of chorus. This put me into ill humor. The two amateurs appeared to me impertinent. The singing vexed me, and when, as my turn came, they even requested a solo strophe from me, I grew truly indignant. I emptied my glass, and set it down again with no soft movement. The grace of my two fair neighbors soon pacified me, indeed. But there is an evil nature in wrath when once it is set a-going. It went on fermenting within me, though all things were of a kind to induce joy and complaisance. On the contrary, I waxed more splenetic than ever when a lute was produced, and my fair one began fingering it and singing, to the admiration of all the rest. Unhappily, a general silence was requested. So then, I was not even to talk any more, and these tones were going through me like a toothache. Was it any wonder that, at last, the smallest spark should blow up the mine? The songstress had just ended a song amid the loudest applauses, when she looked over to me, and this truly with the most loving face in the world. Unluckily, its lovingness could not penetrate so far. She perceived that I had just gulped down a cup of wine, and was pouring out a fresh one. With her right forefinger she beckoned to me in kind threatening. "Consider that it is wine," said she, not louder than for myself to hear it. "Water is for mermaids," cried I. "My ladies," said she to my neighbors, "crown the cup with all your gracefulness, that it not be too often emptied." "You will not let yourself be tutored," whispered one of them in my ear. "What ails the dwarf?" cried I, with a more violent gesture, in which I overset the glass. "Ah, what you have spilt!" cried the paragon of women, at the same time twanging her strings, as if to lead back the attention of the company from this disturbance to herself. Her attempt succeeded the more completely as she rose to her feet, seemingly that she might play with greater convenience, and in this attitude continued preluding. At sight of the red wine running over the tablecloth, I returned to myself. I perceived the great fault I had been guilty of, and it cut me through the very heart. Never till now had music spoken to me. The first verse she sang was a friendly good night to the company, here as they were, as they might still feel themselves together. With the next verse they became as if scattered asunder. Each felt himself solitary, separated. No one could fancy that he was present any longer. But what shall I say of the last verse? It was directed to me alone, the voice of injured love bidding farewell to moroseness and caprice. In silence I conducted her home, foreboding no good. Scarcely, however, had we reached our chamber, when she began to show herself exceedingly kind and graceful, nay, even roguish. She made me the happiest of all men. Next morning, in high spirits and full of love, I said to her, Thou hast so often sung, when asked in company, as for example thy touching farewell song last night. Come now, for my sake, and sing me a dainty gay welcome to this morning hour, that we may feel as if we were meeting for the first time. That I may not do, my friend, she said seriously. The song of last night referred to our parting, which must now forthwith take place. For I can only tell thee, the violation of thy promise and oath will have the worst consequences for us both. Thou hast scoffed away a great felicity, and I too must renounce my dearest wishes. As I now pressed and entreated her to explain herself more clearly, she answered, That alas I can well do, for at all events my continuance with thee is over. Hear then what I would rather have concealed to the latest times. The form under which thou sawest me in the box is my natural and proper form, for I am of the race of King Eckwald, the dread sovereign of the dwarfs, concerning whom authentic history has recorded so much. Our people are still, as of old, laborious and busy, and therefore easy to govern. Thou must not fancy that the dwarfs are behindhand in their manufacturing skill. Swords which followed the foe, when thou cast them after him, invisible and mysterious binding chains, impenetrable shields, and such like ware in olden times formed their staple produce. But now they chiefly employ themselves with articles of convenience and ornament, in which truly they surpass all people of the earth. I may well say, it would astonish thee to walk through our workshops and warehouses. All this would be right and good, were it not that with the whole nation in general, but more particularly with the royal family, there is one peculiar circumstance connected. She paused for a moment, and I again begged farther light on these wonderful secrets, which accordingly she forthwith proceeded to grant. It is well known, said she, that God, so soon as he had created the world, and the ground was dry, and the mountains were standing bright and glorious, that God, I say, thereupon, in the very first place, created the dwarfs, to the end that there might be reasonable beings also, who in their passages and chasms might contemplate and adore his wonders in the inward parts of the earth. It is farther well known that this little race by degrees became uplifted in heart, and attempted to acquire the dominion of the earth, for which reason God then created the dragons, in order to drive back the dwarfs into their mountains. Now, as the dragons themselves were wont to nestle in the large caverns and clefts, and dwell there, and many of them too were in the habit of spitting fire and working much other mischief, the poor little dwarfs were by these means thrown into exceeding straits and distress, so that not knowing what in the world to do, they humbly and fervently turned to God, that he would vouchsafe to abolish this unclean dragon generation. But though it consisted not with his wisdom to destroy his own creatures, yet the heavy sufferings of the poor dwarfs so moved his compassion, that anon he created the giants, ordained them to fight these dragons, and if not root them out, at least lessen their numbers. Now, no sooner had the giants got moderately well through with the dragons, than their hearts also began to wax wanton, and in their presumption they practised much tyranny, especially on the good little dwarfs, who thence once more in their need turned to the Lord. And he, by the power of his hand, created the knights, who were to make war on the giants and dragons, and to live in concord with the dwarfs. Hereby was the work of creation completed on this side, and it is plain that henceforth giants and dragons, as well as knights and dwarfs, have always maintained themselves in being. From this, my friend, it will be clear to thee that we are of the oldest race on the earth. a circumstance which does us honor, but at the same time brings a great disadvantage along with it. For as there is nothing in the world that can endure forever, but all that has once been great must become little and fade, so it is our lot also that ever since the creation of the world we have been waning and growing smaller, especially the royal family, on whom by reason of their pure blood this destiny presses with the heaviest force. To remedy this evil, our wise teachers have many years ago devised the expedient of sending forth a princess of the royal house from time to time into the world, to wed some honorable knight, so that the dwarf progeny may be reflected and saved from entire decay. Though my fair one related these things with an air of the utmost sincerity, I looked at her hesitatingly, for it seemed as if she meant to palm some fable on me. As to her own dainty lineage, I had not the smallest doubt, but that she should have laid hold of me in place of a knight occasioned my distrust, seeing I knew myself too well to suppose that my ancestors had come into the world by an immediate act of creation. I concealed my wonder and skepticism, and asked her kindly, "But tell me, my dear child, how hast thou attained this large and stately shape? For I know few women that in richness of form can compare with thee." "Thou shalt hear," replied she. "It is a settled maxim in the council of the dwarf kings that this extraordinary step be forborne as long as it possibly can, which indeed I cannot but say is quite natural and proper. Perhaps they might have lingered still longer, had not my brother, born after me, come into the world so exceedingly small, that the nurses actually lost him out of his swaddling clothes, and no creature yet knows whither he is gone. On this occurrence, unexampled in the annals of dwarfdom, the sages were assembled, and without more ado the resolution was taken, and I set out in quest of a husband." "The resolution!" exclaimed I. "That is all extremely well. One can resolve, one can take his resolution, but to give a dwarf this heavenly shape, how did your sages manage that?" "It had been provided for already," said she, "by our ancestors. In the royal treasury lay a monstrous gold ring. I speak of it as it then appeared to me, when I saw it in my childhood, for it was this same ring which I have here on my finger. We now went to work as follows. I was informed of all that awaited me, and instructed what I had to do and to forbear. A splendid palace, after the pattern of my father's favorite summer residence, was then got ready, a main edifice, wings, and whatever else you could think of. It stood at the entrance of a large rock cleft, which it decorated in the handsomest style. On the appointed day our court moved thither, my parents also, and myself. The army paraded, and 24 priests, not without difficulty, carried on a costly litter the mysterious ring. It was placed on the threshold of the building, just within the spot where you entered. Many ceremonies were observed, and after a pathetic farewell, I proceeded to my task. I stepped forward to the ring, laid my finger on it, and that instant began perceptibly to wax in stature. In a few moments I had reached my present size, and then I put the ring on my finger. But now, in the twinkling of an eye, the doors, windows, gates flapped to, the wings grew up into the body of the edifice. Instead of a palace stood a little box beside me, which I forthwith lifted and carried off with me, not without a pleasant feeling in being so tall and strong. Still, indeed, a dwarf to trees and mountain, to streams and tracts of land, yet a giant to grass and herbs, and above all to ants, from whom we dwarfs, not being always on the best terms with them, often suffer considerable annoyance. How it fared with me on my pilgrimage I might tell thee at great length. Suffice it to say, I tried many, but no one save thou seemed worthy of being honored to renovate and perpetuate the line of the glorious Eckwald. In the course of these narrations, my head had now and then kept wagging without myself having absolutely shaken it. I put several questions to which I received no very satisfactory answers. On the contrary, I learned to my great affliction that after what had happened she must needs return to her parents. She had hopes still, she said, of getting back to me, but for the present it was indispensably necessary to present herself at court, as otherwise, both for her and me, there was nothing but utter ruin. The purses would soon cease to pay, and who knew what all would be the consequences? On hearing that our money would run short, I inquired no further into consequences. I shrugged my shoulders. I was silent, and she seemed to understand. We now packed up and got into our carriage, the box standing opposite us, in which, however, I could still see no symptoms of a palace. In this way we proceeded several stages. Post money and drink money were readily and richly paid from the pouches to the right and left, till at last we reached a mountainous district, and no sooner had we alighted here than my fair one walked forward, directing me to follow her with the box. She led me by rather steep paths to a narrow plot of green ground, through which a clear brook now gushed in little falls, now ran in quiet windings. She pointed to a little knoll, bade me to set the box down there, then said, "Farewell, thou wilt easily find the way back. Remember me, I hope to see thee again." At this moment I felt as if I could not leave her. She was just now in one of her fine days, and, if you will, her fine hours. Along with so fair a being, on the green sward, among grass and flowers, girt in by rocks, waters murmuring round you, what heart could have remained insensible? I came forward to seize her hand, to clasp her in my arms, but she motioned me back, threatening me, though still kindly enough, with great danger, if I did not instantly withdraw. "Is there no possibility, then," exclaimed I, "of my staying with thee, of thy keeping me beside thee?" These words I uttered with such rueful tones and gestures that she seemed touched by them, and after some thought confessed to me that a continuance of our union was not entirely impossible. Who happier than I? My importunity, which increased every moment, compelled her at last to come out with her scheme, and inform me that if I too could resolve on becoming as little as I had once seen her, I might still remain with her, be admitted to her house, her kingdom, her family. The proposal was not altogether to my mind, yet at that moment I positively could not tear myself away. So, having already for a good while been accustomed to the marvellous, and being at all times prone to bold enterprises, I closed with her offer, and said she might do with me as she pleased. I was thereupon directed to hold out the little finger of my right hand. She placed her own against it. Then with her left hand she quite softly pulled the ring from her finger, and let it run along mine. That instant I felt a violent twinge on my finger. The ring shrunk together, and tortured me horribly. I gave a loud cry, and caught round me for my fair one, but she had disappeared. What state of mind I was in during this moment I find no words to express, so I have nothing more to say, but that I very soon, in my miniature size, found myself beside my fair one in a wood of grass stalks. The joy of meeting after this short yet strange separation, or, if you will, of this reunion without separation, exceeds all conception. I fell on her neck, she replied to my caresses, and the little pair was as happy as the large one. With some difficulty we now mounted a hill. I say difficulty, because the sward had become for us an almost impenetrable forest. Yet at length we reached a bare space, and how surprised was I at perceiving there a large bolted mass, which ere long I could not but recognize for the box, in the same state as when I had set it down. Go up to it, my friend, said she, and do but knock with the ring, thou shalt see wonders. I went up accordingly, and no sooner had I rapped than I did, in fact, witness the greatest wonder. 2 wings came jutting out, and at the same time there fell like scales and chips various pieces this way and that, while doors, windows, colonnades, and all that belongs to a complete palace at once came into view. If ever you have seen one of Rothschild's desks, how at one pull a multitude of springs and latches get in motion, the writing board and writing materials, letter and money compartments all at once, or in quick succession, start forward, you will partly conceive how this palace unfolded itself, into which my sweet attendant now introduced me. In the large saloon I directly recognized the fireplace which I had formerly seen from above, and the chair in which she had then been sitting, and on looking up I actually fancied I could still see something of the chink in the dome through which I had peeped in. I spare you the description of the rest. In a word, all was spacious, splendid, and tasteful. Scarcely had I recovered from my astonishment when I heard afar off a sound of military music. My better half sprang up, and with rapture announced to me the approach of his Majesty her father. We stepped out to the threshold, and here beheld a magnificent procession moving towards us from a considerable cleft in the rock. Soldiers, servants, officers of state, and glittering courtiers followed in order. At last you observed a golden throng, and in the midst of it the king himself. As soon as the whole procession had drawn up before the palace, the king with his nearest retinue stepped forward. His loving daughter hastened out to him, pulling me along with her. We threw ourselves at his feet. He raised me graciously, and on coming to stand before him, I perceived that in this little world I was still the most considerable figure. We proceeded together to the palace, where his Majesty, in presence of his whole court, was pleased to welcome me with a well-studied oration, in which he expressed his surprise at finding us here, acknowledged me as his son-in-law, and appointed the nuptial ceremony to take place on the morrow. A cold sweat went over me as I heard him speak of marriage, for I dreaded this even more than music, which otherwise appeared to me the most hateful thing on earth. Your music makers, I used to say, enjoy at least the conceit of being in unison with each other, and working in concord, for when they have tweaked and tuned long enough, grating our ears with all manners of screeches, they believe in their hearts that the matter is now adjusted, and one instrument accurately suited to the other. The bandmaster himself is in this happy delusion, and so they set forth joyfully, though still tearing our nerves to pieces. In the married state, even this is not the case, for although it is but a duet, and you might think 2 voices, or even 2 instruments, might in some degree be attuned to each other, yet this happens very seldom. For while the man gives out one tone, the wife directly takes a higher one, and the man again a higher, and so it rises from the chamber to the choral pitch, and farther, till at last wind instruments themselves cannot reach it. And now, as harmonical music itself is an offence to me, it will not be surprising that disharmonical should be a thing which I cannot endure. Of the festivities in which the day was spent, I shall and can say nothing, for I paid small heed to any of them. The sumptuous victuals, the generous wine, the royal amusements, I could not relish. I kept thinking and considering what I was to do. Here, however, there was but little to be considered. I determined once for all to take myself away and hide somewhere. Accordingly, I succeeded in reaching the chink of a stone, where I entrenched and concealed myself as well as might be. My first care after this was to get the unhappy ring off my finger, an enterprise, however, which would by no means prosper, for, on the contrary, I felt that every pull I gave, the metal grew straighter and cramped me with violent pains, which again abated as soon as I desisted from my purpose. Early in the morning I awoke, for my little person had slept, and very soundly, and was just stepping out to look farther about me, when I felt a kind of rain coming down. Through the grass, flowers, and leaves there fell, as it were, something like sand and grit in large quantities. But what was my horror when the whole of it became alive, and an innumerable host of ants rushed down on me. No sooner did they observe me than they made an attack on all sides, and though I defended myself stoutly and gallantly enough, they at last so hemmed me in, so nipped and pinched me, that I was glad to hear them calling to surrender. I surrendered instantly and wholly, whereupon an ant of respectable stature approached me with courtesy, nay, with reverence, and even recommended itself to my good graces. I learned that the ants had now become allies of my father-in-law, and by him called out in the present emergency and commissioned to fetch me back. Here then was little I in the hands of creatures still less. I had nothing for it but looking forward to the marriage. Nay, I must now thank heaven if my father-in-law were not wroth, if my fair one had not taken the sullens. Let me skip over the whole train of ceremonies. In a word, we were wedded. Gaily and joyously as matters went, there were nevertheless solitary hours in which you were led astray into reflection. Now there happened to me something which had never happened before. What and how you shall learn. Everything about me was completely adapted to my present form and wants. The bottles and glasses were in a fit ratio to a little toper, nay, if you will, better measure in proportion than with us. In my tiny palate the dainty tidbits tasted excellently. A kiss from the little mouth of my spouse was still the most charming thing in nature, and I will not deny that novelty made all these circumstances highly agreeable. Unhappily, however, I had forgotten my former situation. I felt within me a scale of bygone greatness, and it rendered me restless and cheerless. Now for the first time did I understand what the philosophers might mean by their ideal, which they say so plagues the mind of man. I had an ideal of myself, and often in dreams I appeared as a giant. In short, my wife, my ring, my dwarf figure, and so many other bonds and restrictions made me utterly unhappy, so that I began to think seriously about obtaining my deliverance. Being persuaded that the whole magic lay in the ring, I resolved on filing this asunder. From the court jeweler, accordingly, I borrowed some files. By good luck, I was left-handed, as indeed, throughout my whole life, I had never done aught in the right-handed way. I stood tightly to the work, and it was not small, for the golden hoop, so thin as it appeared, had grown proportionably thicker in contracting from its former length. All vacant hours I privately applied to this task, and at last, the metal being nearly through, I was provident enough to step out of doors. This was a wise measure, for all at once the golden hoop started sharply from my finger, and my frame shot aloft with such violence that I actually fancied I should dash against the sky, and at all events I must have bolted through the dome of our palace, nay, perhaps, in my new awkwardness, have destroyed this summer residence altogether. But here, then, was I standing again, in truth, so much larger, but also, as it seemed to me, so much the more foolish and helpless. On recovering from my stupefaction, I observed the royal strong box lying near me, which I found to be moderately heavy as I lifted it and carried it down the footpath to the next stage, where I directly ordered horses and set forth. By the road I soon made trial of the 2 side pouches. Instead of money, which appeared to be run out, I found a little key. It belonged to the strong box, in which I got some moderate compensation. So long as this held out, I made use of the carriage. By and by I sold it, and proceeded by diligence. The strong box, too, I at length cast from me, having no hope of its ever filling again. And thus, in the end, after a considerable circuit, I again returned to the kitchen hearth, to the landlady and the cook, where you were first introduced to me. End of excerpt from Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship and Travels, Volume 3, by Johann Goethe, translated by Thomas Carlyle in 1842. The Pied Piper, by James Howell, 1594 to 1666. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To Mr. E.P. from Familiar Letters. Sir, I saw such prodigious things daily done these few years past, that I had resolved with myself to give over wondering at anything. Yet a passage happened this week that forced me to wonder once more, because it is without parallel. It was that some odd fellows went skulking up and down London streets, and with figs and raisins lured little children, and so purloined them away from their parents, and carried them a shipboard far beyond sea, where by cutting their hair and other devices they so disguised them that their parents could not know them. This made me think upon that miraculous passage in Hamelin, which I hoped to have passed through when I was in Hamburg, had we returned by Holland, which was thus, nor would I relate it unto you, were there not some ground of truth for it. The said town of Hamelin was annoyed with rats and mice, and it chanced that a pied-coated piper came thither, who covenanted with the chief burghers for such a reward, if he could free them quite from the said vermin. Nor would he demand it till a 12-month, and a day after. The agreement being made, he began to play on his pipes, and all the rats and the mice followed him to a great lough near by, where they all perished. So the town was infected no more. At the end of the year the Pied Piper returned for his reward. The burghers put him off with slightings and neglect, offered him some small matter, which he refusing, and stayed some days in the town. One Sunday morn at high mass, when most people were at church, he fell to play on his pipes, and all the children up and down followed him out of the town, to a great hill not far off, which rent in two, and opened, and let him and the children in, and so closed up again. This happened a matter of 250 years since, and in that town they date their bills and bonds and other instruments in law to this day from the year of the going out of their children. Besides, there is a great pillar of stone at the foot of the said hill, whereon this story is engraven. No more now, for this is enough in conscience for one time. So I am your most affectionate servitor, J.H. Fleet, 1 October 1643. End of The Pied Piper, by James Howell, 1594 to 1666.
A Redeeming Sacrifice, by L. M. Montgomery, 1874 to 1942. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. The dance at Brian Lyall's was in full swing. Toff Leclerc, the best fiddler in 3 counties, was enthroned on the kitchen table, and from the glossy brown violin, which his grandfather brought from Grand Pré, was conjuring music which made even stiff old Aunt Phemy want to show her steps. Around the kitchen sat a row of young men and women, and the open sitting-room doorway was crowded with the faces of non-dancing guests who wanted to watch the sets. An 8-hand reel had just been danced, and the girls, giddy from the much swinging of the final figure, had been led back to their seats. Mattie Lyall came out with a dipper of water and sprinkled the floor, from which a fine dust was rising. Toff's violin purred under his hands as he waited for the next set to form. The dancers were slow about it. There was not the rush for the floor that there had been earlier in the evening, for the supper table was now spread in the dining-room, and most of the guests were hungry. "Fill up there, boys," shouted the fiddler impatiently. "Bring out your gals for the next set." After a moment, Paul King led out Joan Shelley from the shadowy corner where they had been sitting. They had already danced several sets together. Joan had not danced with anybody else that evening. As they stood together under the light from the lamp on the shelf above them, many curious and disapproving eyes watched them. Connor Mitchell, who had been standing in the open outer doorway with the moonlight behind him, turned abruptly on his heel and went out. Paul King leaned his head against the wall and watched the watchers with a smiling, defiant face as they waited for the set to form. He was a handsome fellow, with the easy, winning ways that women love. His hair curled in bronze masses about his head. His dark eyes were long and drowsy and laughing. There was a swarthy bloom on his round cheeks, and his lips were as red and beguiling as a girl's. A bad egg was Paul King, with a bad past and a bad future. He was shiftless and drunken. Ugly tales were told of him. Not a man in Lyall's house that night but grudged him the privilege of standing up with Joan Shelley. Joan was a slight, blossom-like girl in white, looking much like the pale, sweet-scented house rose she wore in her dark hair. Her face was colourless and young, very pure and softly curved. She had wonderfully sweet dark blue eyes, generally dropped down with notably long black lashes. There were many showier girls in the groups around her, but none half so lovely. She made all the rosy-cheeked beauties seem coarse and overblown. She left in Paul's clasp the hand by which he had led her out on the floor. Now and then he shifted his gaze from the faces before him to hers. When he did, she always looked up, and they exchanged glances as if they had been utterly alone. 3 other couples gradually took the floor, and the reel began. Joan drifted through the figures with the grace of a wind-blown leaf. Paul danced with rollicking abandon, seldom taking his eyes from Joan's face. When the last mad whirl was over, Joan's brother came up and told her in an angry tone to go into the next room and dance no more, since she would dance with only one man. Joan looked at Paul. That look meant that she would do as he, and none other, told her. Paul nodded easily. He did not want any fuss just then, and the girl went obediently into the room. As she turned from him, Paul coolly reached out his hand and took the rose from her hair. Then, with a triumphant glance around the room, he went out. The autumn night was very clear and chill, with a faint moaning wind blowing up from the northwest over the sea that lay shimmering before the door. Out beyond the cove the boats were nodding and curtsying on the swell, and over the shore fields the great red star of the lighthouse flared out against the silvery sky. Paul, with a whistle, sauntered down the sandy lane, thinking of Joan. How mightily he loved her. He, Paul King, who had made a mock of so many women and had never loved before. Ah, and she loved him. She had never said so in words, but eyes and tones had said it. She, Joan Shelley, the pick and pride of the harbour girls, whom so many men had wooed, winning their trouble for their pains. He had won her. She was his and his only for the asking. His heart was seething with pride and triumph and passion as he strode down to the shore and flung himself on the cold sand in the black shadow of Michael Brown's beached boat. Brian Lyle, a grizzled elderly man, half farmer, half fisherman, and Maxwell Holmes, the prospect schoolteacher, came up to the boat presently. Paul lay softly and listened to what they were saying. He was not troubled by any sense of dishonour. Honour was something Paul King could not lose, since it was something he had never possessed. They were talking of him and Joan. What a shame that a girl like Joan Shelley should throw herself away on a man like that, Holmes said. Brian Lyle removed the pipe he was smoking and spat reflectively at his shadow. Damned shame, he agreed. That girl's life will be ruined if she marries him, plumb ruined, and marry him she will. He's bewitched her, darned if I can understand it. A dozen better men have wanted her, Connor Mitchell for one, and he's a honest, steady fellow with a good home to offer her. If King had left her alone, she'd have taken Connor. She used to like him well enough, but that's all over. She's infatuated with King, the worthless scamp. She'll marry him and be sorry for it to her last day. He's bad clear through and always will be. Why, look you, teacher, most men pull up a bit when they're courting a girl, no matter how wild they've been and will be again. Paul hasn't. It hasn't made any difference. He was dead drunk night afore last at the Harbour Head, and he hasn't done a stroke of work for a month. And yet Joan Shelley'll take him. What are her people thinking of to let her go with him? Asked Holmes. She hasn't any but her brother. He's against Paul, of course, but it won't matter. The girl's fancy's caught, and she'll go her own gait to ruin. Ruin, I tell ye. If she marries that handsome ne'er-do-well, she'll be a wretched woman all her days, and none to pity her. The two moved away then, and Paul lay motionless, face downward on the sand, his lips pressed against Joan's sweet, crushed rose. He felt no anger over Brian Lyle's unsparing condemnation. He knew it was true, every word of it. He was a worthless scamp, and always would be. He knew that perfectly well. It was in his blood. None of his race had ever been respectable, and he was worse than them all. He had no intention of trying to reform, because he could not, and because he did not even want to. He was not fit to touch Joan's hand. Yet he had meant to marry her. But to spoil her life, would it do that? Yes, it surely would. And if he were out of the way, taking his baleful charm out of her life, Connor Mitchell might and doubtless would win her yet, and give her all he could not. The man suddenly felt his eyes wet with tears. He had never shed a tear in his daredevil life before, but they came hot and stinging now. Something he had never known or thought of before entered into his passion and purified it. He loved Joan. Did he love her well enough to stand aside and let another take the sweetness and grace that was now his own? Did he love her well enough to save her from the poverty-stricken, shamed life she must lead with him? Did he love her better than himself? "I ain't fit to think of her," he groaned. "I never did a decent thing in my life, as they say. But how can I give her up? God, how can I?" He lay still a long time after that, until the moonlight crept around the boat and drove away the shadow. Then he got up and went slowly down to the water's edge, with Joan's rose, all wet with his unaccustomed tears, in his hands. Slowly and reverently he plucked off the petals and scattered them on the ripples, where they drifted lightly off like fairy shallops on moonshine. When the last one had fluttered from his fingers, he went back to the house and hunted up Captain Alec Matheson, who was smoking his pipe in a corner of the veranda and watching the young folks dancing through the open door. The two men talked together for some time. When the dance broke up and the guests straggled homeward, Paul sought Joan. Rob Shelley had his own girl to see home, and relinquished the guardianship of his sister with a scowl. Paul strode out of the kitchen and down the steps at the side of Joan, smiling with his usual daredevilry. He whistled noisily all the way up the lane. "Great little dance," he said. "My last in Prospect for a spell, I guess." "Why?" asked Joan wonderingly. "Oh, I'm going to take a run down to South America in Matheson's schooner. Lord knows when I'll come back. This old place has got too deadly dull to suit me. I'm going to look for something livelier." Joan's lips turned ashen under the fringes of her white fascinator. She trembled violently and put one of her small brown hands up to her throat. You are not coming back," she said faintly. "Not likely. I'm pretty well tired of Prospect, and I haven't got anything to hold me here. Things will be livelier down south." Joan said nothing more. They walked along the spruce-fringed road, where the moonbeams laughed down through the thick, softly swaying boughs. Paul whistled one rollicking tune after another. The girl bit her lip and clenched her hands. He cared nothing for her. He'd been making a mock of her as of others. Hurt pride and wounded love fought each other in her soul. Pride conquered. She would not let him, or anyone, see that she cared. She would not care. At her gate, Paul held out his hand. "Well, goodbye, Joan. I'm sailing tomorrow, so I won't see you again. Not for years, likely. You will be some sober old married woman when I come back to Prospect, if I ever do." "Goodbye," said Joan steadily. She gave him her cold hand and looked calmly into his face without quailing. She had loved him with all her heart, but now a fatal scorn of him was already mingling with her love. He was what they said he was, a scamp without principle or honour. Paul whistled himself out of the Shelley lane and over the hill. Then he flung himself down under the spruces, crushed his face into the spicy frosted ferns, and had his black hour alone. But when Captain Alec's schooner sailed out of the harbour the next day, Paul King was on board of her, the wildest and most hilarious of a wild and hilarious crew. Prospect people nodded their satisfaction. "Good riddance," they said. "Paul King is black to the core. He never did a decent thing in his life." End of A Redeeming Sacrifice by L. M. Montgomery. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
Smith, an episode in a lodging house by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Smith, An episode in a lodging-house. When I was a medical student, began the doctor, half turning towards his circle of listeners in the firelight, I came across one or two very curious human beings. But there was one fellow I remember particularly, for he caused me the most vivid, and, I think, the most uncomfortable emotions I have ever known. For many months I knew Smith only by name as the occupant of the floor above me. Obviously, his name meant nothing to me. Moreover, I was busy with lectures, reading, clinics, and the like, and had little leisure to devise plans for scraping acquaintance with any of the other lodgers in the house. Then chance brought us curiously together, and this fellow Smith left a deep impression upon me as the result of our first meeting. At the time, the strength of this first impression seemed quite inexplicable to me, but looking back at the episode now from a standpoint of greater knowledge, I judge the fact to have been that he stirred my curiosity to an unusual degree, and at the same time awakened my sense of horror, whatever that may be in a medical student, about as deeply and permanently as these two emotions were capable of being stirred at all in the particular system and set of nerves called me. How he knew that I was interested in the study of languages was something I could never explain. But one day, quite unannounced, he came quietly into my room in the evening, and asked me point blank if I knew enough Hebrew to help him in the pronunciation of certain words. He caught me along the line of least resistance, and I was greatly flattered to be able to give him the desired information. But it was only when he had thanked me and was gone that I realised I had been in the presence of an unusual individuality. For the life of me I could not quite seize and label the peculiarities of what I felt to be a very striking personality, but it was borne in upon me that he was a man apart from his fellows, a mind that followed a line leading away from ordinary human intercourse and human interests, and into regions that left in his atmosphere something remote, rarefied, chilling. The moment he was gone I became conscious of two things: an intense curiosity to know more about this man and what his real interests were, and secondly, the fact that my skin was crawling and that my hair had a tendency to rise. The doctor paused a moment here to puff hard at his pipe, which, however, had gone out beyond recall without the assistance of a match, and in the deep silence, which testified to the genuine interest of his listeners, someone poked the fire up into a little blaze, and one or two others glanced over their shoulders into the dark distances of the big hall. On looking back, he went on, watching the momentary flames in the grate, I see a short, thick-set man of perhaps 45, with immense shoulders and small, slender hands. The contrast was noticeable, for I remember thinking that such a giant frame and such slim finger bones hardly belonged together. His head, too, was large and very long, the head of an idealist beyond all question, yet with an unusually strong development of the jaw and chin. Here again was a singular contradiction, though I am better able now to appreciate its full meaning, with a greater experience in judging the values of physiognomy. For this meant, of course, an enthusiastic idealism balanced and kept in check by will and judgment, elements usually deficient in dreamers and visionaries. At any rate, here was a being with probably a very wide range of possibilities, a machine with a pendulum that most likely had an unusual length of swing. The man's hair was exceedingly fine, and the lines about his nose and mouth were cut as with a delicate steel instrument in wax. His eyes I have left to the last. They were large and quite changeable, not in colour only, but in character, size, and shape. Occasionally they seemed the eyes of someone else, if you can understand what I mean, and at the same time, in their shifting shades of blue, green, and a nameless sort of dark grey, there was a sinister light in them that lent to the whole face an aspect almost alarming. Moreover, they were the most luminous optics I think I have ever seen in any human being. There, then, at the risk of a wearisome description, is Smith, as I saw him for the first time that winter's evening in my shabby student's rooms in Edinburgh. And yet the real part of him, of course, I have left untouched, for it is both indescribable and ungettable. I have spoken already of an atmosphere of warning and aloofness he carried about with him. It is impossible further to analyse the series of little shocks his presence always communicated to my being. But there was that about him which made me instantly on the qui vive in his presence, every nerve alert, every sense strained and on the watch. I do not mean that he deliberately suggested danger, but rather that he brought forces in his wake which automatically warned the nervous centres of my system to be on their guard and alert. Since the days of my first acquaintance with this man, I have lived through other experiences, and have seen much I cannot pretend to explain or understand. But so far in my life, I have only once come across a human being who suggested a disagreeable familiarity with unholy things, and who made me feel uncanny and creepy in his presence, and that unenviable individual was Mr. Smith. What his occupation was during the day I never knew. I think he slept until the sun set. No one ever saw him on the stairs, or heard him move in his room during the day. He was a creature of the shadows, who apparently preferred darkness to light. Our landlady either knew nothing or would say nothing. At any rate, she found no fault, and I have since wondered often by what magic this fellow was able to convert a common landlady of a common lodging-house into a discreet and uncommunicative person. This alone was a sign of genius of some sort. He's been here with me for years, long before you come, and I don't interfere or ask no questions of what doesn't concern me, as long as people pays their rent, was the only remark on the subject that I ever succeeded in winning from that quarter, and it certainly told me nothing, nor gave me the encouragement to ask for further information. Examinations, however, and the general excitement of a medical student's life, for a time put Mr. Smith completely out of my head. For a long period he did not call upon me again, and for my part I felt no courage to return his unsolicited visit. Just then, however, there came a change in the fortunes of those who controlled my very limited income, and I was obliged to give up my ground floor and move aloft to more modest chambers on the top of the house. Here I was directly over Smith, and had to pass his door to reach my own. It so happened that about this time I was frequently called out at all hours of the night for the maternity cases which a fourth-year student takes at a certain period of his studies, and on returning from one of these visits at about 2 o'clock in the morning, I was surprised to hear the sound of voices as I passed his door. A peculiar sweet odour, too, not unlike the smell of incense, penetrated into the passage. I went upstairs very quietly, wondering what was going on there at this hour of the morning. To my knowledge, Smith never had visitors. For a moment I hesitated outside the door with one foot on the stairs. All my interest in this strange man revived, and my curiosity rose to a point not far from action. At last I might learn something of the habits of this lover of the night and the darkness. The sound of voices was plainly audible, Smith's predominating so much that I never could catch more than points of sound from the other, penetrating now and then the steady stream of his voice. Not a single word reached me, at least not a word that I could understand, though the voice was loud and distinct, and it was only afterwards that I realised he must have been speaking in a foreign language. The sounds of footsteps, too, was equally distinct. 2 persons were moving about the room, passing and repassing the door, one of them a light, agile person, and the other ponderous and somewhat awkward. Smith's voice went on incessantly with its odd monotonous droning, now loud, now soft, as he crossed and recrossed the floor. The other person was also on the move, but in a different and less regular fashion, for I heard rapid steps that seemed to end sometimes in stumbling, and quick sudden movements that brought up with a violent lurching against the wall or furniture. As I listened to Smith's voice, moreover, I began to feel afraid. There was something in the sound that made me feel intuitively he was in a tight place, and an impulse stirred faintly in me, very faintly, I admit, to knock at the door and inquire if he needed help. But long before the impulse could translate itself into an act, or even before it had been properly weighed and considered by the mind, I heard a voice close beside me in the air, a sort of hushed whisper, which I am certain was Smith speaking, though the sound did not seem to have come to me through the door. It was close in my very ear, as though he stood beside me, and it gave me such a start that I clutched the banisters to save myself from stepping backwards and making a clatter on the stairs. "There is nothing you can do to help me," it said distinctly, "and you will be much safer in your own room." I am ashamed to this day of the pace at which I covered the flight of stairs in the darkness to the top floor, and of the shaking hand with which I lit my candles and bolted the door. But there it is, just as it happened. This midnight episode, so odd and yet so trivial in itself, fired me with more curiosity than ever about my fellow lodger. It also made me connect him in my mind with a sense of fear and distrust. I never saw him, yet I was often, and uncomfortably, aware of his presence in the upper regions of that gloomy lodging-house. Smith and his secret mode of life and mysterious pursuits somehow contrived to awaken in my being a line of reflection that disturbed my comfortable condition of ignorance. I never saw him, as I have said, and exchanged no sort of communication with him, yet it seemed to me that his mind was in contact with mine, and some of the strange forces of his atmosphere filtered through into my being and disturbed my equilibrium. Those upper floors became haunted for me after dark, and though outwardly our lives never came into contact, I became unwillingly involved in certain pursuits on which his mind was centred. I felt that he was somehow making use of me against my will, and by methods which passed my comprehension. I was at that time, moreover, in the heavy, unquestioning state of materialism which is common to medical students when they begin to understand something of the human anatomy and nervous system, and jump at once to the conclusion that they control the universe and hold in their forceps the last word of life and death. I knew it all, and regarded a belief in anything beyond matter as the wanderings of weak, or, at best, untrained minds. And this condition of mind, of course, added to the strength of this upsetting fear, which emanated from the floor below, and began slowly to take possession of me. Though I kept no notes of the subsequent events in this matter, they made too deep an impression for me ever to forget the sequence in which they occurred. Without difficulty I can recall the next step in the adventure with Smith, for adventure it rapidly grew to be. The doctor stopped a moment and laid his pipe on the table behind him before continuing. The fire had burned low, and no one stirred to poke it. The silence in the great hall was so deep that when the speaker's pipe touched the table, the sound woke audible echoes at the far end among the shadows. One evening, while I was reading, the door of my room opened and Smith came in. He made no attempt at ceremony. It was after 10 o'clock and I was tired, but the presence of the man immediately galvanized me into activity. My attempts at ordinary politeness he thrust on one side at once, and began asking me to vocalize and then pronounce for him certain Hebrew words. And when this was done, he abruptly inquired if I was not the fortunate possessor of a very rare rabbinical treatise which he named. How he knew that I possessed this book puzzled me exceedingly, but I was still more surprised to see him cross the room and take it out of my bookshelf, almost before I had had time to answer in the affirmative. Evidently he knew exactly where it was kept. This excited my curiosity beyond all bounds, and I immediately began asking him questions, and though, out of sheer respect for the man, I put them very delicately to him, and almost by way of mere conversation, he had only one reply for the lot. He would look up at me from the pages of the book with an expression of complete comprehension on his extraordinary features, would bow his head a little and say very gravely, "That, of course, is a perfectly proper question," which was absolutely all I could ever get out of him. On this particular occasion, he stayed with me perhaps 10 or 15 minutes. Then he went quickly downstairs to his room with my Hebrew treatise in his hand, and I heard him close and bolt his door. But a few moments later, before I had time to settle down to my book again, or to recover from the surprise his visit had caused me, I heard the door open, and there stood Smith once again beside my chair. He made no excuse for his second interruption, but bent his head down to the level of my reading lamp and peered across the flame straight into my eyes. "I hope," he whispered, "I hope you are never disturbed at night." "Eh?" I stammered. "Disturbed at night? Oh, no, thanks. At least, not that I know of." "I'm glad," he replied gravely, appearing not to notice my confusion and surprise at his question. "But remember, should it ever be the case, please let me know at once." And he was gone down the stairs and into his room again. For some minutes I sat reflecting upon his strange behaviour. He was not mad, I argued, but was the victim of some harmless delusion that had gradually grown upon him as a result of his solitary mode of life. And from the books he used, I judged that it had something to do with medieval magic, or some system of ancient Hebrew mysticism. The words he asked me to pronounce for him were probably words of power, which, when uttered with the vehemence of a strong will behind them, were supposed to produce physical results, or set up vibrations in one's own inner being that had the effect of a partial lifting of the veil. I sat thinking about the man, and his way of living, and the probable effects in the long run of his dangerous experiments, and I can recall perfectly well the sensation of disappointment that crept over me when I realised that I had labelled his particular form of aberration, and that my curiosity would therefore no longer be excited. For some time I had been sitting alone with these reflections. It may have been 10 minutes, or it may have been half an hour, when I was aroused from my reverie by the knowledge that someone was again in the room, standing close beside my chair. My first thought was that Smith had come back again in his swift, unaccountable manner, but almost at the same moment I realised that this could not be the case at all, for the door faced my position, and it certainly had not been opened again. Yet someone was in the room, moving cautiously to and fro, watching me, almost touching me. I was as sure of it as I was of myself, and though at the moment I do not think I was actually afraid, I am bound to admit that a certain weakness came over me, and that I felt that strange disinclination for action which is probably the beginning of the horrible paralysis of real terror. I should have been glad to hide myself, if that had been possible, to cower into a corner, or behind a door, or anywhere, so that I could not be watched and observed. But overcoming my nervousness with an effort of the will, I got up quickly out of my chair and held the reading lamp aloft, so that it shone into all the corners like a searchlight. The room was utterly empty. It was utterly empty, at least to the eye, but to the nerves, and especially to that combination of sense-perception which is made up by all the senses acting together, and by no one in particular, there was a person standing there at my very elbow. I say person, for I can think of no appropriate word. For if it was a human being, I can only affirm that I had the overwhelming conviction that it was not, but that it was some form of life, wholly unknown to me both as to its essence and its nature. A sensation of gigantic force and power came with it, and I remember vividly to this day my terror on realising that I was close to an invisible being who could crush me as easily as I could crush a fly, and who could see my every movement while itself remaining invisible. To this terror was added the certain knowledge that the being kept in my proximity for a definite purpose, and that this purpose had some direct bearing upon my well-being, indeed, upon my life, I was equally convinced, for I became aware of a sensation of growing lassitude, as though the vitality were being steadily drained out of my body. My heart began to beat irregularly at first, then faintly. I was conscious, even within a few minutes, of a general drooping of the powers of life in the whole system, an ebbing away of self-control, and a distinct approach of drowsiness and torpor. The power to move or to think out any mode of resistance was fast leaving me, when there arose, in the distance as it were, a tremendous commotion. The door opened with a clatter, and I heard the peremptory and commanding tones of a human voice calling aloud in a language I could not comprehend. It was Smith, my fellow lodger, calling up the stairs, and his voice had not sounded for more than a few seconds when I felt something withdrawn from my presence, from my person, indeed from my very skin. It seemed as if there was a rushing of air, and some large creature swept by me at about the level of my shoulders. Instantly the pressure on my heart was relieved, and the atmosphere seemed to resume its normal condition. Smith's door closed quietly downstairs as I put the lamp down with trembling hands. What had happened I do not know, only I was alone again, and my strength was returning as rapidly as it had left me. I went across the room and examined myself in the glass. The skin was very pale, and the eyes dull. My temperature, I found, was a little below normal, and my pulse faint and irregular. But these smaller signs of disturbance were as nothing compared with the feeling I had, though no outward signs bore testimony to the fact that I had narrowly escaped a real and ghastly catastrophe. I felt shaken somehow, shaken to the very roots of my being. The doctor rose from his chair and crossed over to the dying fire, so that no one could see the expression on his face as he stood with his back to the grate and continued his weird tale. "It would be wearisome," he went on in a lower voice, looking over our heads as though he still saw the dingy top floor of that haunted Edinburgh lodging-house. "It would be tedious for me at this length of time to analyse my feelings, or attempt to reproduce for you the thorough examination to which I endeavoured then to subject my whole being, intellectual, emotional, and physical. I need only mention the dominant emotion with which this curious episode left me, the indignant anger against myself that I could never have lost my self-control enough to come under the sway of so gross and absurd a delusion. This protest, however, I remember making with all the emphasis possible, and I also remember noting that it brought me very little satisfaction, for it was the protest of my reason only, when all the rest of my being was up in arms against its conclusions. My dealings with the delusion, however, were not yet over for the night, for very early next morning, somewhere about 3 o'clock, I was awakened by a curiously stealthy noise in the room, and the next minute there followed a crash as if all my books had been swept bodily from their shelf onto the floor. But this time I was not frightened. Cursing the disturbance with all the resounding and harmless words I could accumulate, I jumped out of bed and lit the candle in a second, and in the first dazzle of the flaring match, but before the wick had time to catch, I was certain I saw a dark grey shadow of ungainly shape, and with something more or less like a human head, drive rapidly past the side of the wall farthest from me, and disappear into the gloom by the angle of the door. I waited 1 single second to be sure the candle was alight, and then dashed after it, but before I had gone 2 steps my foot stumbled against something hard piled up on the carpet, and I only just saved myself from falling headlong. I picked myself up and found that all the books from what I called my language shelf were strewn across the floor. The room, meanwhile, as a minute's search revealed, was quite empty. I looked in every corner and behind every stick of furniture, and a student's bedroom on a top floor, costing 12 shillings a week, did not hold many available hiding places, as you may imagine. The crash, however, was explained. Some very practical and physical force had thrown the books from their resting place. That, at least, was beyond all doubt, and as I replaced them on the shelf and noted that not one was missing, I busied myself mentally with the sore problem of how the agent of this little practical joke had gained access to my room, and then escaped again, for my door was locked and bolted. Smith's odd question as to whether I was disturbed in the night, and his warning injunction to let him know at once if such were the case, now of course returned to affect me as I stood there in the early morning, cold and shivering on the carpet. But I realised at the same moment how impossible it would be for me to admit that a more than usually vivid nightmare could have any connection with himself. I would rather stand 100 of these mysterious visitations than consult such a man as to their possible cause. A knock at the door interrupted my reflections, and I gave a start that sent the candle grease flying. "Let me in," came in Smith's voice. I unlocked the door. He came in fully dressed. His face wore a curious pallor. It seemed to me to be under the skin and to shine through and almost make it luminous. His eyes were exceedingly bright. I was wondering what in the world to say to him, or how he would explain his visit at such an hour, when he closed the door behind him and came close up to me, uncomfortably close. "You should have called me at once," he said in his whispering voice, fixing his great eyes on my face. I stammered something about an awful dream, but he ignored my remark utterly, and I caught his eye wandering, if any movement of those optics can be described as wandering, to the bookshelf. I watched him, unable to move my gaze from his person. The man fascinated me horribly for some reason. Why, in the devil's name, was he up and dressed at 3 in the morning? How did he know anything had happened unusual in my room? Then his whisper began again. "It's your amazing vitality that causes you this annoyance," he said, shifting his eyes back to mine. I gasped. Something in his voice or manner turned my blood into ice. "That's the real attraction," he went on. "But if this continues, one of us will have to leave, you know." I positively could not find a word to say in reply. The channels of speech dried up within me. I simply stared and wondered what he would say next. I watched him in a sort of dream, and as far as I can remember, he asked me to promise to call him sooner another time, and then began to walk round the room, uttering strange sounds and making signs with his arms and hands, until he reached the door. Then he was gone in a second, and I had closed and locked the door behind him. After this, the Smith adventure drew rapidly to a climax. It was a week or two later, and I was coming home between 2 and 3 in the morning from a maternity case, certain features of which, for the time being, had very much taken possession of my mind, so much so, indeed, that I passed Smith's door without giving him a single thought. The gas jet on the landing was still burning, but so low that it made little impression on the waves of deep shadow that lay across the stairs. Overhead, the faintest possible gleam of grey showed that the morning was not far away. A few stars shone down through the skylight. The house was still as the grave, and the only sound to break the silence was the rushing of the wind round the walls and over the roof. But this was a fitful sound, suddenly rising and as suddenly falling away again, and it only served to intensify the silence. I had already reached my own landing when I gave a violent start. It was automatic, almost a reflex action, in fact, for it was only when I caught myself fumbling at the door handle and thinking where I could conceal myself quickest that I realised a voice had sounded close beside me in the air. It was the same voice I had heard before, and it seemed to me to be calling for help. And yet the very same minute I pushed on into the room, determined to disregard it, and seeking to persuade myself it was the creaking of the boards under my weight, or the rushing noise of the wind that had deceived me. But hardly had I reached the table where the candle stood, when the sound was unmistakably repeated. "Help! Help!" And this time it was accompanied by what I can only describe as a vivid tactile hallucination. I was touched. The skin of my arm was clutched by fingers. Some compelling force sent me headlong downstairs, as if the haunting forces of the whole world were at my heels. At Smith's door I paused. The force of his previous warning injunction to seek his aid without delay acted suddenly, and I leant my whole weight against the panels, little dreaming that I should be called upon to give help rather than to receive it. The door yielded at once, and I burst into a room that was so full of a choking vapour, moving in slow clouds, that at first I could distinguish nothing at all but a set of what seemed to be huge shadows passing in and out of the mist. Then gradually I perceived that a red lamp on the mantelpiece gave all the light there was, and that the room which I now entered for the first time was almost empty of furniture. The carpet was rolled back and piled in a heap in the corner, and upon the white boards of the floor I noticed a large circle, drawn in black, of some material that emitted a faint glowing light, and was apparently smoking. Inside the circle, as well as at regular intervals outside it, were curious-looking designs, also traced in the same black, smoking substance. These, too, seemed to emit a feeble light of their own. My first impression on entering the room had been that it was full of people, I was going to say, but that hardly expresses my meaning. Beings they certainly were, but it was borne in upon me, beyond the possibility of doubt, that they were not human beings. That I had caught a momentary glimpse of living, intelligent entities I can never doubt, but I am equally convinced, though I cannot prove it, that these entities were from some other scheme of evolution altogether, and had nothing to do with the ordinary human life, either incarnate or discarnate. But whatever they were, the visible appearance of them was exceedingly fleeting. I no longer saw anything, though I still felt convinced of their immediate presence. They were, moreover, of the same order of life as the visitant in my bedroom of a few nights before, and their proximity to my atmosphere in numbers, instead of singly as before, conveyed to my mind something that was quite terrible and overwhelming. I fell into a violent trembling, and the perspiration poured from my face in streams. They were in constant motion about me. They stood close to my side, moved behind me, brushed past my shoulder, stirred the hair on my forehead, and circled round me without ever actually touching me, yet always pressing closer and closer. Especially in the air just over my head there seemed ceaseless movement, and it was accompanied by a confused noise of whispering and sighing that threatened every moment to become articulate in words. To my intense relief, however, I heard no distinct words, and the noise continued more like the rising and falling of the wind than anything else I can imagine. But the characteristic of these beings that impressed me most strongly at the time, and of which I have carried away the most permanent recollection, was that each of them possessed what seemed to be a vibrating centre, which impelled it with tremendous force, and caused a rapid whirling motion of the atmosphere as it passed me. The air was full of these little vortices of whirring, rotating force, and whenever one of them pressed me too closely, I felt as if the nerves in that particular portion of my body had been literally drawn out, absolutely depleted of vitality, and then immediately replaced, but replaced dead, flabby, useless. Then suddenly, for the first time, my eyes fell upon Smith. He was crouching against the wall on my right, in an attitude that was obviously defensive, and it was plain he was in extremities. The terror on his face was pitiable, but at the same time there was another expression about the tightly clenched teeth and mouth which showed that he had not lost all control of himself. He wore the most resolute expression I have ever seen on a human countenance, and though for the moment at a fearful disadvantage, he looked like a man who had confidence in himself, and, in spite of the working of fear, was waiting his opportunity. For my part, I was face to face with a situation so utterly beyond my knowledge and comprehension that I felt as helpless as a child, and as useless. "Help me back! Quick! Into that circle!" I heard him half cry, half whisper to me across the moving vapours. My only value appears to have been that I was not afraid to act. Knowing nothing of the forces I was dealing with, I had no idea of the deadly perils risked, and I sprang forward and caught him by the arms. He threw all his weight in my direction, and by our combined efforts his body left the wall and lurched across the floor towards the circle. Instantly there descended upon us, out of the empty air of that smoke-laden room, a force which I can only compare to the pushing, driving power of a great wind pent up within a narrow space. It was almost explosive in its effect, and it seemed to operate upon all parts of my body equally. It fell upon us with a rushing noise that filled my ears and made me think for a moment the very walls and roof of the building had been torn asunder. Under its first blow we staggered back against the wall, and I understood plainly that its purpose was to prevent us getting back into the circle in the middle of the floor. Pouring with perspiration and breathless, with every muscle strained to the very utmost, we at length managed to get to the edge of the circle, and at this moment, so great was the opposing force, that I felt myself actually torn from Smith's arms, lifted from my feet, and twirled round in the direction of the windows, as if the wheel of some great machine had caught my clothes, and was tearing me to destruction in its revolution. But, even as I fell, bruised and breathless, against the wall, I saw Smith firmly upon his feet in the circle, and slowly rising again to an upright position. My eyes never left his figure once in the next few minutes. He drew himself up to his full height. His great shoulders squared themselves, his head was thrown back a little, and as I looked I saw the expression on his face change swiftly from fear to one of absolute command. He looked steadily round the room, and then his voice began to vibrate. At first in a low tone, it gradually rose till it assumed the same volume and intensity I had heard that night when he called up the stairs into my room. It was a curiously increasing sound, more like the swelling of an instrument than a human voice, and as it grew in power and filled the room, I became aware that a great change was being effected slowly and surely. The confusion of noise and rushing of air fell into the roll of long, steady vibrations, not unlike those caused by the deeper pedals of an organ. The movements in the air became less violent, then grew decidedly weaker, and finally ceased altogether. The whisperings and sighings became fainter and fainter, till at last I could not hear them at all, and, strangest of all, the light emitted by the circle, as well as by the designs round it, increased to a steady glow, casting their radiance upwards with the weirdest possible effects upon his features. Slowly, by the power of his voice, behind which lay undoubtedly a genuine knowledge of the occult manipulation of sound, this man dominated the forces that had escaped from their proper sphere, until at length the room was reduced to silence and perfect order again. Judging by the immense relief which also communicated itself to my nerves, I then felt that the crisis was over, and Smith was wholly master of the situation. But hardly had I begun to congratulate myself upon this result, and to gather my scattered senses about me, when, uttering a loud cry, I saw him leap out of the circle and fling himself into the air, as it seemed to me into the empty air. Then, even while holding my breath for dread of the crash he was bound to come upon the floor, I saw him strike with a dull thud against a solid body in mid-air, and the next instant he was wrestling with some ponderous thing that was absolutely invisible to me, and the room shook with the struggle. To and fro they swayed, sometimes lurching in one direction, sometimes in another, and always in horrible proximity to myself, as I leaned trembling against the wall and watched the encounter. It lasted at most but a short minute or two, ending as suddenly as it had begun. Smith, with an unexpected movement, threw up his arms with a cry of relief. At the same instant there was a wild, tearing shriek in the air beside me, and something rushed past us with a noise like the passage of a flock of big birds. Both windows rattled as if they would break away from their sashes. Then a sense of emptiness and peace suddenly came over the room, and I knew that all was over. Smith, his face exceedingly white, but otherwise strangely composed, turned to me at once. "God, if you hadn't come! You deflected the stream, broke it up," he whispered. "You saved me." The doctor made a long pause. Presently he felt for his pipe in the darkness, groping over the table behind us with both hands. No one spoke for a bit, but all dreaded the sudden glare that would come when he struck the match. The fire was nearly out, and the great hall was pitch dark. But the storyteller did not strike that match. He was merely gaining time for some hidden reason of his own. And presently he went on with his tale in a more subdued voice. "I quite forget," he said, "how I got back to my own room. I only know that I lay with 2 lighted candles for the rest of the night, and the first thing I did in the morning was to let the landlady know I was leaving her house at the end of the week. Smith still has my rabbinical treatise. At least he did not return it to me at the time, and I have never seen him since to ask for it. End of Smith, An Episode in a Lodging House.
Snaking by Ambrose Bierce. From Cobwebs from an Empty Skull. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Snaking by Ambrose Bierce. Very talkative people always seem to me to be divided into two classes: those who lie for a purpose, and those who lie for the love of lying. And Sam Baxter belonged, with broad impartiality, to both. With him, falsehood was not more frequently a means to an end, for he would not only lie without a purpose, but at a sacrifice. I heard him once reading a newspaper to a blind aunt, and deliberately falsifying the market reports. The good old lady took it all in with a trustful faith, until he quoted dried apples at 50 cents a yard for unbolted size. Then she arose and disinherited him. Sam seemed to regard the fountain of truth as a stagnant pool, and himself as an angel whose business it was to stand up and trouble the waters. "You know Ben Dean," said Sam to me one day. "I'm down on that fellow, and I'll tell you why. In the winter of '68, he and I were snaking together in the mountains north of the Big Sandy." "What do you mean by snaking, Sam?" "Well, I like that. Why, gathering snakes, to be sure, rattlesnakes, for zoological gardens, museums, and side shows to circuses. This is how it's done. A party of snakers goes up to the mountain in the early autumn, with provisions for all winter, and putting up a snakery at some central point, get to work as soon as the torpid season sets in, and before there is much snow. I presume you know that when the nights begin to get cold, the snakes go in under big flat stones, snuggle together, and lie there frozen stiff until the warm days of spring limber them up for business. We go about, raise up the rocks, tie the worms into convenient bundles, and carry them to the snakery, where, during the snow season, they are assorted, labeled according to quality, and packed away for transportation. Sometimes a single showman will have as many as a dozen snakers in the mountains all winter. Ben and I were out one day and had gathered a few sheaves of prime ones when we discovered a broad stone that showed good indications, but we couldn't raise it. The whole upper part of the mountain seemed to be built mostly upon this one stone. There was nothing to be done but mole it, dig under, you know. So taking a spade, I soon widened the hole the creatures had got in at until it would admit my body. Crawling in, I found a kind of cell in the solid rock, stowed nearly full of beautiful serpents, some of 'em as long as a man. You would have reveled in these worms. They were neatly disposed about the sides of the cave, an even dozen in every berth, and some odd ones swinging from the ceiling in hammocks, like sailors. By the time I had counted them roughly, as they lay, it was dark and snowing like the mischief. There was no getting back to headquarters that night, and there was room for but one of us inside. Inside what, Sam? See here, have you been listening to what I'm telling you or not? There is no use telling you anything. Perhaps you won't mind waiting until I get done, and then you can tell something of your own. We drew straws to decide who would sleep inside, and it fell to me. Such luck that fellow Ben always had drawing straws when I held them. It was sinful. But even inside it was coldish, and I was more than an hour getting asleep. Toward morning, though, I woke, feeling very warm and peaceful. The moon was at full, just rising in the valley below, and shining in at the hole I'd entered at. It made everything light as day. But, Sam, according to my astronomy, a full moon never rises towards morning. Now, who said anything about your astronomy? I'd like to know who's telling this, you or I. Always think you know more than I do, and always swearing it isn't so, and always taking the words out of my mouth, but what's the use of arguing with you? As I was saying, the snakes began waking about the same time I did. I could hear them turn over on their sides and sigh. Presently, one raised himself up and yawned. He meant well, but it was not the regular thing for an Ophidian to do at that season. By and by, they began to poke their heads up all around, nodding good morning to one another across the room, and pretty soon one saw me lying there and called attention to the fact. Then they all began to crowd to the front and hang out over the sides of the beds in a fringe to study my habits. I can't describe the strange spectacle. You would have supposed it was the middle of March and a forward season. There were more worms than I had counted, and they were larger ones than I had thought. And the more they got awake, the wider they yawned, and the longer they stretched. The fat fellows in the hammocks above me were in danger of toppling out and breaking their necks every minute. Then it went through my mind like a flash what was the matter. Finding it cold outside, Ben had made a roaring fire on top of the rock, and the heat had deceived the worms into believing that it was late spring. As I lay there and thought of a full-grown man who hadn't any better sense than to do such a thing as that, I was mad enough to kill him. I lost confidence in mankind. If I had not stopped up the entrance before lying down with a big round stone which the heat had swollen so that a hydraulic ram couldn't have butted it loose, I should have put on my clothes and gone straight home. But, Sam, you said the entrance was open and the moon was shining in. There you go again, always contradicting, and insinuating that the moon must remain for hours in one position, and saying you've heard it told better by someone else, and wanting to fight. I've told this story to your brother over at Milk River more than 100 million times, and he never said a word against it. I believe you, Sam, for he is deaf as a tombstone. Tell you what to do for him. I know a fellow in Smith's Valley that will cure him in a minute. That fellow has cleaned the deafness all out of Washington County a dozen times. I never knew a case that could stand up against him 10 seconds. Take 3 parts of snake root to a gallon of wagon grease, and I'll go see if I can find the prescription. And Sam was off like a rocket. The End of Snaking by Ambrose Bierce.
The Sun and Moon by Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744 to 1803. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daughter of beauty, keep thyself from envy. Envy hath hurled an angel from heaven. It hath darkened the loveliest form of night, even the beautiful moon. From the counsels of the Eternal went forth the creative voice. 2 lights shall glitter in the firmament as kings of the earth and distinguishers of the rolling time. He spake, and it was done. Up rolled the sun, the first light, as a bridegroom cometh forth from his chamber, as the hero rejoicingly pursues his victorious path. So stood he then, clothed in the radiance of the highest. A garland of every dye encircled his head. The earth shouted for joy. The plants yielded to him their fragrance, and the flowers arrayed themselves in lovely and varied garbs. Filled with envy stood the lesser light, for she saw that she could not outshine the lordly sun. "Why," she said, murmuring to herself, "why should there be 2 princes upon one throne? Wherefore must I be the second, and not the first?" Suddenly her beautiful light, banished by inward sorrow, vanished. Away, away it flew, far off into the regions of air, and became the countless host of stars. Pale as death stood Luna then, ashamed and confounded before all the heavenly creation. Weeping, she cried, "Have pity, Father of beings, have pity!" Then stood an angel of God before the disconsolate mourner, and spoke to her the words of holy destiny. "Because thou hast envied the light of the sun, O thou most miserable, thou shalt in future shine only by his light, and when yonder earth steps before thee, thou shalt be as now, half or wholly darkened. Yet, child of air, weep not. The merciful hath forgiven thy fault, and hath turned it even to good. Go," said he, "speak consolingly to the repentant. Let her also in her radiance be queen. The tears of her repentance shall be a balsam to quicken all that languish, and to endow with new strength all that have fainted beneath the rays of the sun." Comforted, turned Luna away, when behold, there suddenly encircled her the same glory in which even she now glitters, and she entered upon the silent course in which she still moves on, the queen of light and leader of the stars, bewailing her guilt, and sympathizing with every tear. She ever seeks whom she may comfort, and whom she may console. Daughter of beauty, beware of envy. Envy hath hurled an angel from heaven. It hath darkened the loveliest form of night, even the beautiful moon. End of The Sun and Moon by Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744 to 1803.
The Strange-Looking Man by Fanny Kemble Johnson, from The Best Short Stories of 1917. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The Strange-Looking Man by Fanny Kemble Johnson. A tiny village lay among the mountains of the country from which for 4 years the men had gone forth to fight. First the best men had gone, then the older men, then the youths, and lastly the schoolboys. It will be seen that no men could have been left in the village except the very aged and the bodily incapacitated, who soon died, owing to the war policy of the government, which was to let the useless perish, that there might be more food for the useful. Now it chanced that while all the men went away, save those left to die of slow starvation, only a few returned, and those few were crippled and disfigured in various ways. One young man had only part of a face, and had to wear a painted tin mask, like a holiday maker. Another had 2 legs, but no arms, and another 2 arms, but no legs. One man could scarcely be looked at by his mother, having had his eyes burned out of his head until he stared like death. One had neither arms nor legs, and was mad of his misery besides, and lay all day in a cradle like a baby. And there was a quite old man who strangled night and day from having sucked in poison gas, and another, a mere boy, who shook like a leaf in a high wind from the shell shock, and screamed at a sound. And he too had lost a hand and part of his face, though not enough to warrant the expense of a mask for him. All these men, except he who had been crazed by horror of himself, had been furnished with ingenious appliances to enable them to be partly self-supporting, and to earn enough to pay their share of the taxes which burdened their defeated nation. To go through that village after the war was something like going through a life-size toy village, with all the mechanical figures wound up and clicking. Only instead of the figures being new and gay and pretty, they were battered and grotesque and inhuman. There would be a windmill, and a smithy, and a public house. There would be a row of cottages, a village church, the sparkling waterfall, the party-colored fields spread out like bright kerchiefs on the hillside, the parading fowl, and goats and cows, though not many of these last. There would be the women, and with them some children, very few, however, for the women had been getting reasonable, and were now refusing to have sons who might one day be sent back to them limbless and mad, to be rocked in cradles, for many years, perhaps. Still, the younger women, softer creatures of impulse, had borne a child or two. One of these, born the second year of the war, was a very blond and bullet-headed rascal of 3, with a bullying air, and of a roving disposition. But such traits appear engaging in children of sufficiently tender years, and he was a sort of village plaything, here, there, and everywhere, on the most familiar terms with the wrecks of the war which the government of that country had made. He tried on the tin mask, and played with the baker's mechanical leg, so indulgent were they of his caprices, and it amused him excessively to rock the cradle of the man who had no limbs, and who was his father. In and out he ran, and was humored to his bent. To one he seemed the son he had lost. To another, the son he might have had the world gone differently. To others he served as a brief escape of the shadow of a future without hope. To others yet, a diversion of an hour. This last was especially true of the blind man who sat at the door of his old mother's cottage, binding brooms. The presence of the child seemed to him like a warm ray of sunshine falling across his hand, and he would lure him to linger by letting him try on the great blue goggles which he found it best to wear in public. But no disfigurement or deformity appeared to frighten the little fellow. These had been his playthings from earliest infancy. One morning his mother, being busy washing clothes, had left him alone, confident that he would soon seek out some friendly fragment of soldier and entertain himself till noon and hunger time. But occasionally children have odd notions, and do the exact opposite of what one supposes. On this brilliant summer morning the child fancied a solitary ramble along the bank of the mountain stream. Vaguely he meant to seek a pool higher up, and to cast stones in it. He wandered slowly, straying now and then into small valleys, or chasing wayside ducks. It was past 10 before he gained the green, gleaming, and foam-whitened pool, sunken in the shadow of the tall gray rock, over whose top 3 pine trees swayed in the fresh breeze. Under them, looking to the child like a white cloud in a green sky, stood a beautiful young man, poised on the sheer brink for a dive. A single instant he stood there, clad only in shadow and sunshine, and next he had dived so expertly that he scarcely splashed up the water around him. Then his dark dripping head rose in sight, his glittering arm thrust up, and he swam vigorously to shore. He climbed the rock for another dive. These actions he repeated in pure sport and joy in life so often that his little spectator became dizzy with watching. At length he had enough of it and scooped for his discarded garments. These he carried to a more sheltered spot and rapidly put on, the child still wide-eyed and wondering, for indeed he had much to occupy his attention. He had 2 arms, 2 legs, a whole face with eyes, nose, mouth, chin, and ears, complete. He could see, for he had glanced around him as he dressed. He could speak, for he sang loudly. He could hear, for he had turned quickly at the whir of the pigeon wings behind him. His skin was smooth all over, and nowhere on it were the dark scarlet maps which the child found so interesting on the arms, face, and breasts of the burned man. He did not strangle every little while, or shiver madly, and scream at a sound. It was truly inexplicable, and therefore terrifying. The child was beginning to whimper, to tremble, to look wildly about for his mother, when the young man observed him. "Hullo!" he cried eagerly. "If it isn't a child!" He came forward across a footbridge, with a most ingratiating smile, for this was the first time that day he had seen a child, and he had been thinking it remarkable that there should be so few children in a valley where, when he had traveled that way 5 years before, there had been so many that he had scarcely been able to find pennies for them. So he cried, "Hello!" quite joyously, and searched in his pockets. But, to his amazement, the bullet-headed little blond boy screamed out in terror, and fled for the protection into the arms of a hurriedly approaching young woman. She embraced him with evident relief, and was lavishing on him terms of scolding and endearment in the same breath, when the traveler came up, looking as if his feelings were hurt. "I assure you, madam," he said, "that I only meant to give your little boy these pennies." He explained himself in an air of wonder. "What on earth is there about me to frighten a child?" he queried plaintively. The young peasant woman smiled indulgently on them both, on the child now sobbing, his face buried in her skirt, and on the boyish, perplexed, and beautiful young man. "It is because he finds the Herr Traveler so strange-looking," she said, curtsying. "He is quite small." She showed his smallness with a gesture. "And it is the first time he has ever seen a whole man." The end of The Strange-Looking Man by Fanny Kemble Johnson.
Taking the Veil by Katherine Mansfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It seemed impossible that anyone should be unhappy on such a beautiful morning. Nobody was, decided Edna, except herself. The windows were flung wide in the houses. From within there came the sound of pianos. Little hands chased after each other and ran away from each other, practicing scales. The trees fluttered in the sunny gardens, all bright with spring flowers. Street boys whistled. A little dog barked. People passed by, walking so lightly, so swiftly, they looked as though they wanted to break into a run. Now she actually saw in the distance a parasol, peach-coloured, the first parasol of the year. Perhaps even Edna did not look quite as unhappy as she felt. It is not easy to look tragic at 18, when you are extremely pretty with the cheeks and lips and shining eyes of perfect health. Above all, when you are wearing a French blue frock and your new spring hat trimmed with cornflowers. True, she carried under her arm a book bound in horrid black leather. Perhaps the book provided a gloomy note, but only by accident. It was the ordinary library binding. For Edna had made going to the library an excuse for getting out of the house to think, to realize what had happened, to decide somehow what was to be done now. An awful thing had happened. Quite suddenly at the theatre last night, when she and Jimmy were seated side by side in the dress circle, without a moment's warning. In fact, she had just finished a chocolate almond and passed the box to him again. She had fallen in love with an actor. But fallen in love. The feeling was unlike anything she had ever imagined before. It wasn't in the least pleasant. It was hardly thrilling, unless you can call the most dreadful sensation of hopeless misery, despair, agony, and wretchedness thrilling. Combined with the certainty that if that actor met her on the pavement after, while Jimmy was fetching their cab, she would follow him to the ends of the earth at a nod, at a sign, without giving another thought to Jimmy or her father and mother, or her happy home and countless friends again. The play had begun fairly cheerfully. That was at the chocolate almond stage. Then the hero had gone blind. Terrible moment. Edna had cried so much she had to borrow Jimmy's folded, smooth-feeling handkerchief as well. Not that crying mattered. Whole rows were in tears. Even the men blew their noses with a loud trumpeting noise, and tried to peer at the programme instead of looking at the stage. Jimmy, most mercifully dry-eyed, for what would she have done without his handkerchief, squeezed her free hand and whispered, "Cheer up, darling girl." And it was then she had taken a last chocolate almond to please him and passed the box again. Then there had been that ghastly scene with the hero alone on the stage in a deserted room at twilight, with a band playing outside and the sound of cheering coming from the street. He had tried, how painfully, how pitifully, to grope his way to the window. He had succeeded at last. There he stood holding the curtain while one beam of light, just one beam, shone full on his raised, sightless face, and the band faded away into the distance. It was absolutely, it was simply... In fact, from that moment Edna knew that life could never be the same. She drew her hand away from Jimmy's, leaned back, and shut the chocolate box forever. This, at last, was love. Edna and Jimmy were engaged. She had had her hair up for 1.5 years. They had been publicly engaged for 1 year. But they had known they were going to marry each other ever since they walked into the botanical gardens with their nurses, and sat on the grass with a wine biscuit and a piece of barley sugar each for their tea. It was so much an accepted thing that Edna had worn a wonderfully good imitation of an engagement ring out of a cracker all the time she was at school, and up till now they had been devoted to each other. But now it was over. It was so completely over that Edna found it difficult to believe that Jimmy did not realize it too. She smiled wisely, sadly, as she turned into the gardens of the Convent of the Sacred Heart and mounted the path that led them to Hill Street. How much better to know it now than to wait until after they were married. Now it was possible that Jimmy would get over it. No, it was no use deceiving herself. He would never get over it. His life was wrecked, was ruined, that was inevitable. But he was young. Time, people said, time might make a little, just a little difference. In 40 years, when he was an old man, he might be able to think of her calmly, perhaps. But she, what did the future hold for her? Edna had reached the top of the path. There, under a new leafed tree, hung with little bunches of white flowers, she sat down on a green bench and looked over the convent flower beds. In the one nearest to her there grew tender stocks, with a border of blue, shell-like pansies, with at one corner a clump of creamy freesias, their light spears of green criss-crossed over the flowers. The convent pigeons were tumbling high in the air, and she could hear the voice of Sister Agnes, who was giving a singing lesson. "Ah me," sounded the deep tones of the nun, and "Ah me," they were echoed. If she did not marry Jimmy, of course she would marry nobody. The man she was in love with, the famous actor, Edna had far too much common sense not to realize that would never be. It was very odd, she didn't even want it to be. Her love was too intense for that. It had to be endured, silently. It had to torment her. It was, she supposed, simply that kind of love. "But Edna," cried Jimmy, "can you never change? Can I never hope again?" Oh, what sorrow to have to say it, but it must be said. "No, Jimmy, I will never change." Edna bowed her head, and a little flower fell on her lap, and the voice of Sister Agnes cried suddenly, "Ah, no!" And the echo came, "Ah, no!" At that moment the future was revealed. Edna saw it all. She was astonished. It took her breath away at first. But, after all, what could be more natural? She would go into a convent. Her father and mother do everything to dissuade her, in vain. As for Jimmy, his state of mind hardly bears thinking about. Why can't they understand? How can they add to her suffering like this? The world is cruel, terribly cruel. After a last scene, when she gives away her jewellery and so on to her best friends, she so calm, they so broken-hearted, into a convent she goes. No, one moment. The very evening of her going is the actor's last evening at Port Willin. He receives by a strange messenger a box. It is full of white flowers. But there is no name, no card. Nothing? Yes, under the roses, wrapped in a white handkerchief, Edna's last photograph with, written underneath, "The world forgetting by the world forgot." Edna sat very still under the trees. She clasped the black book in her fingers as though it were her missal. She takes the name of Sister Angela. Snip, snip, all her lovely hair is cut off. Will she be allowed to send one curl to Jimmy? It is contrived somehow, and in a blue gown with a white headband, Sister Angela goes from the convent to the chapel, from the chapel to the convent, with something unearthly in her look, in her sorrowful eyes, and in the gentle smile with which they greet the little children who run to her. A saint! She hears it whispered as she paces the chill, wax-smelling corridors. A saint! And visitors to the chapel are told of the nun whose voice is heard above the other voices, of her youth, her beauty, of her tragic, tragic love. There is a man in this town whose life is ruined. A big bee, a golden furry fellow, crept into a freesia, and the delicate flower leaned over, swung, shook, and when the bee flew away, it fluttered still as though it were laughing. Happy, careless flower. Sister Angela looked at it and said, "Now it is winter." One night, lying in her icy cell, she hears a cry. Some stray animal is out there in the garden, a kitten or a lamb or, well, whatever little animal might be there. Up rises the sleepless nun. All in white, shivering but fearless, she goes and brings it in. But next morning, when the bell rings for matins, she is found tossing in high fever, in delirium, and she never recovers. In 3 days all is over. The service has been said in the chapel, and she is buried in the corner of the cemetery reserved for the nuns, where there are plain little crosses of wood. Rest in peace, Sister Angela. Now it is evening. 2 old people leaning on each other come slowly to the grave and kneel down sobbing. Our daughter, our only daughter. Now there comes another. He is all in black. He comes slowly. But when he is there and lifts his black hat, Edna sees to her horror his hair is snow white. Jimmy! Too late, too late. The tears are running down his face. He's crying now. Too late, too late. The wind shakes the leafless trees in the churchyard. He gives one awful bitter cry. Edna's black book fell with a thud to the garden path. She jumped up, her heart beating. My darling! No, it's not too late. It's all been a mistake. A terrible dream. Oh, that white hair! How could she have done it? She has not done it. Oh, heavens! Oh, what happiness! She is free, young, and nobody knows her secret. Everything is still possible for her and Jimmy. The house they have planned may still be built. The little solemn boy with his hands behind his back, watching them plant the standard roses, may still be born. His baby sister. But When Edna got as far as his baby sister, she stretched out her arms as though the little love came flying through the air to her, and gazing at the garden, at the white sprays on the tree, at those darling pigeons blue against the blue, and the convent with its narrow windows, she realized that now, at last, for the first time in her life, she had never imagined any feeling like it before. She knew what it was like to be in love, but in love. End of Taking the Veil by Katherine Mansfield. Recording by Rob Marland.
Transition from Day and Night Stories by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Transition by Algernon Blackwood. John Mudbury was on his way home from the shops, his arms full of Christmas presents. It was after 6 o'clock, and the streets were very crowded. He was an ordinary man, lived in an ordinary suburban flat, with an ordinary wife and 4 ordinary children. He did not think of them as ordinary, but everybody else did. He had ordinary presents for each one: a cheap blotter for his wife, a cheap air gun for his eldest boy, and so forth. He was over 50, bald, in an office, decent in mind and habits, of uncertain opinions, uncertain politics, and uncertain religion. Yet he considered himself a decided, positive gentleman, quite unaware that the morning newspaper determined his opinions for the day. He just lived, from day to day. Physically, he was fit enough, except for a weak heart, which never troubled him, and his summer holiday was bad golf, while the children bathed, and his wife read Garvasse on the sands. Like the majority of men, he dreamed idly of the past, muddled away the present, and guessed vaguely, after the imaginative reading on occasions, at the future. "I'd like to survive all right," he said, "provided it's better than this," surveying his wife and children, and thinking of his daily toil. "Otherwise," and he shrugged his shoulders, as a brave man should. He went to church regularly, but nothing in church convinced him that he did survive, just as nothing in church enticed him into hoping that he would. On the other hand, nothing in life persuaded him that he didn't, wouldn't, or couldn't. "I'm an evolutionist," he loved to say to thoughtful cronies over a glass, having never heard that Darwinism had been questioned. And so he came home gaily, happily, with his bunch of Christmas presents, for the wife and little ones, stroking himself upon their keen enjoyment and excitement. The night before he had taken the wife to see magic at a select London theatre, where the intellectuals went, and had been extraordinarily stirred. He had gone questioningly, yet expected something out of the common. "It's not musical," he warned her, "nor farce, nor comedy, so to speak." And in answer to her question as to what the critics had said, he wriggled, sighed, and put his gaudy necktie straight 4 times in quick succession. For no man in the street, with any claim to self-respect, could be expected to understand what the critics had said, even if he understood the play. And John had answered truthfully, "Oh, they just said things, but the theater's always full, and that's the only test." And just now, as he crossed the crowded circus to catch his bus, it chanced that his mind, having glimpsed an advertisement, was full of this particular play, or, rather, of the effect it had produced upon him at the time. For it had thrilled him, unexpectedly, with its marvelous speculative hint, its big audacity, its alert and spiritual beauty. Thought plunged to find something, plunged after this bizarre suggestion of a bigger universe, after this quasi-jocular suggestion that man is not the only, then dashed full tilt against the sentence that memory thrust beneath his nose: "Science does not exhaust the universe." and at the same time dashed full tilt against the destruction of another kind as well. How it happened, he never exactly knew. He saw a monster glaring at him with eyes of blazing fire. It was horrible. It rushed upon him. He dodged. Another monster met him round the corner. Both came at him simultaneously. He dodged again, a leap that might have cleared a hurdle easily, but it was too late. Between the pair of them, his heart literally in his gullet, he was mercilessly caught. Bones crunched. There was a soft sensation, icy cold and hot as fire. Horns and voices roared. Battering rams, he saw, and a carapace of iron. Then dazzling light. Always face the traffic, he remembered with a frantic yell, and, by some extraordinary luck, escaped miraculously on the opposite pavement. There was no doubt about it. By the skin of his teeth he had dodged a rather ugly death. First, he felt for his presents. All were safe. And then, instead of congratulating himself and taking breath, he hurried homewards, on foot, which proved that his mind had lost control a bit, thinking only how disappointed the wife and children would have been if anything had happened. Another thing he realized, oddly enough, was that he no longer really loved his wife, but had only great affection for her. What made him think of that, heaven only knows. But he did think of it. He was an honest man, without pretense. This came as a discovery somewhat. He turned a moment and saw the crowd gathering about the entangled taxicabs, the policemen's helmets gleaming in the lights of the shop windows, then hurrying away, his thoughts full of the joy his presence would give, of the scampering children, of his wife, bless her silly heart, eyeing the mysterious parcels. And though he could never explain how, he presently stood at the door of the jail-like building that contained his flat, having walked the whole 3 miles. His thoughts had been so busy and absorbed that he had hardly noticed the length of the weary trudge. Besides, he reflected, thinking of the narrow escape, I had a nasty shock. It was a damned near thing, now I come to think of it. He did a bit of shaking and bewildering, yet at the same time he felt extraordinarily jolly and light-hearted. He counted his Christmas parcels, hugged himself in anticipatory joy, and let himself in swiftly with his latchkey. I'm late, he realized, but when she sees the brown paper parcels, she'll forget to say a word. God bless the old faithful soul. And he softly used the key a second time, and entered his flat on tiptoe. In his mind was the master impulse of that afternoon, the pleasure these Christmas presents would give his wife and children. He heard a noise. He hung up hat and coat in the poky vestibule, they never called it hall, and moved softly towards the parlor door, holding the packages behind him. Only of them, he thought, not of himself, of his family, that is, not of the packages. Pushing the door cunningly ajar, he peeped in slyly. To his amazement, the room was full of people. He withdrew quickly, wondering what it meant. A party? But without his knowing about it? Extraordinary! Keen disappointment came over him. But as he stepped back, the vestibule, he saw, was full of people too. He was uncommonly surprised, yet somehow not surprised at all. People were congratulating him. There was a perfect mob of them. Moreover, he knew them all, vaguely remembering them at least, and they all knew him. Isn't it a game? Laughed someone, patting him on the back. They hadn't the least idea. And the speaker, it was old John Palmer, the bookkeeper at the office, emphasized the they. Not in the least, he answered with a smile, saying something he didn't understand, yet knew was right. His face apparently showed the utter bewilderment he felt. The shock of the collision had been greater than he realized, evidently. His mind was wandering. Possible? Only the odd thing was, he had never felt so clear-headed in his life. 10,000 things grew simple suddenly. But how thickly these people pressed around him, and how familiarly. "My parcels," he said, joyously pushing his way across the throng. "These are Christmas presents I bought for them." He nodded toward the room. "I've saved for weeks, stopped cigars and billiards and several other good things to buy them." "Good man," said Palmer with a happy laugh. "It's the heart that counts." Mudbury looked at him. Palmer had said an amazing truth, only people would hardly understand and believe him, would they? He asked, feeling stuffed and stupid, muddled somewhere between two meanings, one of which was gorgeous, and the other stupid beyond belief. "If you please, Mr. Mudbury, step aside. They are expecting you," said a kindly, pompous voice. And turning sharply, he met the gentle, foolish eyes of Sir James Epiphany, the director of the bank where he worked. The effect of the voice was instantaneous from long habit. "They are?" He smiled from his heart and advanced as from the custom of many years. Oh, how happy and gay he felt! His affection for his wife was real. Romance indeed had gone, but he needed her, and she needed him, and the children, Millie, Bill, and Jean. He deeply loved them. Life was worth living indeed. In the room was a crowd, but an astonishing silence. John Mudbury looked round him. He advanced toward his wife, who sat in the corner armchair with Millie on her knee. A lot of people talked and moved about. Momentarily, the crowd increased. He stood in front of them, in front of Millie and his wife. And he spoke, holding out his packages. "It's Christmas Eve," he whispered shyly, "and I've brought you something for everybody. Look." He held the packages before their eyes. Of course," said a voice behind him. "But you may hold them out like that for a century. They'll never see them." "Of course they won't, but I love to do the old sweet thing," replied John Mudbury, then wondering with a gasp of stark amazement why he'd said it. "I think," whispered Millie, staring round her. "Well, what do you think?" her mother asked sharply. "You're always thinking something queer." "I think," the child continued dreamily, "that Daddy's already here." She paused, then added a child's impossible conviction. "I'm sure he is. I feel him." There was an extraordinary laugh. Sir James Epiphany laughed. The others, the whole crowd of them, also turned their heads and smiled. But the mother, thrusting the child away from her, rose up suddenly with a violent start. Her face had turned to chalk. She stretched her arms out into the air before her. She gasped and shivered. There was an awful anguish in her eyes. "Look," repeated John. "These are the presents that I bought." But his voice was apparently soundless, and with a spasm of icy pain, he remembered that Palmer and Sir James, some years ago, had died. "It's magic," he cried. "But I love you, Jenny. I love you. And I have always been true to you, as true as steel. We need each other. Oh, can't you see? We go on together, you and I, forever and ever." "Think," interrupted an exquisitely tender voice. "Don't shout. They can't hear you now." And turning, John Mudbury met the eyes of Edvard Minturn, their president of the year before. Minturn had gone down with the Titanic. He dropped his parcels then. His heart gave an enormous leap of joy. He saw her face, the face of his wife, look through him. But the child gazed straight into his eyes. She saw him. The next thing he knew was that he heard something tinkling, far, far away. It sounded miles below him, inside him. He was sounding himself, all utterly bewildering, like a bell. It was a bell. Millie stooped down and picked the parcels up. Her face shone with happiness and laughter. But a man came in soon after, a man with a ridiculous, solemn face, a pencil and a notebook. He wore a dark blue helmet. Behind him came a string of other men. They carried something. He could not see exactly what it was, but when he pressed forward through the laughing throng to gaze upon it, he dimly made out 2 eyes, a nose, a chin, a deep red smear, and a pair of folded hands upon an overcoat. A woman's form fell down upon them then, and he heard soft sounds of children weeping strangely, and other sounds as of familiar voices, laughing gaily. "They'll join us presently, it goes like a flash." And with a turn of great happiness in his heart, he saw that Sir James had said it, holding Palmer by the arm, as with some natural yet unexpected love of sympathetic friendship. "Come on," said Palmer, smiling like a man who accepts a gift in universal fellowship. "Let's help them. They'll never understand. Still, we can always try." The entire throng moved up with laughter and amusement. It was a moment of hearty, genuine life at last. Delight and joy and peace were everywhere. Then John Mudbury realized the truth, that he was dead. The end of Transition by Algernon Blackwood. The Two Brothers by Carolyn Wells, from The Wit and Humor of America in 10 volumes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The Two Brothers by Carolyn Wells. Once on a time there were 2 brothers who set out to make their way in the world. One was of a roving disposition, and no sooner had he settled down to live in one place than he would gather up all his goods and chattels and move to another place. From here again he would depart and make him a fresh home, and so on until he became an old man and had gained neither fortune nor friends. The other, being disinclined to change or diversity of scene, remained all his life in one place. He therefore became narrow-minded and provincial, and gained none of the culture and liberality of nature which comes from contact with various scenes of life. Morals. This fable teaches that a rolling stone gathers no moss, and a setting hen never grows fat. The end of Two Brothers by Carolyn Wells.
Two Cases for the Doctor, from Sandy's selection by Steele Rudd. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Son of the Exiles. Two Cases for the Doctor. Sandy behind the plough again? Uncle invalided, moping at the house with a heavy, thick muffler round his neck, coughing and complaining of cold and a sore lip. He had complained of a sore lip on and off for months. The pain was getting unbearable, he said, and declared he would have to go to the hospital or see a doctor about it. Kate wished to heavens he would go anywhere so long as he didn't return any more. She had come to regard Uncle as a nuisance and a serious hindrance to Sandy. Women are so changeable. Not so Sandy himself. He had no desire to lose Uncle. The bonds of kinship were still strong. Besides, Sandy was forgiving and sympathetic. He took Uncle in hand and patched him up, bathed and poulticed the afflicted part, and sat up late in the night, humouring and keeping him company. One evening Sandy applied a little farmer's friend to Uncle's lip to relieve the pain, and for 5 or 6 minutes you would have thought a snake was coiled round Uncle's leg. He danced about the room with his hand over his mouth, only removing it to swear and shout for water. Both kerosene tins were empty, and Uncle kicked one against the slabs and the other he sent flying close to Kate's head. Then he bolted out the door and made for the gully. Sandy stared aghast for several moments, his big heart heaving with concern and compassion. Then he turned to Kate and, with pathos in his voice, asked her not to laugh. Uncle got worse every day, till, at last, there was scarcely any living in the house with him. One evening Sandy heard that Dr. Anderson was setting a limb for Morrissey, 3 miles down the creek. He jumped on one of the old mares and rode down to Morrissey's. On his way home, Dr. Anderson called at Sandy's selection and overhauled Uncle. A nice man was Dr. Anderson, or Kate reckoned he was anyway. He shook hands with Kate. He had the name of being clever, too. Everyone on the creek said he was, and there must have been 8 or 9 living there altogether.
"Cancer,"
he said, after a careful examination of Uncle's lip.
"Have to have it cut out."
And his big sympathetic eyes looked steadily into Uncle's little grey ones through a pair of gold-rimmed specs. Uncle never flinched.
"It'll be rather painful," the doctor exclaimed, "and I'll have to put you under chloroform."
Uncle flinched then and became apprehensive.
"Couldn't you do it without chloroform?"
he stammered. The doctor said he could, would rather do it so, in fact, if Uncle thought he could stand it. Uncle never displayed such nerve before.
"Stand it all right,"
he said, seating himself on a box and inviting the doctor to begin at once. The latter smiled.
"I'll be here tomorrow," he said. "Meanwhile, your son here,"
meaning Sandy, who stood gloomily by,
"if he has a razor, might shave your lip."
Sandy had a razor, an heirloom. It was frequently used for shaving greenhide. And when the doctor came again, Uncle's top lip, a long, thin one that hung like a board in a calf's nose, was scraped as bare as a boot. Everything was ready for the operation. Kate provided warm water and cloths. Sandy left the plough to come in and look on, and Uncle submitted himself bravely. The doctor took off his coat, and Sandy groaned. The doctor fossicked in a leather bag and produced a pair of bright scissors, which he carefully wiped. Uncle turned very white, but kept calm.
"Now put your lip out,"
said the doctor. Uncle contorted his features till his lip projected like the peak of a policeman's cap. Then the doctor pushed back his white stiff cuffs, reached out, and, like clipping a piece of cardboard, snipped a V-shaped piece from Uncle's lip. Uncle clenched his fists and quivered all over.
"You're a Briton," the medico said. "Did it hurt?"
"Not much," Uncle answered, large tears rushing from his eyes. The wound was bathed and patched with sticking plaster, and the rest of the day Uncle lay on the sofa, reflecting on his fate and the uselessness of life generally. In 4 days Dr. Anderson called again and cheerfully examined the patient. The sticking plaster, he found, had mostly left the lip, poked off by the stubble that had grown.
"You must have another shave," he said, "or the plaster'll never stick. I'll be back again in about 2 hours."
And he prepared to depart. Tears came into Uncle's eyes as he shifted restlessly on the sofa.
"Who's going to shave me?"
he asked.
"Oh, he can do it again," the doctor replied, nodding towards Sandy.
Uncle turned his head as slowly as a wounded bear might, and rested his eyes full on Sandy, who stood motionless at the fireplace, looking the very temple of tenderness.
"Well then,"
he said in a firm voice,
"I want chloroform."
A glorious day. There had been heavy rain on the creek, and the air was crisp and clear. No haze hung round the mountains, everything bright and cheerful. The bush was at its best. Uncle was about, quite recovered, quite himself again. All his uselessness and inactivity had returned. Sandy was opening the last land. He had just erected a stake with paper fastened to the head of it, a mark to go by, and was jumping the plough into line when his eye rested on a flag in the shape of a white skirt flying at the humpy. Sandy flung the plough down and, regardless of the horses, tore over the ploughed ground and was at the humpy in a few bounds. He rushed from it again and raced wildly round in search of Uncle. Uncle was in his nest. Uncle only caught the first words of what Sandy said, but he heard enough. He raised himself quickly and stared in amazement.
Here, no, send me, let me go,
he shouted after Sandy as the latter raced back to the plough. Sandy threw the harness from the horses, dragged the mare after him and shoved her into an old spring cart housed under a tree at the back of the humpy. Then, jumping in, recklessly rattled down the creek at the risk of breaking his neck. Uncle stared after Sandy till he became restless, then walked about, now and again pausing to glance at the deserted humpy where the white skirt was still flying. Uncle was agitated. An hour passed. Still Uncle walked up and down.
"Confound it,"
he muttered.
"What the devil did he want leaving me here for?"
He thought he heard his name called.
"My God!"
And he looked up and listened, but it was only his imagination. Another hour nearly spent. Uncle became remorseful. He reproached himself.
"What the devil did I want coming back here at all for?"
he whined, then lost himself in reverie. When he woke up and looked round again, the horse and cart was standing before the humpy. Sandy was there too, hurrying big Mrs. McNevin and a calico bundle indoors. Uncle was relieved. Presently Sandy sauntered towards Uncle. When halfway he stood and leaned on the fence. He looked lost. Uncle approached him.
"Well?"
he whispered apprehensively. Sandy didn't answer. His face was grave. A heavy load seemed to be on his mind. He sighed audibly. Then Uncle too leaned on the fence, and both were silent, motionless, till Mrs. McNevin showed herself. "Come, Sandy, man," she called lustily. "Come and see your bairn. Do you ne'er hear the squeals of it?" Sandy gave a bound and could scarcely keep his feet in the haste he made to reach the humpy. Uncle left next day. He wouldn't stay any longer on Sandy's selection. Uncle couldn't stand excitement or a baby in the house. That's why he never got married. So he told Sandy and Mrs. McNevin. End of Two Cases for the Doctor from Sandy's selection by Steele Rudd. Recording by Son of the Exiles.
Two Thanksgiving Day Gentlemen by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cy Young Jr. Two Thanksgiving Day Gentlemen. There is one day that is ours. There's one day when all we Americans who are not self-made go back to the old home to eat saleratus biscuits and marvel how much nearer to the porch the old pump looks than it used to. Bless the day. President Roosevelt gives it to us. We hear some talk of the Puritans, but don't just remember who they were. I bet we can lick 'em anyhow if they try to land again. Plymouth Rocks? Well, that sounds more familiar. Lots of us have had to come down to hens since the Turkey Trust got its work in, but somebody in Washington is leaking out advance information to them about these Thanksgiving proclamations. The big city east of the cranberry bogs has made Thanksgiving Day an institution. The last Thursday in November is the only day in the year on which it recognizes the part of America lying across the ferries. It is the one day that is purely American. Yes, a day of celebration exclusively American. And now for the story which is to prove to you that we have traditions on this side of the ocean that are becoming older at a much rapider rate than those of England are, thanks to our get-up and enterprise. Stuffy Pete took his seat on the third bench to the right as you enter Union Square from the east, at the walk opposite the fountain. Every Thanksgiving Day for 9 years he had taken his seat there promptly at 1 o'clock. For every time he had done so, things had happened to him, Charles Dickensy things that swelled his waistcoat above his heart and equally on the other side. But today, Stuffy Pete's appearance at the annual trysting place seemed to have been rather the result of habit than of the yearly hunger which, as the philanthropists seem to think, afflicts the poor at such extended intervals. Certainly, Pete was not hungry. He had just come from a feast that had left him of his powers barely those of respiration and locomotion. His eyes were like two pale gooseberries firmly embedded in a swollen and gravy-smeared mask of putty. His breath came in short wheezes. A senatorial roll of adipose tissue denied a fashionable set to his upturned coat collar. Buttons that had been sewed upon his clothes by kind Salvation fingers a week before flew like popcorn, strewing the earth around him. Ragged he was, with a split shirt front open to the wishbone, but the November breeze, carrying fine snowflakes, brought him only a grateful coolness. For Stuffy Pete was overcharged with the caloric produced by a super-bountiful dinner, beginning with oysters and ending with plum pudding, and including, it seemed to him, all the roast turkey and baked potatoes and chicken salad and squash pie and ice cream in the world. Wherefore he sat, gorged, and gazed upon the world with after-dinner contempt. The meal had been an unexpected one. He was passing a red-brick mansion near the beginning of Fifth Avenue, in which lived two old ladies of ancient family and a reverence for traditions. They even denied the existence of New York, and believed that Thanksgiving Day was declared solely for Washington Square. One of their traditional habits was to station a servant at the postern gate with orders to admit the first hungry wayfarer that came along after the hour of noon had struck, and banquet him to a finish. Stuffy Pete happened to pass by on his way to the park, and the seneschals gathered him in and upheld the custom of the castle. After Stuffy Pete had gazed straight before him for 10 minutes, he was conscious of a desire for a more varied field of vision. With a tremendous effort, he moved his head slowly to the left, and then his eyes bulged out fearfully, and his breath ceased, and the rough-shod ends of his short legs wriggled and rustled on the gravel, for the old gentleman was coming across Fourth Avenue toward his bench. Every Thanksgiving Day for 9 years, the old gentleman had come there and found Stuffy Pete on his bench. That was a thing that the old gentleman was trying to make a tradition of. Every Thanksgiving Day for 9 years he had found Stuffy there and had led him to a restaurant and watched him eat a big dinner. They do those things in England unconsciously, but this is a young country, and 9 years is not so bad. The old gentleman was a staunch American patriot and considered himself a pioneer in American tradition. In order to become picturesque, we must keep on doing one thing for a long time without ever letting it get away from us. Something like collecting the weekly dimes in industrial insurance, or cleaning the streets. The old gentleman moved, straight and stately, toward the institution that he was rearing. Truly, the annual feeding of Stuffy Pete was nothing national in its character, such as the Magna Charta or jam for breakfast was in England. But it was a step. It was almost feudal. It showed, at least, that a custom was not impossible to New York. America. The old gentleman was thin and tall and 60. He was dressed all in black and wore the old-fashioned kind of glasses that won't stay on your nose. His hair was whiter and thinner than it had been last year, and he seemed to make more use of his big knobby cane with the crooked handle. As his established benefactor came up, Stuffy wheezed and shuddered like some woman's overfat pug when a street dog bristles up at him. He would have flown, but all the skill of Santos Dumont could not have separated him from his bench. Well had the myrmidons of the two old ladies done their work. "Good morning," said the old gentleman. "I am glad to perceive that the vicissitudes of another year have spared you to move in health about the beautiful world. For that blessing alone, this day of thanksgiving is well proclaimed to each of us. If you will come with me, my man, I will provide you with a dinner that should make your physical being accord with the mental." That is what the old gentleman said every time, every Thanksgiving Day for 9 years. The words themselves almost formed an institution. Nothing could be compared with them except the Declaration of Independence. Always before they had been music in Stuffy's ears, but now he looked up at the old gentleman's face with tearful agony in his own. The fine snow almost sizzled when it fell upon his perspiring brow, but the old gentleman shivered a little and turned his back to the wind. Stuffy had always wondered why the old gentleman spoke his speech rather sadly. He did not know that it was because he was wishing every time that he had a son to succeed him. A son who would come there after he was gone, a son who would stand proud and strong before some subsequent Stuffy and say, "In memory of my father." Then it would be an institution. But the old gentleman had no relatives. He lived in rented rooms in one of the decayed old family brownstone mansions in one of the quiet streets east of the park. In the winter he raised fuchsias in a little conservatory the size of a steamer trunk. In the spring he walked in the Easter parade. In the summer he lived in a farmhouse in the New Jersey hills and sat in a wicker armchair speaking of a butterfly, the Ornithoptera amphrisius, that he hoped to find some day. In the autumn he fed Stuffy a dinner. These were the old gentleman's occupations. Stuffy Pete looked up at him for a half-minute, stewing and helpless in his own self-pity. The old gentleman's eyes were bright with the giving pleasure. His face was getting more lined each year, but his little black necktie was in as jaunty a bow as ever, and his linen was beautiful and white, and his gray mustache was curled carefully at the ends. And then Stuffy made a noise that sounded like peas bubbling in a pot. Speech was intended, and as the old gentleman had heard the sounds 9 times before, he rightly construed them into Stuffy's old formula of acceptance. "Thank ye, sir. I'll go with ye, and much obliged. I'm very hungry, sir." The coma of repletion had not prevented from entering Stuffy's mind the conviction that he was the basis of an institution. His Thanksgiving appetite was not his own. It belonged by all the sacred rights of established custom, if not by the actual statute of limitations, to this kind old gentleman who had preempted it. True, America is free, but in order to establish tradition, someone must be a repetend, a repeating decibel. The heroes are not all heroes of steel and gold. See one here that wielded only weapons of iron, badly silvered, and tin. The old gentleman led his annual protege southward to the restaurant and to the table where the feast had always occurred. They were recognized. "Here comes the old guy," said a waiter, "that blows that same bum to a meal every Thanksgiving." The old gentleman sat across the table, glowing like a smoked pearl at his cornerstone of future ancient tradition. The waiters heaped the table with holiday food, and Stuffy, with a sigh that was mistaken for hunger's expression, raised knife and fork and carved for himself a crown of imperishable bay. No more valiant hero ever fought his way through the ranks of an enemy. Turkey, chops, soups, vegetables, pies disappeared before him as fast as they could be served. Gorged nearly to the uttermost when he entered the restaurant, the smell of food had almost caused him to lose his honor as a gentleman, but he rallied like a true knight. He saw the look of beneficent happiness on the old gentleman's face, a happier look than even the fuchsias and the Ornithoptera amphrisius had ever brought to it, and he had not the heart to see it wane. In an hour, Stuffy leaned back with a battle won. "Thank ye kindly, sir." He puffed like a leaky steam pipe. "Thank ye kindly for a hearty meal." Then he arose heavily with glazed eyes and started toward the kitchen. A waiter turned him about like a top and pointed him toward the door. The old gentleman carefully counted out $1.30 in silver change, leaving 3 nickels for the waiter. They parted as they did each year at the door, the old gentleman going south, Stuffy north. Around the first corner Stuffy turned and stood for 1 minute. Then he seemed to puff out his rags as an owl puffs out his feathers, and fell to the sidewalk like a sun-stricken horse. When the ambulance came, the young surgeon and the driver cursed softly at his weight. There was no smell of whiskey to justify a transfer to the patrol wagon, so Stuffy and his 2 dinners went to the hospital. There they stretched him on a bed and began to test him for strange diseases, with the hope of getting a chance at some problem with the bare steel. And lo, an hour later, another ambulance brought the old gentleman, and they laid him on another bed and spoke of appendicitis, for he looked good for the bill. But pretty soon one of the young doctors met one of the young nurses, whose eyes he liked, and stopped to chat with her about the cases. "That nice old gentleman over there now," he said, "you wouldn't think that was a case of almost starvation. Proud old family, I guess. He told me he hadn't eaten a thing for 3 days. End of Two Thanksgiving Day Gentlemen by O. Henry. Recording by Cy Young, Jr.